Chapter 1. A Fine Day to Die. 6 o'clock had come and gone, but Benton York was still at his desk, just about ready to pack it in for the day. Edward, the executive vice president of sales, slipped in the open door. "Is there anyone in your section still here? I've got a presentation in the morning and it needs some touch-ups." "Just me, Mr. Abbott," Benton said, "but I can get it done for you." The PowerPoint emergency took close to another hour, but he didn't mind too much. He liked helping people. Besides, it wasn't like he had anyone waiting for him at home. At 60 years old, Benton knew that death approached faster than he would like, but he never expected it to come so soon. Then again, not many people did once their number was up. Nothing in the spring weather portended disaster. A gentle wind blew from the south. Wispy white clouds drifted lazily across the sky. It was a fine day. A fine, fine day. Though it was well after the rush hour, many people still dashed hither and yon, finishing up their business in the downtown metroscape, preparing to escape the daily grind. One such young lady grinned as her fingers rapidly tapped her phone, surely making plans for the evening. A young man hastily stepped into an Uber, eager to be about his life. Benton sighed. He was much more conflicted. Though he definitely looked forward to kicking off his shoes and ditching his tie, maybe relaxing to the latest chapter in his grandson's web novel, he no longer had anyone to look forward to seeing. Even 5 years after Evelyn's passing, he still wasn't quite over it. Maybe he never would be. It was the little things that really got him. How quiet the house always was. Reaching his arm across the bed upon waking and finding her spot empty. Having someone to share a meal with. Heck, even figuring out what to eat. He grimaced. Probably fast food again. Letting out a long breath, he expelled the melancholic thoughts that had overtaken him. He'd never been a gloomy person, and Evelyn certainly wouldn't have put up with him becoming one in his old age. Benton put a smile on his face. It was, after all, a fine day. At the crosswalk leading to the parking garage on the other side of the street, a small crowd of about a half dozen had gathered, waiting for the light to change. The last man in line was a tall fellow with dirty blonde hair, wearing a suit. Generally, people's backs were fairly nondescript, but something about that one tugged Benton's memory. Something looked familiar. "Mike?" he called. "Mike Larson?" The man turned, his questioning visage quickly contorting into a slight frown. "Benton, hello. Congratulations on the promotion." "You almost sound like you mean it," Mike said. "I do. Why wouldn't I?" Because... At first, Benton was truly confused by the man's reaction. In the years since transferring out of Benton's section, Mike had rapidly ascended the corporate ladder, recently reaching the lofty status of vice president. And he deserved every bit of his success. He was hardworking, sharp, decisive, and thought well on his feet. Everything the board wanted and more. "Ah, you're feeling guilty that you've left your old mentor languishing in a dead-end position, eh?" Mike's face scrunched up. "Well, yeah, kind of." Benton laughed. "I am perfectly content where I am. Corporate climbing is a young man's game, and I know my strengths, mainly nurturing young talents. Did you know that 2 of your fellow VPs worked under me at one time or the other?" "Really? Do you think it was a coincidence that a rising star like you ended up with me as a boss? Do you think that it's a coincidence that at least 2 other young people in my division will soon be on that same fast track?" Benton watched as his words clicked home to his former protege. "The company has been my home for almost my entire career. It's been good to me and mine. When Evelyn got sick, They bent over backward to help. I'm happy I can give something back by nurturing the future. Mike nodded, the ends of his mouth slowly turning upward for the first time in the conversation. To think I never realized. And here I am considering myself so clever. He paused for a moment. I'm not sure I really ever stopped to think about how much I learned during my time with you, from navigating the company's labyrinthine bureaucracy to simply how best to effectively deal with people. Well, you weren't always the quickest, but you always got there eventually. Like figuring out that we've only got about 20 seconds before we have to wait through another light cycle. Mike turned and saw that the rest of the people were already across the intersection. Crap! Sorry! He dashed out into the street. Benton barked out a laugh at his protégé's antics. His mirth lasted for but an instant as he noticed something that made his blood run cold. A white panel truck of an unknown make was barreling down the road right toward Mike. There wasn't much time for thought. There wasn't much time for anything. Benton sprinted forward as fast as his aging legs could carry him and plowed into Mike's back, propelling the man well into the next lane. To safety. The collision had completely halted Benson's momentum, leaving him staring at the hood of an oncoming truck that showed no sign of slowing. He did not want to die. To survive, he needed to get to the next lane, fast. Alas, it was not to be. He wasn't nimble enough, not quick enough, and the truck was traveling far in excess of the speed limit. Benton didn't even have time to sigh. It could have been worse. With Evelyn already passed, there was no one depending on him. His kids were all grown. He'd miss seeing his grandkids, but they'd all be just fine without him. The important thing was that Mike would make it. His rising star would not be extinguished so soon. Benton's death meant something at least. Just then, he noticed a truck, identical to the one about to plow into him, traveling the opposite direction in the opposite lane and just as fast. There was no way for Mike to escape. Shit! The last thing that Benton saw before the world faded to black was a weird hood ornament on the truck. A snake eating its own tail. Chapter 2. Game over, or press continue. The next thing Benton knew, he was standing in what looked like a bog-standard corporate office. Cheap carpet squares, lay-in acoustic tile ceiling, fluorescent lights, white dry erase board. The truck had crashed into him. He remembered vividly standing in the street facing it with his arm covering his head. The hood had struck his torso first, forcing his head forward. Things had gone black at that point. He didn't even recall any pain. The best explanation he could come up with was that he'd hit his head on the truck, causing him to lose consciousness. But where was he, and how did he get there? Benton patted himself down. No injuries, no blood. His clothes, the same ones he'd put on in the morning, had no tears or stains. What the heck? You present me with quite an annoyance, a flat voice said. A man was sitting behind a desk. Benton hadn't noticed him, nor the desk. This is not an unprecedented situation, the man continued, his face blank of any emotion. But it is quite rare. Usually, when a civilian interferes with a truck-kun, the potential hero is actually saved, so we simply send the civilian in the hero's place. No problems, no complications. Hero? This time, however, that particular hero was too important, so we sent 2 truck-kuns. Despite the complete lack of expression either on his face or in his voice, the man seemed very satisfied with the statement. The hero is beginning his journey as we speak, so all is right with that plane. What to do with you is the question. Benton had always been pretty quick on the uptake,
So even though his present circumstances were far outside his experience, he grokked the situation somewhat, enough to figure out that his fate hung in the balance. "Sorry for interfering with your plans, sir." Always best to be polite when dealing with the higher-ups. "I don't suppose you can just send me right back down to Earth?" "If you so desire."
Benton would have been elated had he not spent much of his life in meetings with bigwigs. He sensed a huge caveat to the man's statement. But you died. There is no returning to your former life. We can, however, return your soul to that plane and allow it to continue its journey as if this encounter had never happened. Benton opened his mouth to ask a question, but the man cut him off. The rules of your plane of origin are quite strict, the man said. I cannot tell you anything about your future journey if I were to return you. Not even I know fully what will happen. Ah. If the man were positive that returning would have meant Benton would be able to return to Evelyn, any decision would have been a no-brainer. Seeing as how that wasn't guaranteed, he figured he might as well see what else might be available. Can I go to whatever place Mike went? Benton said. Unfortunately, no. The restrictions surrounding his transmigration are quite complex and limiting. Had he not been successfully recruited, that plane would have had no option but to accept you as a replacement. As things stand, however, under no foreseeable circumstances will you encounter the entity formerly known as Mike Larson again. Oh, I suppose that's fine if that's what he chose. It's not like the two of us were close. He did not choose, the man said, his voice and face still utterly flat. Entities recruited by Truck-kun are almost never given a choice. If the entity formerly known as Mike Larson had survived, you would not have had any other option than to take his place. Interesting. Why are we having this discussion, then? Because there are no planes currently available with the selection criteria that you match, and because Truck-kun inadvertently recruited you, we are obligated by rule to do something about it. That was really interesting. It seemed as if Benton had more than a little sway in the process. What are my options, then? Infinite, the man said. It would be far easier if you simply told me what kind of plane you would find interesting, and I will select the most appropriate available one. I don't suppose returning to Earth in another body would be possible. That wouldn't be ideal, but he'd at least be able to keep tabs on his family. No. Again, the rules associated with your former plane are quite limiting. We cannot return you to that plane as a living being, only as a soul. In fact, we must return your soul once you have completed any potential life you live in another plane. Benton had been a little bit on the fence about the whole being transmigrated thing, but the fact that his soul would eventually return regardless changed his mind. If souls eventually found loved ones in the afterlife, as he believed, his soul and Evelyn's would be reunited no matter his choice now. Going on an adventure in a new world had no real downside. A thought struck him. Will I retain all my memories from my past life? Is that your desire? The man asked. Definitely. That's a no-brainer and non-negotiable. That decision will eat up a chunk of your available karma points, but I can make that work, depending on what other conditions you require. Benson found the fact that the man was only just now mentioning something that sounded as important as karma points to be more than a little frustrating, but he also found little value in expressing his displeasure at that point. Best to just continue on. My grandson writes web novels where people in a situation like mine end up gaining a system. I want one of those. Greg's stories always made those sound fun. That is acceptable. Really? Benton had been kind of throwing out a wild idea, not expecting systems to be a thing. There are enough worlds that you can find one with a system? There are an infinite number of planes in which systems exist, just as there are an infinite number of planes without systems.
Benton nodded.
Besides internalizing the assumption that a plane and a world were basically the same, things always got weird when talking about infinities. Prepare for departure in 5, 4... Wait, Benton cried. I'm not done. I want perks. The protagonists in Greg's stories always got powers that made them overpowered compared to everyone else. Sorry, the man said. Compliance with your 2 current conditions have exhausted your supply of karma points. You will take what you get. Benton was definitely the go-along-to-get-along type, but being polite with a bigwig only got one so far. Sometimes, one had to show their mettle. Your truck-coon made the mistake, not me. You are responsible for making this right, and simply dumping me on a system world with my memory intact and no advantages is the very definition of not making this right. I'm sorry, but no but. Make this right, or get me your boss. Now. Ugh. At that moment, he sounded like someone he really didn't want to be. But literally an entire lifetime hinged on this one interaction. He had to be forceful. For the first time, the man's relentless impassiveness cracked. He appeared at least slightly perturbed. The absolute best that I can do for you is to put you on a world where you and you alone have access to a system. Benton tried to interject but was shushed. I will ensure the system specifically offers you perks. That sounds acceptable, Benton grinned. Now, about the specific world you're sending me to, No. I've wasted enough of my energy on this conversation. This is a one-time offer. Your choice is to accept it and move to the new plane that I will personally prepare for your arrival, or to return to your plane of origin. Benton sensed that the man was truly done. Fine. I choose to go to the new plane. Ready yourself. Transition in 5, 4... Considering the circumstances, Benton felt like he'd done a good job negotiating for himself. He'd have access to a system and perks and would retain his current memories. What more could he ask for? 3, 2... Benton envisioned himself joining an adventurer guild and grinding until he was able to fight dragons. As long as his new world wasn't one with cultivators, it would be fine. He shivered at the callousness displayed by the characters in those types of stories. 1. Wait, maybe he should have said something about the cultivators. The world went black. Again. Chapter 3. A Whole New World. When the world, or a world at any rate, came back into view, Benton was lying face down in stinky mud. He groaned. What was that putrid smell? It almost made him gag. While holding his breath, he climbed to his feet and, once up, looked around. Beside him was a small pond surrounded by a thick forest. The sky was blue, and there were trees and bushes with brown trunks and green leaves. He hadn't exactly been a nature person in his previous life, so the plants may or may not have been the same as he'd find on Earth. They didn't look alien or anything, though. Looking down, he noticed that none of the other dirt near him was terribly wet, and where he'd been lying was tinged distinctly red, and his robe, was stained with a rusty brown color. The color of dried blood. He felt fine, though. Better than fine, actually. Strong, healthy, energetic. He stretched his arms and bent his knees and did a few jumping jacks. None of the aches and pains that had been his constant companions for years made their presence known. It occurred to him that he might not be in his original body. He walked a few steps forward until he could see his reflection in the pond. A young man, maybe early 20s, with Asian features stared back at him. His hair was dark and close-cropped, and he appeared much more fit than Benton had ever been. And he was most definitely wearing some form of robe. Nice. He really was on a new world in a new body. Evelyn, honey, you wouldn't believe it if you could see me now. I'm young again. This is going to be so much fun. A further thought struck him. Asian features. A robe. Had he been sent to a cultivation world after all? A blue panel popped up in front of him. Welcome, Transmigrator. Memory integration commencing in 10 seconds. Prepare yourself. Hint. Might want to sit down for this one. The box faded away, and Benton quickly sunk to the ground. He was glad he'd listened once the specified time passed. It felt like someone stuck a hot poker directly into his brain. Once the active infliction of agony ended, the pain faded relatively quickly, leaving him with a new set of memories on top of the one he already had from Earth. The owner of his current body had been Chao Su. In a way, that made Benton the new Chao Su. Years ago, I would have been a boy named Su. He laughed and whistled a few bars of the Johnny Cash song. The memories made him quickly turn more somber. At 14, Su had attended an annual testing event conducted by members of a nearby sect who'd come to his small village, and he'd tested well. Cultivators were rated on potential talent, using a scale from little ability, F, to great ability, A. There were a minuscule number of outliers on each end of the spectrum, people with literally no ability to cultivate, G, and absolute powerhouses, S. Each of those grades was further divided into 3 subsections, denoted by either a minus, nothing, or a plus. As a C+, Su had been feted as a true talent, able to bypass joining the local small sect, and instead being inducted straight into the parent medium-sized one, the Flowing Tigers sect. And he lived up to his promise. Through hard work, a few auspicious opportunities, and diligent cultivation, he reached the second major realm, Foundation Establishment, in under 2 years, and had continued on to the third minor realm well before his 19th birthday, which was good enough for him to be inducted as a member of the inner sect. All had come up roses for the young man over the next few years, until a night about a month ago. Figures dressed in black had performed a daring raid on the sect. At first, it had seemed like the invaders would be drowned out by the large number of sect cultivators, including the powerful elders and the peak nascent soul stage patriarch. The invaders turned out to be demonic, however, able to drain the cultivation of individuals several major realms above them. 2 or 3 of the attackers would gang up on a higher realm cultivator and focus on piercing the defender's chi shield. Once an attack got through, the demonic cultivators concentrated on draining their victim's cultivation. With 2 or 3 of them focused on the task, the defender fell in seconds. Su's sect brothers and sisters fell like flies to the well-organized raid, and the battle soon turned into a rout. Su fled. As he crossed the outer wall of the sect, he thought he'd made it. Just as hope dawned, a figure dressed in black hit him with a technique, puncturing Su's hastily erected chi shield. He had no talismans left, and the next attack went for the drain. In seconds, Su's cultivation was consumed. Just like that, 8 years of dedication was ruined. As all but the merest of hope fled, an elder managed to get a shot on the black-clad figure, letting Su somehow stumble far enough away from the conflict to avoid further pursuit. The technique that had destroyed his cultivation had done much damage to him, and he spent the next couple of weeks seeking healing pills and any resource that might either stabilize him or even restore his cultivation, trading away everything he owned, even his spatial ring, for what turned out to essentially be snake oil. He'd finally succumbed to his wounds not long before Benton took over his body.
Processing everything that now occupied his mind was quite difficult. New memories of spending his 15th birthday cultivating in a cave clashed with spending the same birthday with friends in a movie theater. And that wasn't even taking into consideration his new instincts. If Benton encountered a mugger, he'd immediately relinquish his wallet and plead for his life. Sue would leave the mugger bleeding out on the ground. Or skills. Benton had never seen an animal larger than a squirrel in the wild.
Sue had killed and skinned a tiger before roasting it over an open flame. Long before everything was fully reconciled in his brain, another blue box popped up. Transmigrator, you have been granted the choice of one of the following 3 systems. Choose wisely, for there is no redo. Supreme Cultivation System. Heaven-defying crafting system. Sect leader system. Benton hadn't expected the man to have arranged to let him actually pick his system. Not bad. Despite it being a brutal cultivation world, any of the 3 options should give him a leg up in becoming a true powerhouse. He just had to choose the best one. Or at least, the one that fit him the best. System, can you show me more information about each of these? The box was replaced with a new one. Supreme Cultivation System. Want to climb the heights of the cultivation world? This system is for you. Breeze through minor realms in a fraction of the time others take. Defeat opponents a major realm stronger than you. Never encounter a bottleneck. Immortality awaits. Of course, cultivation can be a lonely path and a dangerous one. Climbing so fast leaves little time for finding allies. Not having anyone to cover one's weaknesses can be a mistake. In a cultivation world, strength wasn't everything. It was the only thing. This supreme cultivation system would give him that in spades. There was a problem, though. No matter how powerful one gets, no matter how high someone climbs, there would always be someone more powerful. Besides, the thought of constantly fighting didn't fit who he was as a person, Sue's memories and instincts notwithstanding. Thanks. Next, please. Heaven-defying crafting system. The cultivation world runs on resources. Alchemy, formations, smithing, talismans. Your skill for each of those will be heaven-defying. Use your superior crafts to conquer the cultivation world, or simply buy the muscle you need from the massive wealth you'll accumulate. Best be diligent, though. Every hour spent cultivating will be accompanied by many hours crafting, and the system cannot add any more time to a day. You'll probably get to the top, but it won't likely be a quick journey. Honestly, that sounded much more his speed. He had enjoyed puttering around in his workshop building stuff, and he had no doubt that unparalleled skill in those areas would bring him great riches. It would also make him, especially early on, dependent on others for protection. Sue's memories told him that sects would fight over a truly talented crafter, possibly to that crafter's detriment. Some ended up as little more than slaves, forced to endlessly fulfill the sect's needs for a pittance in return. Thanks again. Final one, please. Sect leader system. The power of many can easily outweigh the power of one, no matter how strong, especially if a leader can smooth the way for sect members by creating perfect cultivation methods and techniques. It's low risk and high reward to have others fight for you. But there is a downside. You will have no way to gain the heights of personal power except through recruiting and building up those around you. That one sounded perfect for him. He would have to depend on finding and mentoring recruits instead of cultivating to progress, but building up the people under him was his entire raison d'etre. Sure, there would probably be challenges, but nothing was ever perfect. There was no use agonizing over a choice that was a no-brainer, no matter how important that choice was. System, I choose the sect leader system. Chapter 4. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing the Sect Leader System. Though Benton had never regretted his choice of careers back on Earth, he had to admit that his life hadn't been the most exciting. Besides a few nice trips, seeing the Colosseum in Rome and glowing lava flowing across a nighttime landscape at Volcanoes National Park in Hawaii stood out. Most of the big events he'd experienced centered around his family. He grinned, thinking about the birth of his first grandchild. That was then, though, on a whole different planet. He'd been given the opportunity to start fresh, to experience a life of excitement and adventure, and he planned to embrace that chance. So far, so good, too. The decision to become a sect leader, though maybe not as powerful as the other two choices, fit him perfectly. The only hiccup so far was Sue's instincts telling him that the demonic cultivators might track him down if they ever discovered that he lived. Still, if his grandson's stories were any indication, having a system would make all the difference, even against the greatest of odds. He just had to leverage the power it provided. Speaking of which, a box popped up. Prepare for system integration, beginning in 10 seconds. Hint: it's good that you're already seated. Knowing what to expect after the last such warning, Benton braced himself. Not that it would do any good. His atypical pessimism turned out to be on target, as the searing pain inflicted inside his skull rivaled the memory integration in intensity. The experience did seem to pass quicker, at least. Hopefully, he wouldn't have to endure too many more instances like that. The musing instantly brought a subset of Sue's memory to the fore, clearly telling him that to be a cultivator was to embrace pain. Challenging the heavens was not for the weak or timid. Great. The next pop-up box made the pain worth it. Welcome, system host! The Sect Leader system is designed to help you build a sect that will defy the heavens. Sect name: Not Chosen. Sect members: 0. Sect points: 100. Shop points: 0. Host cultivation: none. Host techniques: none. Menus: cultivation method, technique, quest, perk, advancement. Shop: locked. Gaining access to a system was everything that Benton had expected and more. It was just so neat. He couldn't wait to get started. The first 2 lines were self-explanatory. He'd not established a sect yet, chosen a name for it, or recruited any members. The next line, though, seemed important. System: what are sect points? Sect points are a resource used to create cultivation methods and techniques for sect members. When members advance a minor realm using one of the cultivation methods so created, host will receive 1 point. Bonus points will be awarded upon advancement to the next major realm. A sect point is likewise awarded when a member advances to lesser success of a technique so created, and then to great success, and 2 points when advancing to mastery. Sect points can also be used to advance hosts' cultivation and understanding of techniques. Okay, that was pretty understandable. Benton would make an investment of points by creating a cultivation method and/or technique for a member, and would, hopefully, gain a profit when that member advanced. The minor downside was that the point pool drawn from to invest in his members was the same one used to make himself stronger. He'd have to manage the usage carefully, as he doubted there was any way to run a debt. If, for instance, he decided to immediately use all 100 points to make himself strong, there would likely be no way for him to ever gain any more. System: what are shop points? Sects run on resources, and a beginning sect simply isn't likely to run across enough assets on which to build a solid foundation. Through completing quests and reaching certain milestones, shop points will be awarded to assist host in gaining crucial resources, be it pills, weapons, talismans,
or materials and tools needed to build formations. Hint: shop points are provided in limited quantity. It is advised to pursue other means of acquisition, such as purchasing from merchants or training sect members in the arts of production to the greatest extent possible.
That explanation was, as his grandkids would say, #as expected. The next two lines were a bit concerning, but not exactly surprising considering Sue's memories. His cultivation had been reset to the beginning. The good thing was that, if he was understanding things correctly, all he had to do was use points to increase his level, so there was presumably no worry about any potential damage done by the demonic cultivator's attack interfering with his future advancement. As someone who'd previously reached the middle of the Foundation establishment realm, Sue's instincts were making him feel more than a little anxious about sitting in the depths of a forest with no cultivation at all, tempting Benton to spend some of those points immediately. He resisted that urge, however. There was no way he would move from his current location before making himself stronger, and he'd obviously spend the necessary points quickly if anything threatening emerged into the clearing around the pond. Until then, he felt like he had time to gain more information by exploring all the tabs before making any decision. System, please show me the cultivation method menu. Welcome, host, to the cultivation method creation menu. Select Cultivation Realm, Chi Gathering, Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, Nascent Soul Nihility, Ascension, Half Immortal, True Immortal, Immortal King, Immortal Emperor, Heavenly Saint, Celestial Being. Sue's instincts boggled at that list. Some of those realms existed only as rumors of legends, but presumably the system would allow him to create cultivation methods for them. Did that mean all he had to do to reach those realms was earn enough points? That was a question for much later, though. He needed to focus on what was important for the beginning of his journey. System, can I go through the process of creating a cultivation method without spending any points? Host will be given the choice to commit at the end of the creation process. If commitment is declined, no sect points are charged. Perfect. System, for this test case, I select Golden Core. Cultivation Realm set to Golden Core. Sect Point Factor set to 4. Select Applicability. Targeted to specific Chi aspect. Sliding scale. Specify. Any Chi aspect. Benton understood little of details of that menu, so he had a lot of questions. System, what is the Sect Point Factor? The Sect Point Factor is the number by which the initial value of the cultivation method will be multiplied to calculate the final value of sect points required to create the method. The Sect Point Factor for the Chi Gathering Realm is 1, Foundation Establishment is 2, Nascent Soul is 8, and so on. Wow. That progression would get expensive fast. He'd have to carefully watch his points if he didn't want a single immortal emperor to bankrupt his entire sect. System, what is a Chi aspect? Each user's Chi is uniquely aspected to that individual. 2 users might both possess a fire aspect, but one may be the smoky flame burning wet wood in a campfire in order to char spirit beast meat, while the other may be the glowing embers in the hearth of a fireplace used to warm a family. Cultivation methods may be tailored specifically to a particular Chi user's aspect. In that case, the method would be much more difficult to cultivate, and would be much less powerful for anyone not possessing that exact aspect. Methods may be more generally applied to a broader category, such as fire, or set to apply to any Chi user. The broader the application, the more sect points are required to be used. Okay, that made a lot of sense. System, how many sect points are required to target a specific user's aspect? The initial value to apply a cultivation method to a unique Chi aspect is 10. Ouch. That number was a full 10% of his starting value.
System, how many points will be returned when a Qi Gathering member reaches Foundation establishment? Assuming the member started from the beginning of the Qi Gathering realm with a created method, the total sect points earned when the member reaches Foundation establishment is 12.
Yikes. The profit margin was kind of low.
System, if we apply the same scenario going from the start of Foundation establishment all the way to Golden Core, would the member return 24 points from an initial investment of 20? Host's calculations are correct. System, if I were to create a Qi Gathering method and set the applicability to any aspect, what would the cost be? The sect points required to create a cultivation method for the Qi Gathering realm that is accessible to all Qi users is 25. Ouch. Double ouch. That quantity was 1/4 of his initial funds. System, how much would a sect member going from beginning to Foundation establishment with that method earn me? The same as with the previous example. A member starting from the beginning of the Qi Gathering realm with a created method will earn you a cumulative total of 12 sect points upon reaching Foundation establishment. Wait, that answer didn't make sense. System, so I'd lose 13 sect points? For that one member, host would lose 13 sect points. Correct. That qualification at the start of the answer was interesting. Benton was apparently missing something important. System, can I give the same method to multiple sect members? Yes. System, how many sect members can use the same method, and what is the additional cost per member? The sect leader system does not regulate the number of members that may use a cultivation method or technique, and sect points are only charged for the initial creation. That meant that the number of points that he could earn for his 25-point investment was essentially infinite. At a return of 12 points per member, almost everything the third member on earned would be pure profit. Targeting the method to a specific person was cheaper, but it had a much lower profit ceiling. Unless he was bingo on points, why would he ever choose to use that option? System, besides the reduced cost, is there any other advantage to tailoring a method to a unique Qi? A user cultivating a method perfectly suited to their unique Qi aspect will find that advancement between realms comes faster and easier. More power is obtained, and a better foundation is built than if the user had used an equivalent, broader method. Okay, the whole thing was starting to make a lot more sense. If you have an awesome recruit that you want to be ultra-powerful, feed that recruit uniquely attuned methods and techniques. Meanwhile, profit from the sect's rank and file who are stuck using the generic ones. That setup was not as egalitarian as his Earth sensibilities wanted, but according to Sue's memories, that was just the way a cultivation world worked. There simply weren't enough resources for everyone to receive the best ones. And that standard operating procedure really made sense given the numbers that system had thrown at him. 10 points here and 10 points there and 25 over there, and he'd be flat busted in a heartbeat. Waiting a year or two to gain a measly profit of 2 points was just too slow. The other side of the coin was that his sect was going to need protection, and the higher-ranked members were simply going to be better equipped to provide that than anyone else. Benton had no choice but to prioritize talent when it came to spending. System, please continue with the creation process. I choose sliding scale. Any Qi user that has an aspect even tangentially related to fire may use. Sliding scale selection accepted. Please allocate 100 cultivation method creation points in the following 3 categories. Ease Power Foundation. Based on the previous answer, he felt pretty good about what those 3 categories meant. But it was better to make sure, starting with the absolute basics. System, what do these categories actually do? Cultivation methods provided by the sect leader system are, in general, easier to use, produce more powerful results,
and build a stronger foundation than the cultivation methods commonly found on this world. The categories allow the host to add bonuses to each of these categories. Okay, system. What I heard is that my sect member will already be better off than those of other sects just from the base cultivation method, without any of the creation points being used. But you're making the method so overpowered that I can add a bonus to any or all of these categories on top, correct? Yes. Benton asked in turn about each of the 3 categories. Ease was a measure of the difficulty of using a method. A sect member would be able to progress from the start to the peak of each minor realm using a method with ease set to 100, much faster than with a method that had ease set to 0. Power, in the context of the creation menu, referred to how much chi the cultivation method would add to the sect member's pool with each advancement, and how much the method would increase the strength of the sect member's intrinsic chi aspect. Foundation was a measure of the stability of cultivation, developed by using a method. A sect member would be able to break through from the peak of a minor or major realm to the next, using a method with foundation set to 100, much easier than with a method that had foundation set to 0. All 3 categories were important considerations for a cultivator, and the fact that Benton could determine how much weight to give each was amazing. He thought he understood the 100 points as well, but wanted to make sure. System, please elaborate on how the points are distributed and what the exact impact of those are. Cultivation method creation points allow the host to customize a cultivation method to fit the sect's priorities. If the host desires a method that is balanced between the 3, set 2 categories to 33 and the third to 34. If the host prioritizes cultivation speed above all else, set ease as the highest of the 3. Likewise for power, if strength is desired above all else. And foundation, if advancement to the next major realm is all important. That explanation really clicked with Benton. He'd really need to think about what was most important to him. Did he need his members to ascend the realms as quick as possible, or to be able to easily defeat opponents of the same realm? Or was increasing the height the members could eventually reach the most important criterion? System, please set foundation to 50, power to 25, and ease to 25. Cultivation method. Creation point allocation selection accepted. Please provide a name for host's cultivation method. Ugh. Benton hated naming things. System, please name the method the supremely ultimate heaven-defying blaze of glory, but for test purposes only method. Name accepted. Congratulations, host, on the creation of the supremely ultimate heaven-defying blaze of glory, but for test purposes only method. Would host like to create this method for 80 sect points? Yeah, that was a hard no. Still, he wanted to make sure he understood the process before he officially declined. System, could you display the calculation method used to arrive at 80 points? Applicability set to sliding scale, all chi aspects even tangentially related to fire. Initial value equals 20 sect points. Sect point factor equals 4. Total sect points equals 20 times 4 equals 80. Good. He'd successfully grokked the explanations. Perfect. System, I do not want to create this method. Please delete it. Decision not to create the cultivation method accepted. Host has 100 sect points remaining. That was fun. Benton couldn't wait to see what was next. Chapter 5. Perk Up. When Benton was thoroughly satisfied that he understood everything important and pertinent about cultivation method creation, he moved on to techniques, and found out that the process for those didn't vary much from what he'd already learned. The multiplier for the techniques realm matched the one for methods, and he had to specify the applicability and allocate 100 creation points in the same manner. The only differences were the costs, and that he had to also specify what skill or ability he wanted the technique to impart. A technique tuned to a specific aspect cost 3 points, and returned 4 upon the sect member reaching mastery, while one created for the broadest scope of members cost 10. Since Sue's memories told him that cultivators could learn multiple techniques per realm, and that advancing them was typically accomplished much quicker than moving between major realms, Benton was enthusiastic about the prospect of making lots of points off techniques. Not only were they profitable, but they were also quite flexible. Want to learn parkour? There was a technique for that. Turn invisible? Use a technique. Fly? Turn your fist into iron? Create a poison mist? Yep, use a technique. Granted, those abilities were dependent on being a high enough realm, but the possibilities were seemingly only limited by the imagination. System, he said, after he finished his perusal of the technique creation menu. Please bring up the status screen again. Sect name, not chosen. Sect members, 0. Sect points, 100. Shop points, 0. Host cultivation, none. Host techniques, none. Menus, cultivation method, technique, quest, perk, advancement, shop, locked.
Thanks.
Now please let me see the next one on the list, the quest menu. Welcome, host, to the quest menu. Host has 3 open quests. Host has 0 completed quests. System, please display open quests. Found a sect quest. Prerequisites, sect name selected. Minimum of 1 disciple. Sect land. Claimed reward, shop unlocked. Recruit, first disciple quest. Prerequisites, none. Reward, 5 shop points. Recruit additional disciple. Quest. Prerequisites. Recruit first disciple. Quest complete. Reward, 1 shop point. Special, repeatable. None of that sounded terribly difficult. He just hoped that later quests might provide greater rewards. System, how is the term disciple defined? A disciple is a chi user who has accepted host as master and who has committed to becoming a sect member once the sect has been created. Becoming a sect member automatically fulfills the requirement to be a disciple. All right, if you grokked that correctly, a disciple was simply a sect member before the sect was actually created. Time for the good stuff. It had been all he could do to not skip ahead in the order. System, please display the perk menu. Welcome, host, to the perk menu. Host has 5 perk points available. Selecting any perk from the list below uses 1 perk point. Using additional perk points on the same perk increases the potency of the perk. Please choose from the following list: Auspicious Encounter, Advantageous Starting Location, Enhanced Body Cultivation Power, Enhanced Cultivation Power, Enhanced Physical Senses, Enhanced Spiritual Senses, Enhanced Technique Power, 5 equipment points. Hide Cultivation Regeneration. After looking over the list, Benton was completely dismayed. There were simply too many incredible choices, and he could only choose 5. Worse, if he chose the maximum number of different perks, that decision meant that he missed out on the opportunity of supercharging any of them. System, will I ever be able to gain more perk points? Perk points are extremely rare, but several quests offer them as rewards. Benton sighed. That was something, at least. He began questioning the system on each of the entries. The auspicious encounter would guide his path to 1 or more potential high-value recruits. He'd still have to do the work to get them to take him as a master, but choosing the perk was the only guarantee he had of finding a foundational sect member who would have the good enough spiritual roots to compete in a brutal cultivation world. It was almost a must-have. Likewise, advantageous starting location seemed too valuable to pass up. Choosing it would cause the system to guide him to a good place to start his sect, one that was in a high chi location with good resources, but not near any rival sects. Finding such a sight on his own would be like looking for the proverbial needle in a haystack. The 3 perks that enhanced his personal power all sounded good on the surface, but it went against his entire reasoning for choosing the sect leader system in the first place. While it was important for him to have an appropriate level of personal power, his plan was to build up his sect members, not himself. After a moment's thought, he removed all 3 from consideration. Enhanced physical senses simply made his 5 senses better, which seemed maybe a little bit useful, but just wasn't on the same level of some of the other choices. It took little thought to discount it. Enhanced spiritual senses was a completely different story. At first glance, it felt like it fell under the category of not enhancing his own power, but as he read on, his eyes widened. To begin with, the perk gave him a personal skill that would help immediately: the ability to sense spirit beasts at a far greater range than his cultivation level would normally allow, which meant he could likely avoid potentially deadly encounters with one well above his level. More importantly, though, the perk gave him the ability to see the exact cultivation realm, chi aspect, and spiritual roots of any person, and the techniques of a cultivator at a lower cultivation realm than him. Without it, he would have no ability to make full use of the system's cultivation method creation and technique creation. It was the first absolute must-have. The 5 equipment points allowed him to choose pieces of equipment much like he was choosing perks, and honestly, his inclination was that any permanent change to his fundamental skill set vastly outweighed the transient power provided by equipment. On the other hand, Benton was stuck in the middle of a dangerous forest without so much as a sharpened stick to his name. He didn't even have a sack or water skin with him. What benefit would a good starting location or any of the other perks be if he died before he reached civilization? In contrast to enhanced spiritual senses, he immediately saw the value of hide cultivation. His grandson's stories were filled with tales of characters using such a cheat ability to hide from their higher-realmed enemies. It was such a stereotypical protagonist skill that it would be difficult not to take it. At first blush, regeneration was similar to hide cultivation. What self-respecting isekai protagonist didn't have the ability to regenerate? Once again, Sue's memories disagreed. Cultivators already possessed bodies that were difficult to kill, and the right pill could heal any injury. Basically, a cultivator would eventually recover from any injury not severe enough to immediately end one's life, as long as he had the appropriate resources available. System, what exactly does regeneration do? Regeneration allows the host's body to heal all injuries at double the host's natural rate. The rate scales with other increases, such as gains from spiritual and body cultivation. If Benton was reading that explanation correctly, he'd heal injuries in half the time. But it wasn't like the perk was so overpowered he'd see his skin immediately reform. And though it was nice that something like a brain injury would definitely heal over time, pills existed that would do the same thing. Regeneration was definitely a nice thing to have, a really nice thing to have, that he wanted. But he felt that it wasn't a true game changer. System, please give me auspicious encounter, advantageous starting location, enhanced spiritual senses, and hide cultivation. 4 choices were accepted. Host has 1 perk point remaining. Honestly, all 4 were candidates for supercharging, and he went back and forth over making the call to designate the final point to do just that, for each of them. Whenever he got close to pulling the trigger, however, a nagging thought about the benefit of equipment stopped him. On one hand, equipment was temporary, unlike the permanent benefit that all the other perks offered. Not to mention that Sue's bare hands were weapons. Benton wasn't a cultivator, though. He was a 60-year-old middle manager. The idea of taking on a lion or tiger or bear or whatever, without even crafted wood and steel to face it with, was frankly terrifying. His immediate survival trumped all concerns for the future. At peace with his choice, he said, "System, assign the last point to 5 equipment points." Host's final choice was accepted. Host has no more perk points remaining. Host has 5 equipment points available. Selecting any piece of equipment uses 1 equipment point. Using additional equipment points on the same piece of equipment increases the durability, power, and/or performance of the piece of equipment. Please choose any piece of equipment. Benton had honestly expected a list, just like last time, but the system apparently wanted him to use his imagination. System, please give me a Lockheed Martin F-35 Lightning II. No. Oh well, it was worth a shot. He had no idea what he'd do with such a thing anyway, considering that he had no idea how to fly a single-engine Cessna, much less the most advanced fighter jet in the world. In his old word, anyway. He'd taken a couple of his grandsons to an air show, though, and had been completely blown away by how fast and agile those aircraft were. An AK-47 with 100,000 rounds of ammunition? No. Host will please confine requests to equipment appropriate to a cultivation world. How about a defensive treasure of some kind that would protect me from all attacks? Host is selecting a perk, not a world-breaking cheat for Host's current rank. No. Okay, then how about a ring, or something that transforms into any weapon that I desire? Selection would cost 5 equipment points. Confirm selection? Yikes. All 5? Probably not worth it. System, please describe the type of sword I could get for a single equipment point. A single equipment point purchases a sword of any regular type, as specified by the host. Sword will be made of standard cultivator materials, as crafted by a master blacksmith. Sword will be strong enough to oppose foes through the peak of the Foundation establishment realm without taking damage. Sue's instincts told him that a sword of that quality would be both valuable and hard to obtain through other sources without the backing of an existing sect. Benton felt better about his decision to choose the equipment perk. He just had to decide exactly what to purchase. Sue's memories were chock full of experience with the sword. Thousands of spars, hundreds of battles. If Sue were in charge, he would have chosen one in an instant. Benton wasn't sure. With the ability to learn sword fighting using sect points, he wasn't worried about the skill needed to wield the blade. But to him, swords were great for use against other cultivators and for making him look cool. He definitely wanted one eventually. Though his newly granted enhanced spiritual senses didn't ping on any spirit beasts nearby, it still seemed to him that he was much more likely to be facing such encounters in the near future than other cultivators. And for keeping claws and jaws away, something really long just seemed like a far superior choice. System, please give me a spear. Choice accepted. Host has 4 equipment points remaining. A dark black spear, slightly taller than Benton's new body, appeared right next to him. He had to quickly grab the shaft to keep it from falling. The grain of the wood felt good against his hand. Substantial. Solid. Heavy, too. He didn't know if he could even lift the thing for long periods of time, much less fight with it. Sue's instinct informed him that he'd be fine with a few cultivation levels under his belt. With melee taken care of, that left the need for a ranged weapon, leaving one obvious choice. System, please give me a bow with a quiver of 100 arrows. Choice partially accepted. A bow with a quiver of 25 arrows will be provided. 3 additional bunches of 25 arrows will also be provided. Host has 3 equipment points remaining. Good enough. The bow and arrows appeared on the ground next to him. That pretty much took care of weapons. What next? Rations? Not really necessary, according to Sue's memories. The forest teemed with regular animals, and he should have no problems catching whatever he wanted.
Sue even knew what plants were okay to eat. The pond would provide all the water he needed as long as he had a way to carry it, as Sue's memory assured him that a few cultivation levels would make him immune to any problems that originated from mortal-level contamination. So that left storage. System, please give me a spatial ring. Choice accepted. Host has 2 equipment points remaining.
A pale green jade ring appeared on Benton's finger. Neat. When he tried to store his spear in it, however, he ran into a problem. According to Sue's instincts, he'd need either the ability to manipulate chi outside his body, an ability not gained until the Foundation Establishment realm, or a spirit beast core in order to actually use the ring. Shoot. System, can I return this ring?
Yes.
System, please take back the ring and return my equipment point. Is the host sure that is a good idea? A spatial ring is almost a required accoutrement for a sect leader, and the ring provided far outshines that which would be found on the fingers of most leaders of even medium-sized sects, able to hold the volume of a small house. If host wishes to have a ring that host can use immediately, investing another equipment point can provide that feature, along with greatly increasing the ring's storage capacity. Benton rubbed his chin a couple of times. He hated using 2 points on a single piece of equipment when there were surely other things of use that he could buy. But how was he supposed to carry all that stuff if he didn't have a storage ring? Maybe some kind of spatial pouch? But that wasn't what all the other sect leaders used. He sighed. Sure, why not? In for a penny, in for a pound. Choice accepted. Host has 1 equipment point remaining. Storing his equipment was as simple as directing his desire to do so at the ring, and he spent a few minutes enjoying the novelty of placing and removing items from the ring, including about half the pond. Apparently, the ring's new storage capacity was on the order of the volume of an NFL stadium, one of the bigger ones, like Jerry World. He wouldn't be running out of space any time in the near future. Turning his attention back to the matter at hand, he thought about his next choice. With offense and storage taken care of, he needed defense. And there existed lots of options like talismans, arrays, or an armored robe. He quickly discarded the first 2, as a talisman only offered a one-time shield, and arrays required setting up prior to a fight. Protective clothing seemed like a good choice. Before he could pull the trigger, another option occurred to him. No amount of shielding would guarantee he wouldn't take an injury, and would provide no benefit against poison. No, what he really needed were pills. But using a point for a single healing pill seemed wasteful. System, can you give me a bunch of healing pills from my remaining point? Yes, but that might not be the most advantageous use of a scant resource. Oh, interesting. System, can you please suggest an equipment choice? Host might consider taking a 15-pill assortment. Rather than simply providing contingency against one type of emergency, the assortment contains the potential to benefit in a number of ways. Awesome idea. Let's do that. A drawstring bag appeared in his hand, and directing his new spiritual sense into it, determined it to contain 2 spiritual root refinement pills, 2 chi condensing pills, 6 minor healing pills, 2 major healing pills, 2 poison removal pills, and a single purple venom pill. The assortment was definitely much more useful than just a handful of healing pills. He still got plenty of those, including ones that would cleanse poison and venom from his system. More interesting, though, was the ability he'd gained to increase the value of a recruit's spiritual roots and the ability to speed their cultivation. Heck, he'd even gotten a potent poison to slip into someone's food. He wasn't sure what he'd actually do with that, but cultivation worlds did tend to provide opportunities to use such things. With his equipment selected and stowed, that closed out all the options under the perk menu, leaving him with the final option on the list. System, please open the advancement menu. Chapter 6. Finally, a cultivator. Again. Kind of. When Benton had first seen the list of 6 menus on his status screen, the one that had most excited him dealt with perks. The second most exciting was the one he was about to explore. Welcome, host, to the advancement menu. You have 100 sect points available. Please select one of the following options. Increase cultivation, increase body cultivation, add/modify/increase technique. He'd figured that was the purpose of the menu, and it was good to have his guess confirmed. System, I'd like to increase my cultivation. Host currently does not possess any cultivation. Spend 1 sect point to attain Chi Gathering, Minor Realm 1. Yes, please. Choice accepted. Host has 99 sect points remaining. Sue had been apoplectic at his years of hard work being wiped out in seconds. To go from a respected Foundation establishment cultivator back to a mortal with no cultivation or techniques was a horrible experience. He would have been both disappointed to be right back at the beginning and ecstatic to be on the journey to immortality again. Benton had no such feelings. He'd been a mortal his entire life, and while he could remember having those emotions of dismay like they had been his own, he was more curious about what the change would mean than anything else. Advancing to the first minor realm of Chi Gathering didn't make much of an immediate difference to his body. Using Sue's memories to guide him, he directed his spiritual sense inward. There was definitely a merest hint of Chi in his body that he suspected hadn't been there a moment before. He brought up the relevant part of his status screen to view the change. Host cultivation, Chi Gathering, Minor Realm. 1 Chi available, less than 1. Host, techniques, none. Sweet! He was officially a cultivator. Again. Kind of again, anyway. It was really strange to have memories of 2 completely different people in his head, especially considering how much the perspectives differed. The choices that a 60-year-old middle manager from a mundane world would make were not the same decisions of a teenage cultivator. And that wasn't even taking into consideration that the 2 of them had dissimilar personalities. One set of life experiences kept leading him in one direction, only for a past lesson that the other had learned to pop up and make him question it. He shook his head and refocused on the box. The Chi Gathering realm allowed users to draw Chi into their bodies and use that Chi within themselves to power up specific muscle groups, organs, etc. As the newly displayed Chi Available section indicated, the first minor realm didn't give him much to work with. In fact, even with Sue's expertise to guide him, there simply wasn't enough Chi in his body to accomplish anything. System, I'd like to increase my cultivation. Host is currently at Chi Gathering, Minor Realm 1. Spend 1 sect point to attain Chi Gathering, Minor Realm 2. The fact that it only took a single point to move up to the next minor realm heartened him. Without any disciples, sect points were a critical and irreplaceable resource. That thought brought up an important question, though. How many points should he devote to increasing his personal power? A sect leader was typically one of its most powerful members, and it would be difficult to attract disciples if he couldn't show off a certain level of prowess. And that wasn't even taking into consideration how dangerous simply existing in a cultivation world was. He was somewhat surprised that a horde of beasts hadn't stampeded out of the forest to try to kill him yet. Okay, maybe that fear was more based on his reading stories back on Earth rather than on Sue's actual memories. But there was at least a kernel of truth to the idea. At the same time, he was insistent that he keep his main goal at the forefront of his mind. Every action he took should further the creation of a sect and building up its members. The vast majority of his points should be reserved for that purpose. 90 out of 100 sounded good.
He'd devote 90% to the sect and take the remaining 10 for himself, both with his starting stash of points and with whatever he gained down the road. Was the amount relatively arbitrary? Yes. Did he care? Not really. Sometimes the best course of action was to simply make a decision and move on, especially when presented with so many unknowable factors. Besides, as long as he always kept some points in reserve, it didn't seem too difficult to quickly up his cultivation at a moment's notice. Choice made. His next question was how to spend his remaining 9 points. Increasing his cultivation was an obvious use, but he also needed techniques. Per Sue's memories, each major realm was divided into 9 minor realms, and those 9 were divided into 3 groups of 3.
Going from the first to the second minor realm, or the second to the third, only bumped up the available chi slightly. Jumping between the third and the fourth, however, from one subgroup to the next, was a much bigger jump. System, please spend the point. After dismissing the choice acceptance message, he again pulled up his status. Host Cultivation. Chi Gathering, Minor Realm 2. Chi Available, 2. Host Techniques, none. He quickly spent another sect point to reach the third minor realm, bringing his available chi to 5. That selection was quickly followed by spending another point. Host Cultivation, Chi Gathering, Minor Realm 4. Chi Available, 20. Host Techniques, none. Benton was jubilant to see his available chi jump so high. Sue's memories, taken from when he used to have much higher quantities as a Foundation establishment practitioner, made him scoff instead. Though Sue didn't have access to a numerical value that measured the size of his chi pool, he, like most cultivators, had developed a good understanding of how much they had available versus how much they needed to expend. Sue's memories made Benton think that his chi pool of 20 was enough to battle against low-level opponents, especially considering the vast experience his body had in manipulating chi. System, I'd like to please add a technique. Please specify the technique to add. Something that tells me how to fight with a spear. He wasn't 100% sure about his request. Sue had spent years learning how to use a sword, and Benton had all those memories. Remembering practicing with a weapon was not the same thing as having actually developed those moves and instincts himself, though. Even if he knew, in general, how to use a spear and how to internally manipulate chi to get the best results, he felt no confidence that he would actually be able to fight even the weakest spirit beast, much less a rival cultivator. Benton's thinking was that his safety was paramount. Being confident in how to use his weapon was worth the point expenditure. He could just see dying before he truly got started, because he'd been too arrogant to invest in a crucial weapon skill. It was just common sense to do so. Host currently has 96 sect points. Spend 1 sect point to attain Basic Spear Combat. Small success? A flood of information and memories, though not nearly as intense or as painful as the experience when he'd received Sue's, filled his head. He retrieved his spear from his ring and made a few thrusts. It felt good. He laughed. I know Kung Fu! Small success in the technique didn't exactly make him feel confident to challenge all comers, though, so he spent another point to increase his proficiency in the skill to large success before considering moving up to mastery. Since that level would have taken 2 points, he postponed the move to a later time. Next, he repeated the procedure for his bow, increasing that related technique to large success as well. Those moves left him with 2 points of the 10 he'd allocated left to spend, and his immediate inclination was to use them to increase his cultivation. Before he could pull the trigger on that purchase, Sue's memories triggered Benton to consider an intriguing alternative: body cultivation.
Though knowledgeable about the subject in general, Sue had never had the opportunity to increase his. Body cultivation was, in a word, expensive. Each bath used both alchemical herbs and, for anyone in the qi gathering realm who was not able to manipulate qi externally, beast cores. Multiple baths were required for advancement to each minor realm. Expensive. Benton wasn't faced with the same issue. All he had to do was spend a single point and, boom, he was a body cultivator. It might be better to focus solely on cultivation, but given his situation, the alternative was at least worth consideration. Increasing his cultivation to the 5th or even 6th minor realm would give him a larger pool of available qi, but other than minute increases in speed, strength, toughness, and stamina, it wouldn't greatly expand his capabilities. His survivability would not be all that greatly impacted. He'd simply be able to last longer in a fight or utilize a greater number of moves.
In contrast, body cultivation would literally make him much tougher. Harder skin, more resilient bones, and damage-resistant organs would make him harder to kill. Instead of becoming a fraction of a step faster, as with spirit cultivation, he'd become up to 20% faster per level. It was the same with becoming stronger and having more stamina. All his physical attributes would jump significantly with each level. A low-level body cultivator would trounce a low-level spirit cultivator easily. Of course, that imbalance reversed quickly starting at the 2nd major realm, but it was what happened in the 1st that was relevant for Benton. Considering those thoughts, he really had no choice but to devote his final 2 allocated points for that purpose. After making the commitment to those selections, Benton pulled up his status again. Sect name: not chosen. Sect members: 0. Sect points: 90. Shop points: 0. Host cultivation: Qi gathering, minor realm: 4. Qi available: 20. Host. Body cultivation: bronze, minor realm: 2. Host techniques: basic archery, large. Success. Basic spear combat, large. Success. Menus: cultivation method, technique, quest, perk, advancement, shop, locked. He felt good, prepared for whatever the cultivation world wanted to throw at him. No sooner had that thought passed through his mind than a girl's voice screamed in the distance. Chapter 7. Murder Hobo? Benton rushed in the direction of the scream, his mind conjuring up all kinds of dangers that could be assailing the young lady. Sue's memories, in turn, introduced knowledge of multiple spirit beasts that could mimic such a cry. But Benton dismissed the concern. His enhanced spiritual sense didn't indicate any large sources of qi in the direction he was headed. In fact, it picked up only the vaguest wisp of any. Since the shriek had sounded desperate, Benton threw caution to the wind and began using his qi to speed his running. Sue's memories guided him in directing brief surges to isolated portions of muscles, multiplying the force he applied with each step and propelling him forward. It took a bit of trial and error for him to put the skills that Sue had mastered into practice, but soon Benton was speeding along fast enough to leave Usain Bolt in the dust. The best thing was that he achieved such a fast pace without using all that much qi. A typical cultivator that had only achieved the 4th minor realm of qi gathering would likely still be supercharging an entire muscle or even a whole limb and applying the qi for too long, meaning they'd burn through their meager qi pools fast. In contrast, Benton had the benefit of Sue's many years of experience, and his usage was incredibly efficient, applying just the tiniest bit of qi to the smallest possible area to achieve the result he wanted. He dodged trees and hurdled bushes with a nimbleness like nothing he'd ever experienced. There wasn't even a worry about making too much noise. The further and faster he ran, the more he grew to trust Sue's hunter instincts as they guided Benton to avoid leaves and branches. It was the most exhilarating experience of his life, rushing toward danger, the wind blasting his face, adventure, excitement. Nothing he'd ever done on Earth compared in terms of a pure adrenaline rush. In what he judged to be less than 10 seconds, he crossed the distance of more than 2 football fields through a densely packed forest. Such a feat was, in a word, superhuman, and he'd only just began his journey as a cultivator. Maybe living in a cultivation world wouldn't be as bad as he'd feared. He emerged from thickly packed foliage to find 2 groups of people opposite each other on a moderately wide dirt trail. Facing him were 7 men who all held spears. One stood in front of the others, with his weapon held inches away from a young lady whose back was to Benton. Behind the girl was a young man desperately trying to get up off the ground while holding his hand over his side. The boy was bleeding. The hand was applying pressure to the wound. "System," Benton said in a low voice. "Can you make my spiritual sense read out a status like some sort of identify skill?" "Yes. When host applies host's spiritual senses toward a person, information will be converted to a table." "Thanks, System. You're the best." He directed his spiritual senses at each of the men accosting the boy and the girl. None were cultivators, though the youngest of them, and the one whose clothes appeared more expensive than the others, and whose faces seemed frozen into a perpetual scowl, did have something that contained chi in a pouch tied to his waist. All of them, including the young one, had spiritual roots of either F or F rank, definitely not good enough to join even the weakest sect. Benton quickly dismissed each box as uninteresting. But when he scanned the boy and the girl, his eyes just about popped out of his head. For the boy he got affiliation, none. Age, 15. Cultivation, none. Techniques, none. Spiritual roots, B+. Chi aspect, low viscosity lava flowing down Mount Burning Thunder. The girl was even more impressive. Affiliation, none. Age, 15. Cultivation, none. Techniques, none. Spiritual roots, a chi. Aspect, perfectly smooth ice, balanced on the razor edge of freezing and thawing. According to Sue's memories, approximately 80% of people on this planet would be ranked F-, F, or F+. Another 17% would be ranked across the same spectrum of E. Somewhere in the D rank was where the smallest of sects started to take an interest, about 2% of the population. Of the remaining 1% of people, the C rank, which qualified for at least outer sect membership in all but the most exclusive of sects, took up over 9/10. B was where it started to get interesting. Occurring in under 0.1% of the population, few sects would turn down someone with that kind of potential. And an A rank, even more rare by several orders of magnitude, was usually accounted to be the fetid find of a generation. The chances against randomly encountering a B+ and an A- out in the middle of a forest somewhere, especially when neither had any cultivation and thus likely no prior sect affiliation, was astronomical. That was when it hit Benton. His auspicious encounter. It had to be. Sweet. If the presence of the sneering teen who was going out of his way to fulfill every stereotype of an arrogant young master hadn't already convinced Benton which side of the conflict to take, the high potential of the kids being bullied certainly would have. "You might as well kill me, Fang Wei," the girl yelled. "I will never marry you. Never!" The young master scoffed. "It's too late for that. After my men kill your brother, I'll take you right here. You'll never be anything better than my concubine if I let you live at all.
It all depends on how well you please me. Yeah, no, that was not going to happen. The brother somehow finished staggering to his feet, his movements revealing that he'd been stabbed in his side. Sue's expertise said that the injury didn't look too bad, though, even for a mortal. "Get away from her!" the brother shouted. Feng Wei snarled. "Knock her down and kill him!"
No one from either of the parties seemed to have noticed Benton's arrival. It was time to change that. He cleared his throat. "I'm afraid I cannot allow that to happen." 9 sets of eyes turned to him. Most were confused. The girls held a glimmer of hope. "Jin Feng, kill Yang Ru," the young master said, followed by the guy standing closest to the girl nodding. "The rest of you, kill the interloper." Before anyone else literally could move a muscle, Benton had his spear at the ready and was halfway to Jin Feng. He made it a single step toward Yang Ru before Benton arrived. Not at all used to violence, he did just what Sue had done in so many memories. He manipulated qi in microbursts to his legs and feet and arms, thrusting the spear at his opponent's chest. There was no possibility of the strike being blocked. It was too fast, too powerful. Before Benton even realized what was happening, the black tip connected with Feng's chest over the direct center of his heart, and kept going. Bone shattered. The spear pierced the heart and didn't stop until the tip protruded from Feng's back. Benton pulled. The shaft slid out just as easily as it went in. Feng collapsed to the ground, blood pouring from his wounds. He gasped, unaware that he was already dead. Horrified, Benton felt ill. He'd just killed someone. Everyone else gawked at him. Despite descriptions of corporate life as being dog-eat-dog, nothing had prepared him for something like what had just happened. He literally almost dropped his spear and ran. Only Sue's memories saved him. Killing a man was nothing. A man insulted you? Kill him. A woman disrespected the sect? Kill her and her entire family. A child laughed at you? Kill him too. To do anything else was to show weakness, and in the cultivation world, to show weakness was death. Strong. He had to project strength. That was the way. "Feng Wei, take your men and leave," Benton said. "Swear never to pursue these two again, and I'll let you live." Sue's memories brought up a half a dozen instances where someone in his sect had been merciful and lived to regret it. Or, as was more likely the case, died regretting it. In a cultivation world, showing compassion was the same as showing weakness. Benton understood that thinking, but he couldn't just kill someone for no good reason. He wouldn't. Intellectually, it was all well and good to do whatever you wanted in a world where might made right, but he'd lived his entire life in a world where one got arrested for punching someone else in a bar. The police handled punishment. Anything else resulted in chaos. Emotionally, Benton simply wasn't ready to embrace cultivation world ethics. Feng Wei laughed. After seeing a man slice a hole clean through the middle of someone in a matter of seconds, he laughed. Was the guy insane? He held a piece of paper in his hand, the source of qi from the pouch. A talisman. A low-leveled talisman. Benton didn't even need Sue's memories to guess the effectiveness of the charm. Its minuscule amount of qi was enough to draw the appropriate conclusion. He had to steel himself not to roll his eyes. An arrogant young master indeed. Probably never been told no in his life. Slowly, Benton walked toward Feng Wei. When he drew close enough for his spear to reach, he feinted, quickly darting the tip toward Feng Wei a few inches before drawing it right back. The kid tore the talisman. A qi-filled haze filled the space between the two of them for a moment, before dissipating into nothingness. Talismans like the one Feng Wei used were meant to block a single blow,
giving the cultivator a chance to escape, preferably by using a movement technique. What the heck was the kid's plan? He just stood there like the charm was some kind of ultimate artifact that would destroy all enemies. "Have any more heaven-defying treasures you want to deploy against me?" Benton said. The young master scowled. "Men, kill him! Kill him now!" Benton couldn't believe what was happening. Was the arrogant fool really going to force him to kill every one of them? Conflicted by his earthborn ethics, warring against the reality of his new world, Benton froze. Seeing him distracted, Feng Wei acted. The young master thrust his spear straight at Benton's heart, and once again, whether from the spear technique or from the memory of Sue's hours of practicing and combat, Benton didn't think. He moved. Faster than a snake, the tip of his spear knocked Feng Wei's aside and, before Benton thought to pull back, struck the young master right through the eye, killing him instantly. How much time had passed since discovering the confrontation? A minute? 2? And Benton had killed 2 men in that time, men who, though obviously on the wrong side of the current conflict, would never see their parents again. Even if he couldn't grieve much for the lives of the young people who died in the act of inflicting violence on others, he couldn't help but regret the mourning he'd caused their mothers and fathers and siblings and other loved ones. The other 5 men stopped, tension draining from their shoulders as if puppets with their strings cut as they looked at one another for direction. "Leave this girl and her brother alone," Benton said firmly. "Go back to whatever fly-speck village you came from, and don't ever let me catch you near her again." Sue's memories once again brought up all those memories of his sect members' unfortunate ends after suffering just such a crisis of conscience. But killing wantonly just wasn't something Benton was prepared to do. He just wanted the situation over and done with, preferably with the remaining 5 young men walking away alive. None of the men reacted, either to attack or to retreat. "You 5, Benton said. "I'll put it to you another way. Do you want to die here today, or are you going to peacefully retreat?" They each looked at each other before standing silently for another moment. Eventually, one of them stepped forward, laid down his spear, and cupped his hands. "Esteemed Master Cultivator, these lowly ones are but employees of Feng Wei's family." Benton almost sighed in relief. That start surely would lead to them asking for his forgiveness, followed by them retreating, never to be heard from again. "If these lowly ones return alive and tell the master that his son is dead, not only will these lowly ones be executed in the most painful manner possible, but he will have our entire families killed." The man shivered. "My mom, my wife, my children. I cannot put them through that." "Can't you just disappear or something?" Benton said. "Just never return." "If these lowly ones deserted, that would go even worse for our families. The master will find out. He always does. There is only one solution." Ridiculous. So, unless Benton wanted to go out of his way to track down Feng Wei's family and kill them too, along with whatever retainers got in his way, he would be forced to execute these 5 men for the high crime of choosing the wrong boss. In the last several minutes, he'd been forced into actions he didn't want to make. No more. He refused to become a brutal killer. None of the mess the men found themselves in was of his making. They had chosen to accept the pay from the family of that vicious, evil young master. They had chosen to follow orders to accost the siblings. If Benton hadn't shown up, he was positive they would have chosen to do exactly what the wretched bastard had ordered them to do. He was no judge to find them guilty of the crime and carry out an execution, but neither was he under any obligation to absolve them. "You should have thought about that before choosing to follow that asshole. Your family's fate is on your heads, not mine.
Drop your weapons and backpacks and go. Now, or you will be making whatever decisions you have to make without hands." The men complied. Immediately. They dropped everything they owned, save the clothes on their backs, and took off running. Like a zombie, Benton picked up everything the men had left, including what was with the bodies. Backpacks with supplies and bedrolls, tents, pots and pans, weapons, silver coins, everything disappeared into his spatial ring, which was just really a weird thing to do. Back on Earth, he'd never even would have considered robbing the dead or telling his defeated foes to leave their valuables behind. Those were the actions of a thug, not a law-abiding citizen. In Cultivation world, even the resources of mortals could be sold or traded for resources that could aid cultivation. Advancing cultivation was the ultimate goal, the only goal. The act came as natural as breathing. Everything he'd just done felt really weird. On one hand, the earthborn part of him wanted to throw up. In contrast, the part that had been a Foundation establishment cultivator had absolutely no reaction at all. Killing those men was no different than pruning weeds from a garden. He looked at the two kids who he hoped would become his disciples, the ones who'd watched him perform those acts. Both stared at him with wide eyes and indiscernible expressions. At that moment, Benton simply did not care what they thought about him, as they just weren't something he was ready to deal with yet. He needed time to come to terms with executing those two men and robbing, perhaps condemning, 5 others. It wasn't like the kids would be able to outrun him. He'd catch up with them later. His best recourse was to nope the heck out of there in order to regroup, and that was just what he did. Chapter 8. The Path Forward. Equal parts amazed and afraid, young Shu watched as the cultivator disappeared from view. "Did you see that, Ru'er? Feng Wei is dead. He killed Feng Wei. Our nightmare is over. Finally." Her brother tried to hide his dismay from her, but as his twin, she knew him way too well. "What?" she said. "He's dead. It's over." "We can't go back, Shu'er." "Why not? We can live with Uncle." He clenched his hands. Uncle Hai fled. When I told him we were leaving, he started packing almost before the words were out of my mouth. "We can still go back. We have friends. How do you think the Lord Mayor will react when the 2 peasants his son chased return without him? When his son never returns?" "Oh. It's all my fault. Our parents. Us having to flee." "Not that again, Shu'er. I can't. Please. All blame goes to that obsessive idiot Feng Wei. Why couldn't he have just taken no for an answer? I should have used a knife to scar my face. No, Shu'er. Just no." He paused. "I'm going to check the bodies. See if the cultivator left anything we can use." Ru'er sounded defeated, more so than ever, and she could understand that. Their most immediate threat had been miraculously removed, and still their situation had not improved in the slightest. They were still lost, on the run, unable to return home, penniless, hungry. Her stomach growled, and she coughed to try to cover up the noise. She didn't want to put any more stress on her brother. As soon as she'd noticed their rations running low, she'd tried to slip some of her food from her plate to her larger, stronger brothers, but he'd always noticed and given it back. It had been over a day since either of them had had anything to eat. "Any luck?" she said, when he'd finished going to each of the corpses, trying to keep the hope from her voice. The cultivator took everything. He winced. For the first time, Shu noticed the red stain at his side. "Ru'er, you're hurt." "I'll be fine. It's just a light scratch." "Let me look at it. I said I'll be fine." She recoiled back, not even able to recall the last time he'd shouted at her. "I'm sure something will turn up. Our fortunes must be improving, right? Feng Wei's men had just caught us when that man appeared out of nowhere." Things had to get better. They couldn't get any worse. Ru grunted non-committally, clearly discouraged. He'd been her rock throughout all that had happened, never blaming her, always trying to keep her spirits up. If he faltered, she didn't know if she could keep putting one foot in front of the other. No, she would keep going. For him. If she had to drag him after her, she would. She owed him that much and more. It would be better for both of them, though, if she could find some way to cheer him up. "You remember what Mom always said? Good fortune comes in threes. We're owed 2 more miracles. I bet we'll round the next bend and find a boar dead, a fresh kill somehow left behind by whatever killed it. It will be just lying there waiting for you to carve up and me to cook." "Sure, Xue, sure." "I can see it now. Apples will have fallen from the nearby trees, one landing in its mouth, and rice having slipped from someone's pockets into the depression of a piece of bark that looks just like a bowl." "That would be pretty miraculous." He was clearly trying to keep his voice monotone, but the ends of his lips were turning upward. The ridiculous scenario she came up with was working. All she could do was continue effusing. "And did you see that cultivator? How he moved! It was like, boom!" She moved her hand rapidly to the right. "And then, boom!" She moved her hand rapidly to the left. "Do you think he was an immortal? He had to be an immortal, right? To be that fast?" "Sure, Xue, sure." Even running fast away for the sight of the fight, Benton couldn't help but hear the siblings' conversation. They were clearly hungry, which gave him another opportunity to save them, and didn't seem to have as bad an opinion of him as he suspected. Sue would have laughed derisively at the girl's naivete in thinking that he, not even halfway through the very first major realm, was an immortal. Clearly they were not used to dealing with cultivators. That inexperience brought both positives and negatives. Mortals treated cultivators with both respect and fear. They walked the planet like demigods, powerful, capricious, walking, talking forces of nature. A simple farmer had as much control over a cultivator as he did against a storm or a tornado. The only laws that held any sway were those laws that had strong enough backers. If a kingdom had no support from a sect, even its king would be forced to bow to the weakest wandering cultivator who passed through. According to Sue's memories, if he walked up to the mayor of any town who wasn't under a sect's protection, Benton could order him to turn over his daughter, and he would have to. The alternative was for him and his entire family to be slaughtered. The 2 siblings would be no different. If Benton offered to make them his disciples, they would take it as an order. Join or die. Even worse than people who had some idea of the cultivation world, they wouldn't even know what they were signing up for. A sect leader with no sect, no power, barely further along the path of challenging the heavens than they would soon be upon accepting. Approaching them under such circumstances felt dishonest. They would have no basis to evaluate Benton's offer, and yet would feel obligated to accept. Of course, if he didn't make them his disciples, they probably wouldn't be alive in another week. Between their lack of food and the fact that his senses indicated that the path would soon start entering spirit beast territory, they stood no chance. Sue would not have understood why any of those concerns was an issue. Benton was stronger than them. They were mere mortals. He could do anything he wanted with them. They had no rights, not to liberty, not even to life. Benton had to adapt to his new world. Behaving the way that he had back on Earth would get him killed. Again. There were some things about the cultivation world, even some things he found distasteful, that he would have to embrace. For instance, killing. He'd killed 2 people, and perhaps condemned 5 others to the same fate. He should be aghast. Yet he could rationalize his actions.
Benton didn't think he'd ever come to enjoy killing, but he thought he'd be able to accept the necessity. He didn't want to compromise on all his morals, though. On the other hand, the siblings were absolutely the exact recruits he needed to start his sect. Who knew how long it would take him to find any other people at all in the middle of a forest, much less two with such amazing spiritual roots? He'd be a complete idiot to let the opportunity pass him by. He had a lot of thinking to do.
Chapter 9. Two roads diverged into a wood. A heavenly scent wafted to Xianxia's nose. Her stomach rumbled. Am I hallucinating, or is someone cooking a pig? Ru'er sniffed the air and immediately stopped walking. You're not imagining things. She started forward and made it several steps before she noted that her brother hadn't moved. What are you waiting for? Maybe they have enough to share. It's a trap. It must be. Or, it's the second miracle. Xianxia grinned back at him. Come on, silly, let's go. They exchanged glances. Ru'er said that she was being foolhardy, rushing into danger. Shoes told him she'd prefer to die in ambush than to slowly waste away due to starvation. Besides, she refused to give up on her belief that there were still good people in the world. He sighed. Fine. With the smell of a campfire and cooking propelling her onward, the trees and bushes on either side of the trail seemed to fly by, and when she finally rounded the last bend hiding the food from her, it exceeded her expectations by far. A full boar was roasting over a fire with, of all things, an apple in its mouth. A pot of rice cooked to the side. Xianxia froze. Either her second miracle truly was being delivered by the heavens, or someone had heard her earlier comments. In the quiet of her mind, she admitted she sometimes indulged in flights of fancy, but the current circumstances went way beyond the bounds of her credulity. Her eyes darted about, landing on a figure standing still and quiet beside a tree. The cultivator. She immediately cupped her hands and bowed low. Beside her, Ru'er did the same thing. To do anything else risked death. For a moment, no one spoke, until, finally, she said, This lowly one greets esteemed Master Cultivator. A second later, her brother repeated the greeting. Rise, please. Make yourselves comfortable. Lunch will be ready shortly. She again exchanged glances with her twin, hers saying, Does this situation feel as weird to you as it does to me? And his agreeing with hers completely. Two small logs set up in front of the fire were obviously meant to be used as seats, and Xianxia led the way to them and sat. Her brother followed. Hunger gnawed at her stomach, and having food so close to her, meat sizzling and absolutely amazing smells inundating her, was torture. She didn't move a muscle, though. Neither did Ru'er. They kept their posture stiffer than when their grandmother had taught them the etiquette of tea ceremonies. Of course, a misstep with a cultivator would carry a far greater consequence than a hand stung with a switch. While she otherwise didn't move, her eyes followed the man around the campsite. His every movement was personification of gracefulness. Each step he took had purpose. Each flick of his knife carved out a perfectly cooked piece of pork. And soon, a plate of food was set on a stone in front of her. What are you waiting for? Eat! Even without his command, she would have had a difficult time holding back. With it, she abandoned all pretense of reserve, tearing into the meal. When she looked up, her plate empty, the cultivator grinned. There's plenty for seconds, but it might be better to let that rest for a bit. Besides, we have much to discuss. She let out a breath. The man had saved their lives, killed their enemies, and staved off their starvation.
It was time to find out the cost for his largesse. First, let me introduce myself. He briefly dipped his head slightly, showing much more respect than she felt was warranted given the difference in their stations. I am Chao Su, a wandering cultivator of sorts. She wondered at the brief hesitation, but not for more than an instant. If he were giving her a false name, that was his business. It was the siblings' custom to have her take the lead in social situations, and rue when there was danger. So again, she bowed low, a gesture made more difficult by being seated on the log, and cupping her hands. This lowly one is Xianxia, esteemed master cultivator. Her brother introduced himself right after, in the same manner. Obviously, the man said after Rue had finished, I want something from the two of you. Her chest tightened at his words. Beside her, her brother tensed. I suspect I can guess what might be going through your minds at this moment, given your experience with that arrogant young master. I can assure you my intentions are wholly different than that cretin's. What I will request of you is, above all, honorable. The cultivator hesitated for an instant. I wish I could tell you that my request will be less onerous, but I cannot truthfully make that claim. I can say that, should you accept my offer, there will be many benefits to offset the bad. The siblings looked at each other. What is he talking about? Xianxia's look said. Her brother had no idea either. Let me make one thing crystal clear. I am making an offer to you. You may accept my offer or refuse my offer. I know that you saw me kill 2 mortals in cold blood. The man frowned. Honestly, I do not like killing. I especially do not like killing those who are so much weaker than me that they pose no threat whatsoever. I swear to you on my honor as a cultivator that, should you refuse my offer, I will not harm you in any way. I realize, however, that I still hold much of the advantage in making my request. I saved your life. I fed you. You are thinking that each of these actions on my part carries debt. Xianxia nodded almost unconsciously. She and her brother owed the cultivator. Do you, mortals, control the actions of me, a cultivator? Of course not, esteemed master cultivator. To him, they were no more than worms. I did what I did for my own reasons. There is no debt. For you to claim debt is to claim that you control my actions. Do you make that claim? No, esteemed master cultivator, the two said in unison. Good. Xianxia had read many stories of mortals encountering cultivators. Those were mostly fiction and involved the characters being elevated to heights untold. Most real stories involved either the mortals being ignored or coming to a quick and very bad end. None of the stories involved the cultivator carrying on such an unusual conversation. The obvious question that must be on your minds is, the cultivator said, what could I possibly want from 2 lost, penniless, powerless mortals? Xianxia found herself nodding again without having made a conscious decision to do so. He gave them a brief overview of the ranks G through S and how common or uncommon each were. You, young Ru, are a B+. Xianxia, you are an A-, the man said. To make this as clear as possible, you two have extraordinary potential as cultivators. Any sect, barring ones that focus only on specific chi aspects, would take you. Many would immediately elevate you to inner sect members. The siblings looked at each other, shocked. Most sects are made up primarily of chi-gathering and foundation establishment cultivators, as just about anyone can achieve the former, and it doesn't take much talent or resources to break through to the latter. Core formation is where things get difficult. Most D-rank cultivators and a lot of C-ranks hit a bottleneck and never break through. Even A and B ranks aren't guaranteed, but your chances are so high
that it's worth it to a sect to invest resources into you. He paused. Do you understand your value? Though both were stunned, they each bowed in assent. Good, the man said. Now, you're probably wondering how powerful I am. Young Shu had the good sense not to react to that prompt, even though she was dying to know. I am definitely not an immortal. Young Shu's face heated. She was mortified he'd heard her silliness. Simply put, he said, I'm barely further along on my cultivation journey than the two of you are. Only 4 minor realms higher, and you haven't started yet. Despite her best efforts to hold her face expressionless, her jaw dropped. Go ahead, he said. Make your comment. But your speed, esteemed Master Cultivator. How could you be only slightly more powerful than us, who were weaker than the men you killed? That's because I have years of experience in using qi. Up until very recently, I was much farther along on my cultivation journey and had clear skies ahead of me. Unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, my cultivation was reset all the way back to 0 after an encounter with a demonic cultivator. I nearly died, but I later happened upon an opportunity that left me with advantages that, to the best of my knowledge, no one else has. Young Shu's eyes went wide. It was just like something from a story. The man shrugged. Such things happen occasionally. In a cultivation world, anything can and does occur. It is the job of a cultivator to make the best of what they are given, and honestly, what I was given makes the loss of my previous cultivation a small sacrifice indeed. In the short term, however, it is possible, even likely, that the two of you could surpass me in cultivation realm. He took a deep breath. My request to the two of you is for you to join me as my personal disciples. I want to create my own sect, which will both make the most of the new advantages I have received, but also convey some of those advantages to my sect members. Young Shu bowed low. If you will have me, this lowly one will join you, esteemed Master Cultivator. This lowly one will also join you, esteemed Master Cultivator, Rule said. The man sighed. Your reaction concerns me. Are you both too rash? Neither of you considered my offer for a literal second. This is a huge life decision. With an effort, young Shu held her tongue. If there was one thing she'd learned from all those stories, it was that one did not speak back to a cultivator. Speak, child, the man said to her. I can tell you've got something on your mind. This lowly one has nothing to say, esteemed Master Cultivator. You're saying I'm wrong? Fear gripped young Shu's heart. Her tongue, her cursed loose tongue. She'd insulted him. She inched away from her brother. Perhaps whatever energy the cultivator used to scour her from existence would spare her brother. The man sighed again. I swore to you that I would not hurt you. Please believe me, that my honor would not allow me to go back on that vow. Just speak what's on your mind. How is it possible that he really wasn't going to kill her, even after she'd insulted him? In the stories. But she wasn't living a story. She had to face what was actually happening to her. This lowly one apologizes, esteemed Master Cultivator. It's just that these two lowly ones are likely to die on their own. These lowly ones do not know where they are or where they're going, and they don't have the food or resources to continue. What choice do these lowly ones have? Esteemed Master Cultivator is throwing a rope to two who are drowning. If I were to offer to give you rations and set you on a path that wouldn't lead you to sure death from spirit beasts, like the one you're currently on, how would that affect your decision? If these two lowly ones joined you, Rue said, what would be expected? Good. An actual question. Finally. The cultivator smiled. In answer to you, young man, I expect you to cultivate, to learn, to grow strong. You two will become my sect's protectors. I fear I cannot offer you peace. Your lives will revolve around combat. The siblings exchanged a look. I couldn't even protect myself from a single spearman, Ru'er said. How am I supposed to become the protector of an entire sect? You're not, Xianxia said. We are. Together. Her eyes flashed with excitement. Look, the man said. You really have 3 choices. Join me, join a sect, or stay as far away from the cultivation world as you possibly can. If you join me, I will do everything in my power to get you to the nascent soul realm, and even higher if possible. I completely lack in some resources that even the most minor of sects could provide you. But I have other resources I will spend on you that other sects would consider heavenly treasures only suitable for the most esteemed of recruits. If you join some other sect, you'll be given as many pills and cultivation aids as you can use, but the competition will be fierce. You honestly may not survive the experience. But you may not survive protecting my sect either. Your best bet may be to simply find a farm somewhere and try to avoid cultivators until your dying day. Right now, it's like 2 roads are diverging into a wood, and you must choose which to take. And no matter what choice you do make, your lives are forever changed. Chapter 10. Induction. Benton walked far enough from the campsite to give the kids a chance to talk without him listening in. He could have gone only out of sight to give them the appearance of privacy, but he knew both how much he really wanted to eavesdrop on their conversation and how much of a breach of trust that would be. He'd instructed them to yell loudly when they were ready for him to return. That shout occurred way too soon. At first, he feared that something in the forest had approached them and they needed help. His spiritual senses weren't picking up anything like that, though, and after he'd ran back, the kids weren't in active distress. They both got on their knees and kowtowed to him. "Esteemed Master Cultivator," Xianxia said, "please take these lowly ones as your disciples." First of all, Benton said, if I'm to accept you, you have to drop all this third-person lowly ones nonsense. Second, I was barely gone a minute. How could you have possibly come to a meaningful decision that quickly? Esteemed Master Cultivator, we know you are trying to make sure that this choice is a considered one, but we truly believe it to be the best for us. A sect where we have high potential but no backer is likely to turn into a bad situation. Jealous nobles would make our lives miserable if nothing else. That point was a valid one. And knowing that it's possible for us to achieve power for ourselves so that no one like Feng Wei can try to control us or do what he did ever again. We want that power. Xianxia looked at Benton, her eyes pleading. I know you value us, and you've already shown us more goodwill than all but our closest family ever has. No matter what you need us to do, we will do to the best of our ability. Our place is with you. Benton nodded. He could accept that decision. In expectation of a blue screen popping up, he stood there silently for a moment. When nothing appeared, he checked his menu, but found no change to the recruit first disciple quest. Yang Shu, Yang Ru. He met each of their sets of eyes. Congratulations on becoming my first disciples. As relief washed over the kids' faces, he checked the menu again. Still no change. There had to be something he was missing. Sue's memories provided the answer. The Bai Si tea ceremony. Follow me, Benton said. He led his 2 new disciples over to the fire, where he removed from his spatial ring a tea set that he'd taken from Feng's party. Which of you is to be first? The siblings looked at each other and, with nary a word being spoken, seemed to come to a swift decision. I will, esteemed Master Cultivator, Xianxia said. Now that you are to become my disciples, that title is no longer proper. Benton paused. Later, when I have founded my sect leader, sect master, or some combination of that with either Chao or Su would be appropriate, depending on the situation and our relationship at the time. He drew heavily on Su's memories. In the meantime, I do not want to draw undue attention to ourselves once we reach civilization. Given the closeness of our age and cultivation levels, the best form of address for you to use will be Senior Brother Su, or, if you must, Senior Brother Chao. Yes, Senior Brother Chao, the two chorused. He had Xianxia prepare 2 cups of tea, patiently waiting, seated on a log, as she heated the water and steeped it. The society of the world he'd transmigrated to took tea very seriously. When the cups were ready, he had Yang Ru take the position to serve the tea. Xianxia, kneel before me. She did so without hesitation. Tell me, in your own words, why you want to be my disciple. She hesitated only briefly before speaking. Senior Brother Chao, you are the strongest person I have ever seen, and also one of the most honorable. You could have forced the 2 of us to do whatever you wanted. Instead, you treated us with compassion and understanding. If I am to become a cultivator and serve under someone, I wish for that someone to be like you. Yang Ru, please hand Xianxia one of the cups of tea. Benton waited as the boy, using movements that Su's memory found to be mostly acceptable, presented his sister with the cup. Xianxia, if you wish to be my disciple, please signify so by drinking the tea, and then acknowledge me as your master by kowtowing, bowing 3 times, with your head touching the dirt at my feet each time. To Benton's Western sensibilities, what he was asking the girl to do sounded absolutely insane, but Su's memories made it seem like the ceremony was perfectly natural. And Xianxia didn't seem to take issue with anything, immediately complying. When in Rome, once she'd risen back to a kneeling position, Benton said, Yang Ru, please hand your sister the 2nd cup. Following the same long, drawn-out process, he did so. Xianxia, please present the tea to me. Even though Benton had already verbally told her that he would accept her as a disciple, her hand still trembled as she held the cup out to him. It occurred to him that it would take someone who was a serious jackass to reject the supplicant at that late stage of the ceremony by not accepting it, or by not drinking it. Su's memories told him, however, that he had done each of those things at different times. The point in the ceremony at which the rejection occurred sent a message. Of course, every little detail about the entire situation, from how the cup was held to how quickly the tea was drank, to every other possible movement, sent some kind of message or another, according to Su's memories. Benton simply accepted it from her and sipped it calmly until the cup was empty. And that was it. As soon as he finished the tea, a box popped up. The quest, Recruit First Disciple, has been completed. Host is awarded 5 shop points. Host currently has 5 shop points. Benton had to admit that reading that message, completing his first actual system-issued quests, was one of the most satisfying things that had happened to him in either of his lives. As he was reading the system message, Xianxia stood. Her excitement and happiness were written all over her face. Thank you, Senior Brother Chao. No, thank you, Junior Sister Xu. You are officially my first disciple. Now let's double that amount. The siblings reversed positions,
with young Ru preparing the tea and kneeling, and young Shu serving it to Benton. When it got to the part where young Ru had to describe in his own words why he wanted to be a disciple, he said, "Senior brother Chao is strong enough to protect my sister, and has promised to make me as strong as he is. I believe that the senior brother will do as he promised." Young Shu had done almost all the talking up to that point, so it was good to hear young Ru's thoughts. It was a simple yet powerful message. Soon after, the ceremony was complete. The quest, Recruit Additional Disciple, has been completed. This quest may be repeated. Host is awarded 1 shop point. Host currently has 6 shop points.
Benton. Chapter 11. A hitch in the plan. Many parts of the tea ceremony had seemed slow and somewhat boring to Benton. He understood how important such events were in his new culture, and thus to his new disciples, but Sue's memories didn't influence him strongly enough to make it as momentous to him. It was an appreciation that could only be achieved as he gained experience. On the plus side, the length of the ceremony had given him plenty of time to consider his next steps. By the time the system notified him that young Ru was officially an additional disciple, Benton had a game plan ready. He pulled 2 pills from his spatial ring and showed them to the kids. "These are part of the advantage I gained when I sacrificed my cultivation." He felt a little dishonest in explaining his situation in that manner, but since he was nowhere near ready to fully lay out his transmigration and everything else to 2 people he'd just met, it was best to keep things simple. "I now present them to you as an opportunity." The siblings looked at each other, and a silence built. Finally, young Shu said, "Senior brother Chao, what did the pills do?" Benton drew heavily on Sue's knowledge to offer his explanation. "Ah, I'm glad you asked. Methods to improve your innate spiritual roots are extremely limited in both quantity and quality. But this is one of those ways, one that happens to be the most effective known for your cultivation stage. It is quite rare and precious, and it comes with 2 unique conditions for use. First, you may only take 1 of these pills in your lifetime. Any subsequent consumption will damage your spiritual roots, perhaps catastrophically. Second, this pill is only effective if it is taken prior to the start of your cultivation journey. To be very clear, this is an immense opportunity for you, but you do not have to accept it. This pill is so rare that I had never seen one until I acquired these 2. I certainly have not witnessed their impact on anyone using one of them. Typically, though, such pills tend to be painful. Agonizing would probably be a more apt description. The pill will not harm you, will not kill you, but it will likely make you desire such an end, just to stop the hurt. Benton wanted both of his new disciples to take one of the pills, and he knew that his description of the likely suffering involved didn't exactly further that goal. He was honest with them for 3 reasons. 1, it further built trust between them. Were he to just stuff the pills in their respective mouths, they'd have improved spiritual roots, but would blame him for their suffering. 2, it tested their resolve. If they weren't willing to suffer pain to advance, he'd have to temper his expectations for their ceiling as cultivators. 3rd, it just felt like the right thing to do. He'd certainly want to know if it were him. The siblings again shared a glance, their expressions concerned. "Senior brother Chao," young Shu said, "this low. I apologize, but I do not fully understand the benefit of the opportunity you are so generously offering us." Benton almost laughed. In a similar situation back on Earth, one of his protégés would have said something like, "Are you freaking crazy, bro? Why the freak would I take something that's going to hurt? Unless it makes $100 bills rain down from heaven into my pockets. You can take your pill and stuff it." Young Shu's version was much more polite. "The better your spiritual roots,
the easier literally every part of cultivation is. Each cycle will be just a little smoother and faster. You'll gain just a little more from each advancement.
Benton held his thumb and index finger to where they were almost touching. Gaining the next major realm will be just that much more likely. The two didn't look convinced. Your journey to foundation establishment will take thousands of cycles. To get the core formation will take tens of thousands. Even the tiniest of improvement to each cycle will give you a tremendous advantage over the course of your lifetime. Benton paused. I cannot think of a single golden core cultivator that I knew who wouldn't have given just about anything to have the chance to have taken one of these pills. Again, this is your decision. I will understand if you refuse it. You are my disciples either way. Young Shu said, Senior Brother Chao, I want to take... Young Ru grabbed her arm, cutting her off. They looked at each other. He glared at her. She glared at him. Why don't you two take a few minutes to talk amongst yourselves? Benton said. He had something he needed to do anyway. While he understood the process of creating a cultivation method, he'd never actually done it. While the kids were distracted, he wanted to go through the process. A few thoughts brought up the correct menu. Welcome, host, to the Cultivation Method Creation menu. Select Cultivation Realm, Qi Gathering Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, Nascent Soul, Nihility Ascension, Half Immortal, True Immortal, Immortal King, Immortal Emperor, Heavenly Saint, Celestial Being. He quickly selected Qi Gathering. Cultivation Realm set to Qi Gathering. Sect Point Factor set to 1. Select Applicability. Targeted to specific Qi aspect sliding scale. Specify. Any Qi aspect. He selected Targeted to specific Qi aspect, and when prompted, pulled up Young Shu's and set it exactly to that. Targeted to specific Qi aspect. Selection accepted. Specific Qi set to perfectly smooth ice, balanced on the razor edge of freezing and thawing. Please allocate 100 cultivation method creation points in the following 3 categories. Ease. Power Foundation. The allocation decision required much more thought. According to Sue's memory, the advancement from Qi gathering to foundation establishment was greatly impacted by the foundational qualities of the Qi gathering method. Not only that, but building a better foundation in the beginning realms made it easier to advance in future realms. Thus, it was tempting to discount any other considerations and simply put all the points into foundation. After all, the ultimate goal of any cultivator was to become an immortal, and the better the foundation, the easier that realm was to reach. On the other hand, the twins both had amazing potential already. With their talent, they'd likely reach foundation establishment even with the worst cultivation method imaginable, and the system promised extraordinary methods even before any of the creation points were allocated. Sue had obviously not reached high enough in his journey to know everything about the higher realms. But Benton thought it likely that having an absolutely maxed-out foundation versus simply a very good one at the Qi gathering stage was unlikely to provide nearly as much benefit as it would for the methods he'd give them in the higher realms. In their current circumstances, he felt strongly that a huge, immediate boost was much more important than what he suspected would be a minuscule gain later on. He decided to use only 5 cultivation method creation points for foundation. His disciples' immense talent should also allow them to speed through the Qi gathering realm, regardless of how many points he devoted to ease, so he was tempted to minimize that category as well. On the other hand, Benton needed points fast, and he wasn't comfortable escorting his disciples through the spirit beast-infected forest ahead of them until they'd reached at least the 4th minor realm, meaning he really valued speed of advancement.
After deliberating for a couple of minutes, he decided to devote 30 points to that category.
That left 65 points for power, which felt like a good number. Cultivation method. Creation point allocation. Selection accepted. Please provide a name for your cultivation method. Ugh. He hated naming things, and he couldn't just blow it off either. Xianxia would naturally see the name of the method she used. Taking inspiration from the description of her qi aspect, he finally came up with the divine flowing ice method. Was that too overblown, or not impressive enough? He had no idea. It looked like the kid's argument was winding down, so he didn't have time to obsess of it. Moving on. Name accepted. Congratulations, host, on the creation of the divine flowing ice method. Would you like to create this method for 10 sect points? Yes. Yes, he did. Cultivation method created. Host has 80 sect points remaining. The method was created? Where was it? Oh, his ring, obviously. With a thought, he pulled out the newest addition to his storage, a jade slip. He'd been expecting a manual, a nice pen, or quill, or brush, or whatever, on-paper manual. In some aspects, the jade slip was much more impressive and convenient. The knowledge contained within it would be directly transferred into someone's mind, a quick, efficient, and thorough process. There was one huge drawback, though. The usage of a jade slip required external qi. That wouldn't be a problem for a normal sect, as the elder distributing the slips would have been in the Foundation establishment realm at the very least. Benton, though, was barely in the mid-range of qi gathering. He definitely could not manipulate qi external to his body. Well, heck. Chapter 12. The Great Hunt. 2 solutions to the problem of using jade slips occurred to Benton. The first, easiest answer was to simply use sect points to increase his cultivation to the Foundation establishment realm. Of course, that meant either hiding that act from the kids or coming up with an explanation. It also meant that he'd have to help both of them use the slips every time they wanted to refer back to something. Worse, it meant using up a precious resource. It was becoming obvious to him that the system was best utilized by running an actual sect with lots of outer sect members who were cultivating methods produced with wide applicability. Waiting on 2 disciples, no matter how talented, to advance was too slow and didn't return enough profit to even cover for the method they'd need when reaching the next realm. Maybe his idea to create a uniquely attuned method for each of them was a bad idea. He'd already committed to Yang Shu's, though, and it wouldn't do him much good to change course for Yang Ru. Besides, those 2 were the hope and future of the sect. Benton needed to make each of them as powerful as possible, and the way to do that was providing them with an advantage no other sect could possibly give them: a perfectly attuned cultivation method. No, his plan was valid. He just needed to conserve sect points wherever possible until he found the dozens of less talented disciples that he needed. That resolution meant that spending the points needed to increase his cultivation was a subpar idea. His second solution was better, but it had the downside of putting him personally in danger. Spirit beast cores could be used to power treasures, formations, and all kinds of other items, including jade slips. He just needed to find a beast and kill it. According to Sue's memories, he should have no problem doing just that. But Benton both was, and very much was not, the man who had taken down scores of such creatures during his lifetime. Unlike the 7 men he'd just faced, who had no superpowers, a spirit beast represented a true death threat. But it also represented an opportunity. A sect would require resources, money. Benton had none. Spirit beast cores were valuable. At some point, utilizing Sue's memories to hunt for some made sense. Given the present need, he might as well get started. By the time he'd finished his internal deliberation, the two kids had finished their discussion and were clearly waiting for him to turn his attention to them. He did so. Young Shu didn't look happy. "Senior Brother Chow," Young Ru said, "I will take one of the pills." "And your sister?" "After me." Ah. She wanted to take it first, but Big Brother was being protective of her. "I see," Benton said. "I am proud of both of you. You have each demonstrated extreme bravery in embracing an opportunity that will probably result in much personal hardship." Both siblings looked pleased with the compliment. "Young Ru, I respect your courage in facing a complete unknown. It is not easy to take a pill not knowing what the result will be." The boy's chest practically swelled with pride. "And young Shu, I find your courage in going second to be, perhaps even greater." "I don't understand, Senior Brother Chow," Young Ru said. "Why would going second require greater bravery?" Benton peered at him in a way that hopefully made him seem wiser than his current body's years. "Is it braver to step first, knowing that you might experience pain, or to step second after witnessing the agony of another?" "I think the latter." Young Shu grinned, her initial anger at going second obviously mollified by the explanation. "I must be off on a hunting trip, and I don't know how long it will be until I return. Hopefully prior to nightfall, but definitely before morning." Benton handed one of the spiritual root refinement pills to each of the kids before pulling one of the mortal spears he'd taken from Fang's party from his spiritual ring and handing it to young Shu. "My spiritual sense shows that the area is clear, so you should encounter no difficulties while I am gone. There exist, however, spirit beasts who may be able to evade my senses," he told young Shu. "Your brother will probably be vulnerable for a time. It is your duty to stay vigilant and to guard him. Understood?" She cupped her hands and bowed. "Good," Benton said. "Do not, under any circumstances, consume your pill until after either I return or your brother has fully recovered from his." "Yes, Senior Brother Chow, I understand." Both of them seemed like really good kids. Benton was beginning to feel true affection for each of them, and felt bad that he was leaving them to fend for themselves. Even the two of them fighting together would stand no chance against a spirit beast. He hesitated for a moment. If he waited until they were both cultivators, they'd be much safer. No, that wouldn't work. He needed the cores in order for them to learn a method. It was a whole chicken-and-the-egg type of situation. He was probably being too much of a worrywart. The kids had survived on their own up until meeting him, and the forest seemed safe. Their camp was far from where he sensed any danger, and Sue's memories doubted that any beasts powerful enough to evade his perception would have ranged so far. Best to just get it over with and return as quickly as he could. Manipulating chi and microbursts to his leg muscles, he sped off. Miles passed like he was driving a car down the interstate as he weaved in between trees and bushes. After a half hour, he'd used about a quarter of his chi pool and still wasn't even breathing hard. Benton thanked his body's previous owner from keeping it in such good shape. He needed to be careful to keep a large chi reserve, though. If it ran out in the middle of a battle, he'd be dead. Luckily, he sensed a spirit beast nearby less than 5 minutes later. A rank 1. Perfect. The way Benton understood beast rankings from Sue's memory was that rank 1s corresponded roughly to the low realm of chi gathering, so minor realms 1, 2, and 3. Rank 2 encompassed the mid-realm, 4 through 6, and rank 3, the high realm, 7 through 9. Ranks 4, 5, and 6 followed a similar pattern for the Foundation Establishment realm, and so on. Su's instincts told him that, with his experience using Qi, Rank 1 beasts should present no challenge, and Rank 2 beasts would be doable. For Rank 3, it depended on the beast in question. Any higher than that was almost guaranteed to result in Benton's defeat. He also needed to watch out for beasts that fought in packs, like wolves. The target near him was exactly what he needed. Its signature was about as weak as a Rank 1 could possibly get. Time to act. Trees and bushes crowded close to him. Unless the beast happened to be in the middle of a clearing when he found it, he'd likely end up being quite close to it before laying eyes on it. So his bow was unlikely to be the best weapon for the task. He pulled his system-bought spear from his spatial ring. After ensuring that his own Qi signature was completely concealed, Benton circled around the location where he'd sensed the Rank 1 spirit beast's Qi so that he could approach it from downwind. Using Su's memories of moving stealthily, Benton crept forward without making a sound. His heart thudded hard against his chest. He stopped for a moment to calm himself. By approaching through dense foliage, it was unlikely that the beast would see him before he got close enough to it to strike fast, and his other countermeasures had eliminated the creature sensing him by Qi, smell, or sound. According to Su's memories, Benton was powerful enough to take on even a peak Rank 1 beast straight on. Considering that he was doing his utmost to give himself the advantage of surprise, the battle should be easy peasy. No matter how much he tried to assure himself of his supremacy, he couldn't help but feel a sense of trepidation. Fighting animals with just a pointy stick was no joke. Fighting superpowered animals with just a pointy stick seemed like a monumentally bad idea. Benton had superpowers too, though. He remembered the speed and accuracy of each of his strikes against the 2 men he'd killed. His spear penetrated bone like a hot knife through butter. He was powerful and competent. He could do it. He had to do it. Quickly and silently, he advanced. Per his senses, the beast was close. 10 yards. He advanced further. 5. Benton heard leaves rustle on the other side of a tree. He peeked his head around. There, on the ground, was a squirrel. A Rank 1 spirit beast squirrel, but still a squirrel. Before he even had a chance to think about it, he charged full speed around the tree. The squirrel barely had a chance to see him before he was upon it. His spear darted forward. The squirrel tried to dodge. It failed. And just like that, the great hunt was complete. Benton burst out laughing. "I am the mighty killer of squirrels! Fear me!" Between his enhanced spiritual senses and Su's memories, finding the beast's core was trivial, and he deftly cut into the tiny body and removed the pea-sized sphere. "One down. It would be nice if I could give each of the kids their own, though. And maybe one for myself, just in case." He hadn't been gone for long. Surely the kids were okay. They could wait long enough for him to continue his hunt.
Chapter 13.
A boring wait? Young Shu stared after her new master. "Did you see that, Ru'er? One second he was just standing there, and the next he'd disappeared. Do you think we'll really be able to move that fast?" Her brother shrugged. Ru'er was the only family she had left, and she loved him dearly, but he'd never been much of a conversationalist. "No time like the present to get started. You ready to take that pill?" "Listen, Shu'er, I've been thinking. Maybe you should go first." Her brother was also one of the most frustratingly stubborn people she'd ever had the misfortune to encounter. He'd spent a good 20 minutes arguing with her, insisting he should be the one to take the pill first, and the entirety of his reasoning had been that it was his job to protect her. She didn't want or need his protection, but to keep the peace and not keep her master waiting, she'd acquiesced. After that ordeal of getting their order decided, there was no way she would give in again, especially not after her master had complimented her bravery. "No," Xianxia said. "We discussed this and we agreed. You are going first. Period." Over the next several minutes, he tried to get her to change her mind, but she stood firm, not giving an inch. Eventually, he gave up. "Fine," he said. "How should we do this?" "You should sit somewhat near the fire, close enough that it can provide some protection if anything attacks us, but far enough away that it isn't causing you discomfort." The weather was nice, a pleasant temperature with just a hint of a breeze, so the fire had only been needed for cooking. Her real reason for wanting him a decent distance from it, however, was to avoid the danger of him falling into it if he had a bad reaction to the pill. He chose a spot about 5 feet from the fire. "Hand me one of those water skins." "Sit first. I don't want you to hurt yourself if you fall unconscious or something." He grunted before sinking to the ground. She retrieved the skin. Before she handed it to him, she paused. "Maybe sit in a lotus position." "Why?" "That's how the cultivators in the stories sit," she shrugged. "Maybe it helps?" "Fine." After assuming the position and getting the skin from Xianxia, he held the pill in his other hand, clearly hesitating. "We don't have to do this," she said. "I believe Master when he said we'd still be his disciples." "I have no choice. Our new master is counting on me to protect the sect. Our parents counted on me to protect you, but I was not able to. I need strength." Before Xianxia could object, Ru'er popped the pill into his mouth, took a swig of water, and swallowed. That was so like him, the stubborn idiot. Concerned, she watched him, and at first he was visibly nervous, fidgeting, body rigid. But after a few minutes, he calmed down. "Feel anything?" Xianxia said. Ru'er shrugged. "Maybe it doesn't work." He frowned. "Maybe it was just a test." Xiangshu's inclination was to rush to her master's defense, but she checked herself. Instead, she took a moment to truly consider the situation. "I don't think it's a test," she said eventually. "Esteemed Master Chao went through great effort to build trust with us by explaining everything in detail and making sure that we didn't make a rash decision. Testing us by giving us a pill that doesn't work would destroy that trust." Yang Ru grunted. "Besides," she said, "why would he make such a big deal about me watching over you if it were just a test? Not only that, but the test would only be for you, as I'd see that the pill had no effect." Yes, she was positive that she was correct. "No," she said. "He clearly expected this to work and for you to be incapacitated." Ru'er grunted again. "Maybe the pill just doesn't work instantly." She sat, settling in to wait with her brother. About 20 minutes later, he tensed again. "What?" she said. "Did something happen?" He touched his lower stomach. "There's something tingling here. It's faint, but it's definitely there. Maybe we got lucky, and all the pill does is make you tingle. The master wasn't sure that there would be pain." They weren't lucky. Over the next 10 minutes, the tingling turned to discomfort. Over the next half hour after that, the discomfort turned to burning, and the burning to pain. Ru'er at first tried to ignore it, to remain his normal stoic self. Soon, though, he was clutching his stomach, bending and contorting as if some position might cause some relief to the pain. He spent almost an hour literally writhing in agony on the ground before mercifully passing out. It was hard for Xianxia to watch, and there were times when she began to question her master. Was the pill actually harmless? Would it kill Ru'er? She was so intent on watching her brother that she didn't notice the rustling in the leaves until it had gotten quite close to the campsite. Benton stowed his latest core, a rank 1 and its former body, a rabbit, in his spatial ring, where it joined 2 squirrels and a rat that was bigger than a beaver. None of the battles had been difficult. In fact, he was having fun. Hunting spirit beasts conveyed a host of positives. The cores were both useful and valuable. The combat experience proved beneficial in integrating his earthborn consciousness with his new body's knowledge, and according to Sue's memories, consuming the flesh of the creatures would speed up the kid's cultivation, if only by a tiny amount. Best of all, his incredible spiritual senses allowed him to avoid any dangerous beasts and prey on the weakest creatures, making the entire endeavor much safer than he'd anticipated. As advantageous as the trip was, he'd been gone from the campsite a couple of hours at that point, and it was time to return. He started the journey back, whipping past trees and over bushes. Soon his senses detected a beast, a rank 2, and it was much closer to him than it should be, meaning it must have possessed a method to conceal its presence from his spiritual sense. An ambush predator. Sue's memories told him that such beasts were typically on the weaker end when it came to actual combat, relying on a devastating first hit being possible due to the advantage of surprise their stealth abilities gave them. Being able to sense its exact location and instead surprise it should make it an easy victory. Cores rose exponentially in value with their rank, and both a bit of greed and the challenge of taking out an opponent with a higher cultivation level than his previous targets convinced Benton that hunting it was worth his time. Besides, he'd only been gone a couple of hours. The kids were probably fine. What could go wrong?
Xianxia bolted to her feet and grabbed her spear.
Someone or something was nearby, and she was positive it wasn't her master. He moved almost silently, and whatever was approaching made a lot of noise. With Ru'er incapacitated, it was up to her to protect him. The noises were coming from her left on the other side of the nearly extinguished fire, and she moved in that direction. She had to keep whatever it was focused on her so that it didn't go after her vulnerable brother. Ru'er was going to absolutely hate that she was the one protecting him. She grinned in anticipation of how much she'd tease him about it. They'd both be old and gray before she relented, if either of them survived the next few minutes. Maybe she was being a bit too pessimistic. There was no proof that whatever was making the noise was hostile or dangerous. Her master had declared the area clear of spirit beasts, so it had to be some type of normal animal. It could be a deer or something fluffy and friendly. Her fear was that the most hopeful outcome would not come to pass. As the beneficiary of 3 miracles, her master saving them from Feng Wei, providing them a feast when they were about to starve, and finally accepting them as his disciples, she had no call to believe she was due any more luck. And she was right. A large grayish-brown boar with long, sharp tusks broke through the bushes. The animal was absolutely huge, about 3 feet tall and 5 feet long, and outweighing her by over 100 pounds. Not the end of the world. She could deal with an overgrown pig. Her parents hadn't liked the idea of her going into the forest around their village, so she'd never encountered a wild boar. She had been taught what to do, though. Unlike in most of the stories she read, boars didn't attack on sight for no reason. As long as she kept calm and backed away, it should just go away. The important thing was to not make it feel threatened.
"Nice piggy," she said in her friendliest tone as she took a slow, measured step back. There. No reason for it to attack. She was being calm and friendly. Only one protecting its young would be aggressive in such a situation, and behind the boar, there was more rustling. Her eyes shot to the disturbance. 2 small boars stepped out behind their mama. Shoot. The mama boar charged. Something so big shouldn't be able to move that fast, but it absolutely did.
The tusks filled her vision. She was facing death. Xianxia barely had time to think. Dodge. Stay on her feet. Don't strike the tough head. Aim for vitals just above the front legs. She stepped out of the way just in time. The wind from the creature's passing ruffled her blouse. There was no chance for her to even try to strike the boar with her spear. The animal slowed and turned back to face her. "Nice piggy. I swear I mean neither you nor your babies any harm." The boar charged again. It was harder to convince than even her brother. Xianxia was ready. Having faced those tusks once already made them just a little less scary. When she dodged, she kept the spear at the ready. The boar missed. Barely. She struck. The boar let out a high-pitched squeal. Success. Partially, anyway. The wound was higher and farther back than it needed to be. It stopped and turned again. The injury Xianxia had inflicted only seemed to make it angrier. Another charge. Xianxia set her feet, ready to move at the last instant, and focused on her spear. The boar neared. Xianxia moved. She struck with all her strength and had the haft ripped from her hands. The tip stayed in the boar's body, right above the front leg. When it stopped next, its turn was lethargic. Blood gushed from the new wound. It charged again, but it was too slow, listless. Xianxia easily dodged. After 2 more iterations, the boar fell over, dead. The 2 babies rushed off into the woods. Xianxia collapsed to her knees, breathing hard. And that was how her master found her a few minutes later, when he just appeared from the between 2 trees without making a sound. He studied her for a moment and said, "Had a boring wait?" Xianxia froze. The way her master had phrased his question sounded off. It couldn't be because she'd killed a boar, could it? Her master wouldn't make a pun that bad. Would he?
Chapter 14. Cultivating Disciples.
Benton scratched the back of his neck. That pun had been bad even for him. Greg would have both hated and loved it. A pang of regret flooded Benton at the prospect of never seeing any of his grandchildren again, but he quickly brushed it off. They'd be fine without him. Xianxia and her brother would have died if Benton hadn't been there to save them. Of course, she almost died because he left her alone, too. He'd never even considered something as mundane as a boar as being dangerous, and hadn't realized that his spirit sense didn't work on them because they had no chi. His only solace was that she'd be outclassing those types of threats very soon. Even getting to the second minor realm of chi gathering with a fighting technique under her belt would give her enough power to not worry about any mortal animal. "Disciple greets Senior Brother Chow," Xianxia said. "How's your brother?" he said, turning toward the prone figure near the fire ring. Answering the senior brother's question, Disciple Yang Ru experienced a lot of pain and fell unconscious. He hasn't moved much since then. She sounded concerned. Benton almost asked her to dial back the formality, but Sue's memories objected. The culture of his new world held such conventions to be important, and trying to bypass them would do more harm than good. He just needed to get over his sensibilities. "I see," he said. He pulled up Yang Ru's status. Name, Yang Ru. Affiliation, host's disciple. Age, 15. Cultivation, none. Techniques, none. Spiritual roots, A. Chi aspect, low viscosity lava flowing down Mount Burning Thunder.
One data point, his name, had been added, and another, his affiliation, had been changed. The third difference was the most significant, the one Benton had hoped to see. Yang Ru's spiritual roots had increased from B+ to A-.
The pill worked, Benton said before relaying the exact results. The worst of the effects should be over. With luck, he'll mostly sleep until he recovers. He looked at her expectantly. Senior Brother Chow, should I take my pill now? Benton raised his eyebrows. You watched what your brother endured, and you still wish to take it? Why? Senior Brother Chow, I don't want to let my brother down. I don't want to let Senior Brother Chow down. He would have preferred to hear a reason that was more centered on the benefits to herself, but it wasn't like the pill would damage her. It would, in fact, do her a lot of good, and using it made sense. As long as she had some personal rationale for proceeding, he wouldn't try to stop her. Very well, he said. Do as you wish. While she prepared herself, Benton flitted quickly around the campsite, stowing both the cooked boar and the one young Shu had slain in his spatial ring, as well as cleaning dishes in a nearby stream and other such tasks. Too soon, she was ready to take the pill. Benton regretted his decision not to intervene almost as soon as she'd swallowed the darned thing. Watching a 15-year-old kid suffer so much was one of the worst experiences of either of his lives. It was a huge relief when she finally succumbed to the pain and fell unconscious. The pill had worked just as well on her as on her brother, increasing the quality of her spiritual roots from A to A. Hopefully, that gain would make all that suffering worth it. After setting up 2 of the tents he'd taken from Fang's men and laying down bedrolls inside, he settled in for a long wait. Young Ru, slightly sore but otherwise none the worse for wear, woke just as night was falling, and Benton fed him. After attending to bodily functions, the kid went right back to sleep. A few hours later, young Shu woke and basically followed suit to her brother. Benton dozed until sunrise, when he began preparing for the day. First, he used his menu, spending 10 sect points, leaving him with just 70, to create young Ru's cultivation method. It was the same as young Shu's, except being named the Divine Flowing Fire method and attuned specifically to young Ru's chi aspect. That task accomplished, he made breakfast, warming up slices of the spit-roasted boar and cooking more rice. The smells did the trick, and soon both the kids emerged from their tents. Good morning! Disciple greets Senior Brother Chow, young Shu said. Young Ru echoed the same right after her. Are you two feeling okay? Any ill effects from the pill? After receiving replies that both contained way too many words and were way too polite, assuring him they felt as fit as fiddles, they all ate. Are you two excited? Benton said. Today, you become cultivators. Their eyes both went wide. He removed the 2 jade slips from his spatial ring and held up one of them. Young Shu, this is the Divine Flowing Ice method. It will be your cultivation method. He handed it to her, before repeating the process with young Ru. Benton pulled 2 rank 1 beast cores from his ring and again held one up. This is a beast core. He explained that, since they could not yet manipulate chi external to their bodies, they needed a source to do so. Simply hold both the slip and the core in one hand and concentrate on what you want, gaining the knowledge held within the slip. Neither of them immediately took a proffered core from him, instead looking at each other. You can do this one at a time or both at once, he said. I have used jade slips and seen them used many, many times. Having information injected directly into your brain feels a little weird, but it isn't dangerous or painful. Young Shu was the first to act.
Thank you, Senior Brother Chow.
She practically snatched a core from him and followed his instructions. A moment later, she blinked, looking dazed. See? No pain, right? Benton said.
This lowly. I am a touch light-headed, Senior Brother Chow,
but have experienced no other ill effects.
Frowning, Yang Ru took his spirit beast core from Benton and used the divine flowing fire jade slip. Both kids tried to hand the slips and the cores back to Benton. Keep them. You may want to review the material or something, and you'll definitely need the cores when I give you techniques. He grinned. Now, it's time for you two to become cultivators. Do you have any questions about the methods you just learned? Both shook their heads. When you breathe in, Benton said, small motes of qi in the air enter your body. Without a cultivation method, those motes escape. Mortals do it all the time. The trick is to look inward until you can feel those motes. Once you do, use the technique as instructed by your method to cycle the qi through your body. Complete one cycle, and you'll become a cultivator. He had both of them sit in a lotus position, making themselves as comfortable as possible. Great, Benton said. Get to cultivating. Yang Shu, followed by Yang Ru, closed her eyes. 30 minutes later, she was quite frustrated, but she didn't give up. Less than 5 minutes after that, a blue box popped up. Host's disciple, Yang Shu, has reached Qi Gathering, Minor Realm 1. Host is awarded 1 sect point. Host has 71 sect points available.
Yes! Finally, he'd actually gained a sect point. Go, Yang Shu. Even better, another box popped up a few minutes later with a similar message regarding Yang Ru, leaving Benton with 72 points. He observed the two with his spiritual senses. In Su's experience, an average D+ or C- cultivator was able to complete one cycle in about an hour, but that result was obtained only after gaining experience with the cultivation method. The first cycle was likely to take anywhere from 2 to 5 times longer than that. Yang Shu finished her first in just over an hour. Yang Ru didn't take that much longer. The combination of natural-born talent and a system-provided method perfectly attuned to their respective qi aspects worked wonders. The next 5 hours or so passed very slowly as he watched the siblings cultivate. Yikes, it was boring. Talk about something that was not the most exciting activity imaginable. But after the boar attack, there was no way Benton was going to move a step away from that camp for more than a few minutes. After preparing a lunch consisting of yet more rice and meat from the spiritual rabbit he'd killed earlier, he watched the siblings closely. Yang Shu was the first to complete her latest cycle, and he touched her on the shoulder, causing her to open her eyes. "Take a break and grab some food," he said. About 10 minutes later, Yang Ru finished a complete cycle, and Benton repeated his actions. 9 cycles in just over 5 hours for each of you, he said once they'd all finished eating. That's really good. General practice is to limit sect members to around 10 hours of cultivation a day, and I wouldn't have expected an average outer sect disciple to be able to get in a full 10 cycles on their first day. You've each almost reached that many at the halfway point, each completing cycles in less than a half hour. Well done. Yang Ru simply grunted at the news, but Yang Shu beamed. Thank you, Senior Brother Chao. She paused. Do we have to stop at 10 hours? Benton laughed. Yes, the rule is there for a reason. You can damage your channels by trying to do too much too fast. Until you reach at least the high Qi Gathering realm, you must adhere to this restriction. Yes, Senior Brother Chao, the two chorused. Benton didn't know specifically where his advantageous starting location was located, but he felt what could best be described as a pulling sensation when he faced the northwest. He assumed that was the system telling him which way to go. Unfortunately, his senses indicated that many spiritual beasts resided in that direction. It was time to share his plans with his disciples. The way ahead is dangerous. Even with me protecting you every step of the way, the risk is not worth it for you to travel that path as you are now. At the very least,
I want each of you to attain the 4th minor realm before we depart from this campsite. Understand? Yes, Senior Brother Chow, the two chorused again. For the next several days, Benton said, your only job is to cultivate for around 10 hours a day. Once you break through to the 2nd minor realm, I'll teach you a weapon technique, and you'll be responsible for practicing that for a minimum of 2 hours a day in addition to cultivating. Got it? Yes, Senior Brother Chow. Now, obviously, cultivation takes quite some time, even with how fast you two are, and I'm eager to get on with founding my sect. Benton pulled a chi condensing pill from his ring and showed it to them. Therefore, once you reach the 3rd minor realm on your own, I'm going to give you each one of these. That should quickly bump you up to the 4th minor realm. Any questions? No, Senior Brother Chow. Great. Then what are you waiting for? Get back to cultivating.
Chapter 15. Pressure Points. With not a whole heck of a lot to do other than watch two kids literally sit around, the next 3 days passed slowly for Benton. On the morning of the 5th day, only a couple of hours after Xianxia started cultivating, he got the notification he'd been waiting for. Host's disciple, Xianxia, has reached Qi Gathering, Minor Realm 2. Host is awarded 1 sect point. Host has 73 sect points available. He quickly scanned her with his senses. Name, Xianxia. Affiliation, Host's disciple. Age, 15. Cultivation, Qi Gathering, Minor Realm. 2 Qi available, 5. Techniques, none. Spiritual roots, A. Qi aspect, perfectly smooth ice balanced on the razor edge of freezing and thawing. 5? She had 5 Qi available in her 2nd minor realm? He'd only had 2. Nice. As boring as the process had been for him, it was immensely satisfying to have her make such a huge jump forward. There was no need for him to touch her shoulder to pull her from her cultivation trance. She was staring at him with wide eyes. Congratulations, he said. You have broken through to the 2nd minor realm. Thank you, Senior Brother Chow. He could see the question on her face, even though she didn't ask it. You remember the next part of the method, correct? I need to consolidate my gains, Senior Brother Chow? Let me guess. The method wasn't too specific on how exactly to do that, huh? Xianxia nodded. First of all, you need to meditate, but not cultivate. Whatever you do, do not pull in a single mote of qi. Understood? Yes, Senior Brother Chow. While meditating, you need to do 2 things. 1. Reflect on what you have learned by cultivating, and what reaching the 2nd minor realm means to you. 2. Dive your consciousness inside yourself and study the changes to your body. Explore your lower dantian and the channels your qi uses to circulate. Your muscles are stronger, and your skin and bones and organs have grown slightly tougher. Study how each of these differ from what you remember before. Is that clear? Yes, Senior Brother Chow. Right now, you're feeling agitated, right? Like something isn't quite right with you? She nodded again. After an hour or 2 of meditating like I told you to do, you'll suddenly feel normal again. At that point, you should get up and move around. Run, jump, feel how your body flows. It will feel off at first, but again, something will just click after a while. At that point, your gains will be consolidated, and you can begin cultivating again. Thank you for the instruction, Senior Brother Chow. Despite the formal and exceedingly polite wording, a hint of warmth was evident in her tone. It was hard not to feel for the siblings. They'd apparently lost their parents to a psycho stalker and been forced to run from their village, hounded by the forces of that same psycho.
Benton couldn't imagine one of his children or grandchildren being forced to go through something like that tragedy. If she were to start seeing him as a surrogate parent, he could definitely live with that role. He waited until she had once again fully entered into a meditative trance before beginning preparation for the next phase of powering up his disciples, techniques. His choices were either to have them both learn the spear and supply them with mortal weapons he'd taken off Fang's men, or to give them his only true cultivator-grade weapons, the spear and bow he'd been given by the system. That decision was a tough call, and one he'd been deliberating on for days. Benton hadn't had a chance to use his bow yet, but over the course of his hunt for spirit animals, he'd begun to grow attached to the spear. It was well-nigh indestructible and slid in and out of his kills with incredible smoothness. He didn't know when he might have an opportunity to find anything remotely similar in quality, and didn't relish the thought of giving it up. Honestly, though, his strength didn't matter. Both the kids would surpass him soon. It made sense that the strongest among them should possess the strongest weapons, right? As much as part of him didn't want to admit it, that reasoning was all too clear. He pulled up the appropriate menu. Welcome, host, to the Technique Creation menu. Select Cultivation Realm, Chi Gathering Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, Nascent Soul, Nihility Ascension, Half Immortal, True Immortal, Immortal King, Immortal Emperor, Heavenly Saint, Celestial Being.
He obviously chose Chi Gathering. Cultivation Realm set to Chi Gathering. Sect Point Factor set to 1. Select Applicability. Targeted to specific Chi aspect. Sliding Scale. Specify. Any Chi aspect. That screen represented Benton's first real decision for the technique. He was convinced that young Shu's high Chi availability was almost solely the result of two factors. One, he'd set the power of her cultivation method to 65, and two, her cultivation method was tailored to her specific Chi aspect. Though he didn't know the relative percentages each of those two factors contributed, he was sold on the concept that specific Chi aspect equaled good. For techniques in the Chi gathering realm, Su's memories told him otherwise. In that realm, cultivators were unable to manipulate Chi externally, and the Chi inside their bodies was already converted to their aspect as part of the method of drawing it into their dantian. At foundation establishment and after, a technique being perfectly aligned with one's Chi would assist in converting and controlling ambient Chi. Until that point in cultivation, a technique's aspect simply wouldn't have much impact, though other sects and clans held a different opinion. That conclusion left the lower sect point expenditure as the only benefit of choosing to target a technique to a specific aspect, and making a choice based on that reason alone was so short-sighted as to be completely idiotic. The logic of the decision did not make it any less painful. Dreading all the points that were about to disappear from his total, Benton reluctantly made his selection. Any Chi aspect selection accepted. Please specify what skill or ability the host wishes for the technique to impart. That request was pretty darn open-ended. He willed it to select the ability to use a spear for combat. Skill/ability specification accepted. Please allocate 100 technique creation points in the following 3 categories. Ease Power Foundation. That part of the process was always going to be the most difficult. He stopped to think it over. Ease seemed like the least important part of a combat technique. The speed of learning didn't seem to matter all that much, not compared to power and foundation at any rate. Still, it wouldn't do to have a technique his sect members weren't able to eventually master. Maybe 10 points? 15? Definitely no more than 20. The allocation process was not an exact science by any means. After a moment's consideration, he decided that power would be more difficult to quantify than the last category, so he skipped it for the moment.
Sue's memories indicated that foundation for a technique, like foundation for a cultivation method, contributed greatly to success in the next realm. In fact, the impact was likely even higher for the former than the latter. If that theory were correct, foundation was hugely important, even more so than power at the chi gathering stage. After all, hopefully his sect members would be more likely to have his protection at the beginning, and, since lower realms took less time to go through than higher ones, would probably get in fewer fights. Yes, that answer felt correct. It was much more important to build a proper foundation than it was to attain immediate prowess. More than half should go to that category. Maybe 60 points? Power was still important, however, and the 20 points he had remaining were too few. If he lowered ease to 15, he'd have 25 left. That distribution felt right. He locked it in. Technique creation point allocation selection accepted. Please provide a name for your technique.
That problem again. The Foundational Spear Essentials Technique. Man, that name sounded so completely lame. But screw it, it was descriptive at least. Name accepted. Congratulations, host, on the creation of the Foundational Spear Essentials Technique. Would you like to create this method for 10 sect points? He winced at the expenditure, but chose yes. Technique created. Host has 63 sect points remaining. That task accomplished, he reopened the menu and queued up another technique using similar inputs. The creation of the Foundational Archery Essentials technique left him with only 53 points. Ouch. That total remaining was getting a lot lower than he would have liked. The only good thing was that he could use these two techniques for all his future sect members. He'd still need to create a generic cultivation method, though, at a cost of 25 points. That left him with only 28 points for emergencies and for any necessities that he hadn't considered yet. He really needed to recruit outer sect disciples as soon as possible. Chapter 16. Strength, Weakness, and Technique. Benton's spiritual senses told him that Yang Ru was close to breaking into the second minor realm. Meanwhile, Yang Shu had switched from meditation to running around the campsite, trying to get used to her new physical improvements. It was still short of midday, but with both of them having advanced, Benton needed to sit the kids down to discuss next steps. He figured he might as well get lunch ready, even if it was a little early. Just before the food finished cooking, he got the notification he'd been expecting. Host's disciple, Yang Ru, has reached Qi Gathering, Minor Realm 2. Host is awarded 1 sect point. Host has 54 sect points available. Curious to see if Yang Ru's slightly inferior spiritual roots impacted his qi available, Benton scanned him with his senses and found that the boy had 5, just like his sister. So far, the minor difference in the siblings' root quality wasn't having a huge impact. Without a clock, it was difficult to determine times exactly, but each of the siblings completed a cycle in just under a half hour, though it seemed like Yang Shu did so slightly quicker. Yang Ru had required a few more cycles than his sister to break through, but Sue's memories said that the exact number needed tended to be variable. After congratulating the young man on his breakthrough and explaining the consolidation process, Benton called Yang Shu over, and they all sat down to eat. You both breezed through the first minor realm in half the time it would have taken the average sect disciple, Benton said once they'd finished their meal. Well done. Both siblings looked pleased at the praise, though Yang Shu's expression was much more demonstrative than the stoic Yang Ru's. Part of that speed is your heaven-defying talent. Not many cultivators have the natural ability that you two possess. Benton hesitated. He preferred not to toot his own horn, but it was important that the siblings understood the full reason for their success. As I had told you before, there will be both advantages and disadvantages to having me as a master. We'll get to one of those drawbacks soon, but quite frankly, the other cause of your rapid advancement
is the benefit of the uniquely attuned cultivation method that I provided you, that likely no other sect could have provided you. Gratitude, Senior Brother Chao, young Shu said. Ugh. Getting their thanks wasn't why he'd brought it up. What do you think of the changes to your body and spirit? He said to her. Answering Senior Brother Chao's question, the changes are good. She tried to hide her expression, but he could tell she was disappointed.
You were expecting more, huh?
No, Senior Brother Chao. Becoming a cultivator is amazing. Sensing qi, taking it into my body, experiencing definite growth. It is all I could have wanted and more. Uh-huh. You're disappointed, I can tell. Her face fell. This lowly disciple apologizes, Senior Brother Chao. It's just... Senior Brother Chao is so fast and smooth when he moves. I was hoping... This lowly disciple is being silly. You have given us so much. She got down on her knees and kowtowed. That girl. It had been quite some time since he'd had to deal with the wild emotional swings of a teenager. The experience brought back both good and bad memories. Please get up, he said, trying to keep any hint of displeasure from his voice. Apparently, he failed because, when she rose, her expression showed her devastation. Don't you think I know what you're feeling? He said. I told you I wasn't much further along in cultivation than you are, and you see me doing these extraordinary things. It's only natural for you to expect to be able to do those things yourself. And you will be able to. You're just missing one component. His explanation hooked both her and her brother. Both looked at him expectantly. The beginning of your cultivation journey doesn't change you much. You can sense qi and pull it into yourself and cycle it, but your dantian isn't used to holding qi yet. Your channels are unexercised, unused to moving it around your body. The first minor realm is all about preparing your dantian and your channels for you to manipulate qi to your benefit. The breakthrough to the second stage is where you actually gain that ability. The two still stared at him raptly, hanging on his every word. Good. As a cultivator who reached into the foundation establishment realm, I have years of experience moving my internal qi wherever I want to give me the result I desire. You two don't have that experience.
You require either a technique or many hours of directed practice. The next part was trickier to make them understand. Too many details would confuse them, but he wanted them to know what he had planned and why. Sects differ on how they handle this stage. A martial sect might give their disciples a movement technique, but rely on training to teach weapons. Another sect might try to have disciples learn both a weapon technique and a movement technique. Some sects don't allow qi-gathering disciples to learn any techniques at all, believing that the best foundation is built by learning how to manipulate qi without any crutch. Honestly, I agree most with that latter philosophy, especially for disciples as talented as you two. If I had all the time in the world, I would spend months drilling you on how to manipulate internal qi. That approach gives you infinite flexibility. You wouldn't need to rely on a technique to understand how to make your body move a certain way. He let out a frustrated breath. Unfortunately, training in that way is just too slow. We are too weak as we are. I need to found a sect in order to realize my potential. And to do that, we must move on from this spot as soon as we can. That journey will take us through a territory teeming with spirit beasts. So for your safety, you both must learn a weapon quickly. Thus, I will be giving you each a weapon technique. Because I believe so strongly in the rewards of being flexible, however, I will not be giving you a movement technique. He held back a wince at that declaration. In the long run, the more techniques his sect members learned in the qi-gathering realm, the more profit he'd make. On the other hand, there were only so many hours in a day. Time spent working on one technique was hours not spent cultivating or working on
a different technique.
As you learn how to manipulate qi to use your weapon, I expect you two shining stars to apply that knowledge to other aspects of combat, including movement. Benton pulled his system-given spear, bow, and quiver full of arrows from his spatial ring. Soon after being inducted into my previous sect, all of us were brought to a huge armory where we could choose any weapon that resonated with us. They had more choices than you could imagine, from common ones like swords to esoteric ones like war fans and whips. He smiled at the memory. Sue had really enjoyed that experience, even though he'd ended up choosing a common longsword. This area is one in which being a part of a fledgling sect is a disadvantage, Benton said. I only have these two weapons right now, and honestly, it makes sense from a resource allocation standpoint to have all sect members focus on them. Senior Brother Chao, young Shu said, those weapons far exceed anything we could have ever hoped to use. He nodded in what he hoped was a sage manner. I understand that perspective, but the lack of choice is still a disadvantage. It is important you understand both the strengths and weaknesses of our sect. Honest examination is key to advancing as a cultivator. If you refuse to acknowledge your flaws, you will not be able to move past them, and you will bottleneck or have those flaws exploited by an enemy. As it is with an individual cultivator, so is it with a sect. You two are my core disciples. You are more than just random members. I will be relying on you to strengthen the sect in all ways. Yes, Senior Brother Chao, the two chorused. You two need to decide which of you are taking which of these weapons. Once you make that determination, I will distribute the appropriate technique to you. From this point onward, you should spend a minimum of 1 to 4 hours per day practicing the technique on top of your 10 hours of cultivation. Understand? Yes, Senior Brother Chao.
At first, he said, you will rapidly drain the available qi in your dantian, dissipating it to your muscles. You might fear that you're somehow losing that qi. You aren't. It will naturally return to your channels as you cultivate. You'll need to practice for a little while, cultivate for a few cycles, practice again, cultivate again, and so forth. Your goal is to obtain the same boost to your muscles using less and less qi. Become efficient. He grinned, remembering Sue's early efforts. My first time trying to channel qi for a punch, I flooded qi into my entire arm, which basically drained all the qi at my disposal. It took many hours of practice to learn to focus on just a single muscle, then on a portion of that muscle, then on just the tiniest bit of that muscle. Now, I only use what I absolutely must to gain the boost I need. I have confidence that the two of you will advance much faster than I did.
Yes, Senior Brother Chao.
Young Shu couldn't believe how much her life had changed in such a short period of time. She'd gone from fearing for her life and almost starving to becoming a cultivator, an actual cultivator, like those in the stories. She'd already broken through to the second minor realm, and it was all due to her master. He was the best. She did wish sometimes that he would just make decisions for them. Instead, he'd left it to her and her brother to determine which weapon each of them took. And she knew how that would go. I supposed you want the spear, she said to Ru-Er. Yes. It wasn't like she had a burning desire for that particular weapon. Her dreams weren't filled with spear combat. The problem was the principle of the thing. You want me far from the fight as possible so that you can protect me, she said. He grunted. Though the two were the same age, her brother had always assumed the role of older, protective big brother, but those tendencies had ramped up to the level of obsession since their parents had been murdered. And honestly, she hadn't minded. She'd needed all the protection she could get. Things had changed, though. She was becoming powerful, and if whatever spiritual roots were actually served as an accurate predictor, She would in fact grow more powerful than him. But she understood. Protecting her was her brother's way of dealing with their parents' deaths she had caused. "Fine," she said. "I'll take the bow."
Chapter 17.
Nah, it'll be fine. Benton listened to the discussion between the two kids and found himself somewhat surprised at how easily Xianxia acquiesced. The result was what he would have chosen, though, so he didn't concern himself about it too much. He called them over to him. "You're both in agreement? Yang Ru will get the spear and Yang Shu the bow?" "Yes, Senior Brother Chao," Yang Ru said. Yang Shu frowned instead of answering. "Senior Brother Chao, do you think we made a good decision?" That question was a smart one. Benton approved. "You made the best choice you could under the circumstances." They looked at him quizzically. "I'll explain." He met Yang Ru's eyes. "Your chi aspect is flowing lava. Are you familiar with that?" "No, Senior Brother Chao." Right. These kids had grown up as peasants in feudal world without internet. Unless they happened to live near a volcano, why would they know anything about it? "It's related to fire, but it's much more than that." Benton paused to come up with a good way to explain it. "You know how ice is a solid, and when it melts it turns into liquid water, correct?" "Of course, Senior Brother Chao." Benton picked up one of the rocks he'd used to create the ring around his campfire. "Imagine that this rock melted and turned into a liquid." While Yang Shu nodded thoughtfully, her brother looked confused. "How would it compare to water, do you think?" Benton said. He glanced at Yang Shu when Yang Ru didn't answer. "It would be slow and heavy, right, Senior Brother Chao?" "Correct. And it would be hot, because unlike how water needs to be frozen to turn into ice, lava will turn back into rock as soon as it cools below a temperature that would burn your arm right off your body." Both kids' faces took on far-off looks. "So, Yang Ru, are you picturing that in your mind? A flowing stream of rock that glows orange and puts off so much heat you can barely get close to it?" The kid nodded.
Lava flowing down a mountain, a sight I've had the privilege to see, is an unstoppable force. It will roll right over anything in its path. It's indomitable, inevitable. As your chi is, so will your fighting style be, so remember that well. You will find yourself wanting to go through enemies, careless of damage that you receive, because you know you'll deal more damage to them than they do to you. Benton paused to make sure the kid was keeping up. "A spear may not be your natural weapon, but it will suffice. In contrast, a bow would be fundamentally at odds with who you are." "Yes, Senior Brother Chao," Yang Ru said. "That is not to say that you will be exempt from learning archery. Everyone in my sect will be required to have access to a ranged attack, but I understand that you will find learning it harder than most." "Yes, Senior Brother Chao." Benton turned to Yang Shu, who gazed at him with expectant eyes. She might as well have been screaming, "What about me? What about me?" "Your chi aspect is smooth, slippery ice. While your brother accepts damage as a matter of course, you use your speed and agility to evade blows. While your brother runs through an opponent, you dart in to stab. While your brother uses heat to directly burn his enemy, you use cold to slow yours down, controlling that enemy until you are ready to deliver the finishing blow. Had I 2 spears, I would have gladly handed one of them to you. But the bow is perfectly acceptable for you as well. Use your speed to create the distance you need. Control the flow of the battle with arrows from afar. Evade opponents' strikes from range." "Thank you, Senior Brother Chao. I understand." There were stars in her eyes. She was surely imagining doing all those things he'd just told her. Benton handed the bow to Yang Shu. "This is not a gift.
It's a loan. If you want to keep it, you owe me 1,000 contribution points." He swiftly continued before either of the kids could ask the obvious questions.
"You get points for performing missions for the sect. It's not time to worry about that yet." He gave the spear to young Ru. "Same thing. If you want to own it, you owe me. You both accept those terms?"
"Yes, Senior Brother Chow." Benton pulled 2 jade slips from his spatial ring and handed the correct technique to each of the siblings. "First, finish consolidating your breakthrough. Then cultivate 2 to 4 complete cycles until the chi you're circling feels as natural as it did before you reached the 2nd minor realm. Only after that point should you use the jade slip and begin practicing the weapon technique. Got it?" He met each of their sets of eyes to make sure they understood the importance of his instruction. Jumping from the 1st to the 2nd minor realm wasn't all that much of a big deal, but failing to fully and properly consolidate at higher realms could result in disaster. It was important to establish the right habits from the start. "Yes, Senior Brother Chow," the 2 chorused. While they went off to comply with his instructions, Benton had work to do. Young Shu would need a target. While her arrows were tough enough to sink into a tree and suffer little damage, they would get more and more difficult for her to pull out as her draw strength improved. He considered the issue. Both his memory and Sue's agreed that, since he lacked the ability to run down to the nearest sporting goods store for a block of styrofoam, his best bet was to use straw. Though Benton had a good idea what he wanted his final product to look like, he had no experience with crafting anything remotely like that. Sue, fortunately or unfortunately, did. The rest of that day and over the next 3, Benton crafted. He gathered piles and piles of whatever fibrous material he could find, mainly grass and pine straw.
Using strings from the spare clothes he'd gathered from Fang's men, he tied small bundles together at the bottom and painstakingly twisted strands together to form rope, splicing in additional threads to make it the desired length. He then coiled all the rope, tying it with string to hold it together into a round target. A cut piece of cloth was used to create the bullseye. When he finished, he was proud of what he'd created. His new cultivator instincts must have lent him loads of patience, because he'd never have been able to do anything like that back on Earth. While he'd been waiting for the cut grass and pine straw to dry, he'd also crafted a couple dozen practice arrows, simple notched sticks with sharpened points and feathers tied to the end of the shaft, and as many long, sharpened sticks to use as spears. The tasks had been tedious, but it had given him something useful to do besides cooking meals while the kids cultivated and practiced. Nearly a full day after he'd finished, he got the notification he'd been waiting for. Host's disciple, Yang Ru, has reached small success in the foundational Spear Essentials technique. Host is awarded 1 sect point. Host has 55 sect points available. That night after dinner, Benton said to Yang Ru, "Congratulations on your success with the spear technique. Tomorrow I'll start sparring with you for part of your practice." There was a retired drill sergeant who joined Benton's company a number of years back. The guy would tell stories about how all his recruits thought he was a god who could do anything. He'd achieved that by showing them his skills when they'd first got the boot camp, beating all their best efforts at marksmanship, the obstacle course, running, everything. Of course, by the end of basic training, a lot of those soldiers would have surpassed his ability in one way or the other, but they wouldn't know that. All they had to judge him by was how dominant he'd been when they first started learning. Judging from the way things were going, Benton was pretty sure his disciples were going to worship him as a hero in the same way. While that thought upset his earthborn sensibilities, it wasn't exactly the worst thing ever for a sect leader. "Senior Brother Chow," young Shu said, "should I be concerned that I haven't achieved the same success as young Ru?"
I started practicing the bow hours before him and have spent more time working on my weapon skill each day than he has." Man, she was green with jealousy, wasn't she? Good old sibling rivalry. "The bow is a more difficult weapon to master in the early stages than the spear," Benton said. "And your brother's innate fighting style is more attuned to the spear than yours is to the bow. It is only to be expected that you will lag behind. When the two of you switch, he will have an even harder time picking up archery." "I understand, Senior Brother Chow. I will just have to practice harder." Benton opened his mouth to dissuade her, but decided not to. Working harder wouldn't hurt her any. He glanced over at Yang Ru. From the look on his face, he had no intention of letting her pass him. Nothing like a little bit of competitive fire to keep them motivated. Overall, Benton was pleased with how things were going. Both disciples should reach the third and then fourth minor realms in less than a week, and, by then, should hopefully both be ready to fight weak Rank 1 spirit beasts. His leadership skills had translated well to the cultivation world. Something tickled at his mind, though, and after some thought, he realized it was the memory of the drill sergeant. That guy would have hated how soft Benton was being on the kids. Being too friendly, explaining all his actions. But Benton wasn't training soldiers. Except that he kind of was. Spirit beasts, rival cultivators, demonic cultivators. The cultivation world was filled with threats. In a way, a sect was similar to an army. A memory from Benton's life bubbled up. He'd just been promoted to project manager. A powerful, important client objected to what Benton wanted to do, and his instincts told him he should sit down with the client and collaboratively come up with a mutually agreeable solution. Benton, however, was unsure his method of resolution was the correct one, as it might make him seem weak. So he asked advice from his mentor. The man, a literal cowboy who, of all things, performed in rodeos as a hobby, told Benton he should be forceful and push through his ideas over the client's objections. Benton followed the advice, and it turned out poorly. He almost lost his job. Though he was positive his mentor would have been able to make things work out just fine, Benton simply wasn't well equipped to use that management style. From then on out, he stuck with what he thought would work for him. He sighed. Best to go with what he knew than to try to be someone else. Besides, he was definitely overthinking things. It would be fine.
Chapter 18. Corrective Measures. Benton stepped to the side. The tip of a spear, well, a sharpened stick anyway, slid past him a fraction of an inch from his robe. The stick retracted and plunged toward him again, aimed at his chest. To his senses, the thrust might as well have been moving through molasses. He infused chi in microbursts throughout his torso and twisted. Again, the attack missed by less than an inch. His opponent withdrew the stick once more and lunged forward right at his face. That blow was even easier to dodge, not even requiring chi. Yang Ru sank to the ground, his chi and his stamina exhausted. "The power contained in your strikes was excellent," Benton said. "If any of those had landed, I would have been in a world of hurt, especially if you'd been using a real weapon." "But none hit you, Senior Brother Chow." "Exactly. Strength is a necessary component of your fighting style, but it comes easy to you. The 3 attempts you managed used up all your chi, and I easily dodged each of them, because it took far too long for you to move the chi to your muscles, slowing down your strike. Speed and efficiency are where you need to focus." "Yes, Senior Brother Chow." The kid was coming along nicely, progressing much faster than Sue had in a similar situation. A lot of times, lava users eschewed weapons altogether, depending on their bare fists, but the spear seemed more well adapted to Yang Ru's chi aspect than Benton would have expected. That development was a nice one. At the chi gathering stage, the kid's body just wasn't up to taking punishment from even weak spirit beasts. The spear was necessary for him to keep claws and jaws at a distance, allowing him to effectively hunt. Reaching the foundation establishment stage would toughen him up some, but to really shine, he'd be best off with access to a body cultivation technique. Benton sighed. He could easily get all the beast cores he needed for that, but he was limited in options for alchemical ingredients. It was tempting to create the necessary technique and spend time gathering what he'd need. The downsides to pursuing that path were threefold. 1. It would mean leaving his disciples alone to fend for themselves for who knew how long as he searched the forest. After the incident with the boar, the thought of not having them under his watchful eye every minute gave him pause. Of course, the kids were stronger now, over halfway to the third minor realm and actively practicing weapon arts. It wouldn't do to become too overprotective. If one wanted a nestling to soar, one had to eventually kick them out of the nest. No, it was really the other two reasons that stopped him. 2. 1 or 2 levels of body cultivation wouldn't help Yang Ru all that much. He needed to advance all the way to silver for the advancement to truly be a dominant factor in fights, and chasing that goal would take way too much time scouring the woods for resources, not to mention the very real chance of failure if Benton wasn't able to locate the exact ingredients he needed. No, it was best to wait until he had a reliable source of herbs, like a market, or until he recruited a sect member who could grow them. 3. Benton would have to use at least 2 sect points to get him to large success in alchemy. Increasing his personal power to solve problems was becoming an insidious impulse. Sure, it seemed like a point here and a point there were no big deal, but if he used too many, he could literally get stuck, unable to ever increase again. It was far safer to invest his points in profitable outer sect members and only use points beyond the 10% he'd decided upon in a true, life-threatening emergency. Besides, Yang Ru was progressing well enough. When he reached the 4th minor realm and had several more days of practice under his belt, Benton would feel reasonably comfortable setting the kid loose against really weak spirit beasts. He turned to watch Yang Shu aim at the target he'd made. The arrow sailed high and to the left, landing in between 2 trees a couple dozen yards past the target. The girl, on the other hand—
Yang Shu clenched her hands. Another shot. Another miss.
What was she doing wrong? She let out a breath. Nock arrow. Raise bow. Pull the string back. Aim. Loose. Miss. Nock arrow. Raise bow. Pull the string back. Aim. Loose. Miss. Nock arrow. Raise bow. Pull the string back. Aim. Loose. Miss. Ah! Having trouble, her master said. Her face heated. Even worse than not being able to hit the target was having her failure be witnessed by her master. No, Senior Brother Chow. Really? Are you sure? There was nothing she could say, so she didn't respond. There's no shame in needing help. That's kind of what I'm here for. Do you want this old man to feel useless? Old man? He looked at best a few years older than her, maybe in his low 20s at the oldest. Answering Senior Brother Chow, Senior Brother Chow is not worthless. Senior Brother Chow has made me a cultivator and given me this wonderful technique. He fixed her with a stare until she looked away. Maybe this lowly disciple could use a pointer, Senior Brother Chow. Good decision. He kept his face impassive, but it almost felt like he was hiding a grin. If you were a mortal practicing, you'd be doing fine. You're exercising the right muscles, and if you shoot enough arrows, your accuracy will eventually improve. But there is a problem. Do you know what it is? Yes, Senior Brother Chow. I am no longer a mortal. She didn't know exactly how no longer being a mortal was supposed to affect her practice, but that answer was obviously the one he was looking for.
Exactly. Mortals can't use techniques like the one I gave you. Are you using your technique? Yes, she was. She followed it almost to the letter. Mostly. Kind of. This lowly disciple doesn't understand, Senior Brother Chow. Cycling the qi to those specific arm muscles is difficult.
And why does the technique tell me to be perfectly still, without even breathing? Doing all that at once while trying to also hit the target was confusing. I thought that if I could get one part of the process correct, it would be easier to do the rest. She was so frustrated that she wanted to cry. Only her mortification at the possibility of her master seeing her lose control like that stopped her. It's okay, young Shu. Less than 2 weeks ago, you were a mortal. This is the first technique you've ever used. There is no reason to expect for you to pick it up immediately. Young Ru didn't seem to be having any trouble. Go over each step of the technique in detail in your mind. Every minute move of a muscle, each manipulation of your qi, her master said. Visualize yourself completing each step successfully. After you've successfully gone from knocking your arrow to hitting the target in your mind, try to execute the steps. Regardless of the result, a miss or a hit, compare what the technique told you to do to what you actually did, and consider what corrective measures need to be taken. Then, repeat the process. Yes, Senior Brother Chow. Thank you, Senior Brother Chow. It all sounded so simple when he put it that way. Benton watched his 2 disciples for the rest of the day, sparring with Yang Ru when appropriate, and offering the occasional tip or encouraging word to Yang Shu. By mid-afternoon, she was hitting the target more often than not, and by evening, Benton got the pop-up he'd been hoping for. Host's disciple, Yang Shu, has reached small success in the Foundational Archery Essentials technique. Host is awarded 1 sect point. Host has 56 sect points available. After they'd finished dinner, he said, Young Shu, you made real progress on your technique today. Thank you for your encouragement and help, Senior Brother Chow. Did you feel that you made a step forward, like something clicked into place? Yes, Senior Brother Chow. It was similar to breaking through to a higher, minor realm, but not as intense? It wasn't the same, but I did feel something. Exactly. Congratulations. You have reached small success with your archery technique. Great job. The girl smiled. Young Ru, I noticed that your strikes are getting faster and that you can now make 5 thrusts before you've used all your qi. Keep up the good work. Yes, Senior Brother Chow. At first, Benton said, simply repeating the actions of the technique over and over again is adequate. You'll never get to large success that way, though. As I touched on briefly with my instructions to Young Shu earlier today, further advancement requires reflection and meditation. Much like you must consolidate your cultivation after a breakthrough, meditation cements your gains when learning techniques. From now on, I want you to start your training sessions with your weapons by meditating on your technique and meditate again at the end of your session, focusing on what you've learned and what you have left to improve upon. Yes, Senior Brother Chow, the 2 chorused. Those kids truly did their best to accomplish everything he told them to do. Their attitude was frankly amazing. How many times back on Earth had he wished all his employees and even his own children would have been so receptive to his advice? The flip side of his disciples' dedication was that it really put the pressure on him. If either were hurt or, perish forbid, died, it would all be on him. He had to navigate them through a forest filled with deadly spirit beasts, find his starting location, and found his sect in order to get them to safety. And that was just the start. Letting them down was not an option. He just hoped that the 3 of them would be strong enough for what was to come. Chapter 19. Advancement. Over the next several days, Benton fixed meals, sparred with his disciples, and offered guidance where appropriate. Mostly, though, the kids stayed on the right track, cultivating and practicing diligently. Late on the fourth day, he got the notification he'd been waiting for. Xianxia had advanced to the third minor realm. Even better, it took only another full cycle for Yang Ru to reach the same milestone, leaving them both plenty of time to consolidate before dinner. The next morning after breakfast, Benton said, "I am so proud of you two. It took you only 2 weeks to advance from never having so much as sensed a mote of qi to reaching the third minor realm. It's now time for me to deliver on my promise to you and speed your ascent to the next level." He handed each of them a large, dense pill that emitted a strong herbal fragrance. This is a qi condensing pill. It is chock full of qi, literally crammed with so much as to almost be bursting. That quality is, in fact, what makes these so rare. Even a master alchemist fails at successfully creating one of these more than half the time. I'm hopeful I can get more of these in the future, but they're the only 2 I have right now. The siblings exchanged a look, apparently settled on something, and nodded at each other. "May I ask Senior Brother Chow a question?" Xianxia said. "You may." "Senior Brother Chow, would a better use of these pills be for the senior brother to use them instead of these lowly disciples?" Benton did what any wizened old expert should do in such a situation. He answered a question with a question. "In the time since you've known me, have you seen me cultivate even once?" The siblings looked at each other again and did that weird twin communication thing. "No, Senior Brother Chow," Xianxia said. "Can you guess a reason for that?" Answering Senior Brother Chow, "You wished to devote all your attention to your disciples." He nodded.
Well, that is a good guess, and I do appreciate the ability to track your progress closely. The real reason, though, is that my cultivation is on a different path now. Aids such as these pills no longer benefit me. What I need to propel me forward is for the 2 of you to succeed, and for us to found a sect. Both kids looked really confused, which Benton could understand. The cultivation world is large and filled with many wonders. Never assume that just because one thing works for you, it will work the same for someone else. Never assume that a situation that limits you also limits your opponent. Observe your surroundings and keep your mind open. With the exception of having to actually kill people, Benton was honestly having a lot of fun with the experience so far, and was even starting to embrace the whole mysterious sect leader role. Between knowledge from Sue's memory and random crap he remembered from various entertainment back on Earth, he had a ton of material to pull from, and a lot of it actually applied to his circumstances. He'd been told that he was the only person on the planet with a system. But who knew what other strange advantages other people might have run across? It was far better for his disciples to accept that anything could happen than be surprised during combat. "Yes, Senior Brother Chow," the 2 chorused. "Good. Now, on to my instructions for taking the pill. It won't be painful, per se, but it will be uncomfortable," Benton said. "Basically, the pill will flood your body with qi, easily enough to advance you from the 3rd minor realm to the 4th. He paused. "The big question for each of you is what to do once you've broken through." Answering Senior Brother Chow, Xianxia said, "We should stop and consolidate our cultivation." That is a correct answer, and it's certainly the safest choice. There is another option, though. Keep on cultivating. Benton leaned hard on Sue's memories. Every cultivator that I personally have heard about who stopped at that point and consolidated their gains experienced no ill effects.
Some who continued on couldn't say that. I've heard of everything from damaged channels to one guy who suffered a deviation. He met each of their sets of eyes. I am being crystal clear, right? You understand that continuing to cultivate instead of immediately consolidating carries risk, correct?
Yes, Senior Brother Chow.
Here's the problem. I think, but cannot absolutely say for sure, that continuing to cultivate may not be nearly as dangerous for both of you. I say this because each of you possesses superior talent, and I've never seen or heard of an A-ranked cultivator having an issue in a circumstance like this one. Additionally, the cultivation method you are using is much better than what most sect members have available to them. That, too, plays a role in protecting you. At the end of the day, I do not know which decision I would make if I were in your shoes, and I cannot make that decision for you. The road to immortality is ultimately a lonely path. Each of us must balance opportunity versus risk for ourselves. Honestly, Benton thought that the risk was small. Even if they suffered blowback, it was likely to be minor at worst. Learning to accept risk and understand when to press forward and when to back off was ultimately far more important for them than whether they sped up the cultivation by a little bit.
May I ask Senior Brother Chow a question?
Xianxia said.
The amount you advance is purely up to you, but will surely be less than you need to reach yet another minor realm. Exactly how much benefit you gain depends on how quickly you can cycle and how long you can keep that cycling effort going, Benton said.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, Senior Brother Chow.
The two shared another glance.
Benton could practically hear Xianxia telling her brother that she was absolutely not taking the safe route, and boasting that she would retain more of the qi than he did, and Yang-Ru answering, "Challenge accepted."
This one isn't like the spiritual root refinement pill, Benton said.
There will be no delay. As soon as you swallow this thing, it will start generating qi, slowly at first, but ramping up fast. Be ready.
Yes, Senior Brother Chow.
Xianxia glared at her brother about 10 feet away, who, like her, sat in a lotus position holding a pill in one hand and a water skin in the other.
Ready?
She asked with her eyes.
He nodded. She placed the huge pill in her mouth and took a huge swig of water. One big gulp slid it down her throat. Her master had been right. She barely had a chance to take a breath before she felt qi being emitted within her stomach. By that point, she was quite familiar with sensing qi motes in the air, pulling them into her body, and cycling them through channels around her body. She was less experienced, but at least acquainted with the concept of using qi to power a muscle, and then having that qi soak back into her channels over time. A new source of qi suddenly erupting in her stomach just felt weird. Her master's words had prepared her, though. She didn't lose an instant, but instead immediately started cycling the qi throughout her body according to the route prescribed by her cultivation method. At first, there was no problem. Though the qi came from a different location, the fundamental process wasn't changed. For a minute, maybe two, the amounts of qi were no more than she was used to either. As her master had also said, the quantity did not remain manageable. Qi flooded her stomach. She cycled as fast as she could, but she couldn't keep up. Motes escaped her body, first one at a time. Those singles soon turned into a stream, then a river. Xianxia grabbed all she could, furiously cycling and cycling. Her dantian pulsed. Once, twice, 3 times. On the 4th pulse, it expanded to more than 4 times larger than it had been, and stayed that way. A surge of energy swept through her body. She felt stronger, better. She'd broken through to the 4th minor realm. There was never any real question what she'd do next. She kept cycling, and cycling.
Eventually, with the pill still gushing out qi, black spots appeared in her vision, and moments later, the world went black.
Benton breathed a sigh of relief. Though each of his disciples were unconscious, his spiritual sense revealed both to be fine. They might have a slight headache when they woke later, but the gains had been more than worth it. Name: Yang Shu. Affiliation: Host's disciple. Age: 15. Cultivation: Qi gathering, minor realm. 4 Qi available, 46. Techniques: Foundational archery essentials, small success. Spiritual roots: A. Qi aspect: perfectly smooth ice balanced on the razor edge of freezing and thawing. She now had the same cultivation as him, but that was where any similarities ended. His qi available was a paltry 20. Hers was 46. Even once he advanced another 2 minor realms, he doubted he'd pass what she had available at that moment. Ah, to be young and talented. He was so glad he'd chosen the auspicious encounter perk. Name: Yang Ru. Affiliation: Host's disciple. Age: 15. Cultivation: Qi gathering, minor realm. 4 Qi available, 46. Techniques: Foundational spear essentials, small success. Spiritual roots: A. Qi aspect: low viscosity lava flowing down Mount Burning Thunder.
#as expected.
More important was another notification Benton had gotten recently. The second of its kind in a short period of time. Host's disciple, Yang Ru, has reached Qi gathering, minor realm 4. Host is awarded 1 sect point. Host has 60 sect points available. Benton had now gained 10 sect points from the 2 siblings, 4 each for advancing their cultivation to the 4th minor realm, and 1 each for attaining small success in their respective techniques. Since he'd committed to allowing himself the use of 1 point for every 10 he earned, it was time for him to level up. He pulled up the appropriate menu and considered his choices. Welcome, host, to the advancement menu. You have 60 sect points available. Please select one of the following options: increase cultivation, increase body cultivation, add/modify/increase technique. The last option on the menu was pretty easily rejected. He only had 1 point available to use, so spending 2 points to master a weapon was obviously out. The bow even more so, since he didn't even have a mortal version that was his to use. Picking a new technique didn't make a lot of sense either. Besides his brief flirtation with the idea of picking up alchemy, he couldn't think of any technique he could add that would make a huge difference to his situation. That elimination left him with either increasing his cultivation or his body cultivation. He didn't regret his original decision to devote 2 points to body cultivation. His every physical attribute had benefited. He was stronger, tougher, faster, and just generally harder to kill than he would have been without that investment. The improvements were incremental, though, and wouldn't give him substantial gains without putting a whole heck of a lot more points into it. Moreover, he'd yet to face real danger. His senses were so good that he should be able to avoid any strong cultivators or spirit beasts in his path. And if he encountered something of a high enough realm to evade his senses, another point in body cultivation just wasn't going to do him any good. Spirit cultivation, on the other hand, was the measure by which everyone in the cultivation world was judged. Though advancing to the 5th minor realm wouldn't provide him with much of a jump in power, it was another step toward the next major realm, and the sooner he reached at least Golden Core, the better off he and his future sect would be. Besides, his disciples had caught up to him in their cultivation. He'd figured that they'd end up passing him eventually, but an old man could preserve what little pride he had left for a little while at least. Benton confirmed his choice, dismissed the acceptance notification, and pulled up his status. Sect name: Not chosen. Sect members, 0. Disciples, 2. Sect points, 59. Shop points, 6. Host, Cultivation, Chi Gathering, Minor Realm, 5. Chi Available, 30. Host, Body Cultivation, Bronze, Minor Realm, 2. Host Techniques, Basic. Spear Combat, Large, Success. Basic Archery, Large, Success. Menus, Cultivation Method, Technique, Quest, Perk, Advancement, Shop, Locked. Assuming the kids regained consciousness in time to consolidate their breakthroughs before nightfall, they'd be ready to leave first thing the next day for what might be a much more dangerous journey than he anticipated. He just hoped he was as prepared as he thought he was. Chapter 20. A Single Step. As Benton had expected, both his disciples had woken the previous evening in plenty of time to consolidate their cultivation. So, as the two ate breakfast, he packed their tents and bedrolls and most of the rest of the supplies from around the camp into his spatial ring. It has been said that a journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step, he told them. And today, we will all take that step. It is time to begin our search for a suitable location to found our sect. From now until we reach that destination, we will be traveling, much of that time through dangerous territories filled with spirit beasts. Our goals during the journey are threefold. 1. To avoid serious injury. Keep your eyes open. Pay attention to your surroundings. Follow my instructions. 2. To continue to build your cultivation and prowess with weapons. To accomplish these objectives, I will limit our traveling to 4 hours per day. You will spend 5 hours daily cultivating. The rest of our time will be spent practicing weapons and working on the last goal. Which brings us to 3. To harvest spirit beast cores. Our new sect will need resources such as cultivation aids and weapons. We will also need to feed, clothe, and house all the sect members we recruit. All these things require money, and spirit beast cores are quite valuable. Additionally, they are directly useful to our sect in a number of ways, from allowing our members to use jade slips to powering body cultivation baths and formations. And finally, hunting and defeating spirit beasts will advance your martial skills. Take a few minutes to attend to any personal matters and make sure we haven't missed anything. We will not be returning to this site. Benton used his water skins to douse the fire before refilling them all at a nearby stream and washing all the dishes. By the time he'd finished, the kids were ready to depart. Both of you now have some experience using a technique to direct chi into your muscles to perform a specific function. You've seen me move. Today, you'll start learning how to do that yourself without a technique to guide you. Yang Ru, true to his stoic nature, simply acknowledged that he'd been listening. In contrast, Yang Shu was visibly excited. That made sense. Being exuberant was in her nature, and smooth movement and speed suited her chi aspect. Benton explained to them how he manipulated his chi in microbursts to add power to his legs and feet, propelling him forward at great speeds, and how he also sent it to his brain. Without that last effort, his mental faculties wouldn't be able to process his physical senses fast enough for him to adjust to obstacles as he rushed past them. Then, they were off. His disciples' first efforts at using chi to move were predictably bad. Yang Ru ran into a tree as he used too much power pushing off one leg. Yang Shu face-planted as she lost her balance. Neither lasted more than a dozen tries before Benton told them to stop so as not to completely drain their chi and stamina. "It's okay," Benton said. "You'll have plenty of time to practice." After letting their chi recover for a couple of hours while they walked, they tried again, to not much better results, and then again before they found a flat clearing with a stream nearby to serve as their resting spot for the day.
As the two cultivated, Benton set up the camp. He interrupted them for lunch as he sensed them ending cycles and, after, sent them back to complete their daily requirement. Each had seized the opportunity given to them by the chi refinement pill, and were more than halfway to the fifth minor realm, with Xianxia a little further along than her brother. Benton's best guess was that, limiting themselves to only 5 hours a day, it would take them about a month to reach their next breakthrough.
He hated to slow them down by literally half what they could achieve, but it was a necessary evil. Overall, he, and by extension they, would be much safer once he had a sect supporting him. Certainly, he'd be much better off with more people feeding him points than he could achieve in any reasonable time period by simply having the siblings increase their personal power levels. That wasn't even mentioning the fact that founding a sect would allow him access to the system shop. Who knew what goodies he'd find for them there? Once they'd finished cycling, Benton said, "Time to start our conquest of the spirit beasts. We're barely in range of where their territory starts, but there are a couple of rank ones relatively nearby. Yang Ru, you're up first." He pointed to far end of the clearing. "I'm going to go herd the beast toward us. It will emerge over there. I'll be behind it, and should you fail to kill it, I'll take care of it before it can hurt either of you. Until I'm confident you can handle them by yourselves, I'll make sure you're not in any danger." Xianxia was excited. She was finally starting to feel like a real cultivator from the stories. Not only was she becoming more and more adept at cycling, and had experienced her dantian expanding 3 times already, but she also knew how to use a weapon. She rarely missed the target anymore. And though progress was halting and more than a little embarrassing, she'd learned how her master moved the way he did. With enough practice, she'd be able to zoom around just like him. He was also about to have them face real live spirit beasts. She imagined what the first one might be. Probably not a dragon. They weren't ready for that yet. Maybe a tiger. That opponent was popular in the stories. Or a wolf. Yeah, a wolf would be good. She was a little disappointed that her brother got to go first, but she was sure that her master had his reasons. He was probably saving the best for last. 15 or 20 minutes after her master had disappeared into the forest, a rustling in the woods approached from the direction he'd told them to expect. She bounced on the balls of her feet. "Get ready, Ru'er." As he'd raised his spear as soon as he'd heard the noise, he shot her an annoyed glance. "Sorry," she said. The rustling got closer and closer. From the sound, something big was coming. Could it be a bear? Xianxia tensed, both eager and anxious to see what would come out of the bushes. Whatever it was, its size didn't slow it down, considering how fast it approached. If she didn't trust her master so much, she might have even gotten a little worried. Spirit beasts didn't often wander near their village, but when they did, it was always a calamity. The nearest sect was a long distance away, and by the time help could be requested, several people had usually died. Those things were no joke. Anticipation built. Finally, the creature emerged. It was a squirrel. Xianxia frowned. That wasn't like the stories at all. And how had that tiny thing made so much noise? Her brother didn't hesitate one bit. He charged, the tip of his spear preceding him and looking every bit the ferocious cultivator she hoped to become. The squirrel leapt toward his face. He thrust his weapon at it. A miss. She tensed. Even though it looked harmless, no spirit beast actually was. Filled with chi, even the most innocent-seeming creatures could and would kill mortals as prey. Suddenly, her master was there. Before the squirrel had leapt, she'd not even seen a single sign that he was nearby. But prior to the beast landing, he just appeared. He wielded only a small, mortal-made knife, But that didn't seem to matter. With a flick of his wrist, the creature split in two, one half landing to the right of Yang Ru and the other to the left. Both halves soon disappeared into Master's ring. "That was a good first effort," her master said. "You charged forward without any hesitation. Your thrust looked steady and powerful. You know your mistake, though, right?" "Answering the senior brother, I was too slow." "Exactly. Speed kills. While I go wrangle up something for your sister to practice against, meditate on the fight. Examine your actions and your opponents. Let the technique guide you mentally into what you could have done differently." He paused. "I'm serious, though. That was a good start. Many sect members completely freeze up in their first fight. You put forth a good effort. Great job." "Senior Brother Chao, may I ask a question?" Yang Shu said. For an instant, a look of irritation flashed across her master's face. She quickly said, "This lowly one is sorry, Senior Brother Chao. Please forgive me." He sighed. "It's not your fault, and I probably should have said something before now. I get that asking me if you can ask a question is one of the ways you show respect, and I've been trying to accommodate that. The issue is that it is so inefficient. You are my disciple. It is my job to answer your questions. I want you to feel free to ask me anything you think you need to know." "Yes, Senior Brother Chao." "It's not that big of a deal. Go ahead and ask your question." The exchange had left her more than a little flustered. "It's just that there was a lot of noise." "Ah, yes. It probably sounded something huge, like a bear was approaching, huh?" She nodded. "Most of that noise was me," he said. "But Senior Brother Chao normally moves completely silently?" Her master didn't respond, and the silence stretched. He tended to alternate between explaining things in great detail to wanting her to figure things out for herself. Obviously, the answer to her latest question was the latter. She thought on it for a moment. "Senior Brother Chao wanted us to hear him coming so that we would be prepared for the beast emerging," she said. "Good job. Got it in one. Now, get ready. The next beast is yours." He disappeared into the woods again, a feat he accomplished silently. Yang Shu began her preparations. First, she moved as far as she could from the edge of the clearing where her master had told them to expect the beast. There was a nice, large tree there, and she moved so that half her body was shielded by it. She stuck a half-dozen arrows tip first into the ground and visualized herself grabbing one and going through her technique's steps to loose it. Over and over, she repeated the mental process until, finally, a great deal of rustling brought her back to the present. Yang Shu took a steadying breath. Soon, it would be her turn. She would not let her master down. The rustling grew louder, closer, until the beast finally appeared. It was a snake. Its mottled brown coloring blended into the surroundings, but its several inches in girth and 10-foot length made it visible enough for her to take aim. She nocked an arrow, smoothly raised her bow, set her eyes on the snake, stilled herself, channeled qi into the appropriate muscles, drew back the string, and smoothly let the fingers on her draw hand relax. Twang! The arrow loosed. She immediately nocked another arrow, and didn't discover that her first one missed until her eyes found the snake before loosing that one. The second one also missed, as did the third. Before she could even grasp the fourth, the snake was upon her, and her master had to kill it. "Good job," he said. 3 arrows in the time it took to cross the clearing. Nice. "Senior Brother Chao, what did I do wrong?" "Honestly, your accuracy looked darn good,
especially considering that a spirit beast was bearing down on you. You were calm and focused and fast. I couldn't ask anything more from you at this stage in those regards. Your issue was that you didn't take into account the nature of your opponent and its speed. It undulated as it moved. By the time your arrow reached where you aimed it, its body had moved to the side. Xianxia considered his critique. Meditation would show her ways to improve. She'd failed in her first combat, but the next time she wouldn't. Or, if not, the time after that. However many times it took to succeed, she would eventually do so. After all, the journey to become an immortal was long, and she'd only taken her first small steps.
Chapter 21. Questions and Contributions. The group traveled further toward spirit beast territory, but the creatures were still scarce. Benton was only able to round up one set of rank 1s for the siblings to fight each of the next 2 days. Neither made a kill on their own, but they improved. On the 3rd day, the density of spirit beasts was high enough that he found 2 sets nearby for the kids to fight. Even better, Xianxia managed to kill by herself on her 2nd one. As if spurred by his sister, Yang Ru killed 2 out of the 3 he fought the next day. After dinner that night, Benton said, "The first order of business is to determine what you want done with your cores." "Our cores, Senior Brother Chow?" Xianxia said. She was getting much better about just asking Benton questions. In fact, she was becoming less formal with him overall. Her relative casualness suited him just fine. "If you kill a beast on your own," Benton said, "the core is yours to do with as you please." "But, Senior Brother, you helped by making the beasts run right to us." "I still count it as your kill." He grew serious. "Responsibilities and requirements will always be part of your life as a sect member, but it's important to know that risk and hard work result in you gaining what you need. Besides, I'd feel like a huge jerk if I just took them from you. Do you have any idea how much one of these is worth?" She shook her head, and Yang Ru grunted. Benton wasn't quite to the point of speaking grunt yet, and the response could have easily meant either yes or no. Honestly, he sometimes felt like responding to the taciturn boy with, "I am Groot." In the end, Benton decided to disregard the confusing response and continued with his explanation. "Room and board at a decent inn will run you about a silver tael in a medium-sized city. A villager making 5 taels a week would generally be considered prosperous."
Do you agree?
"Father would have thought 5 in a week to be a blessing, Senior Brother Chow," Xianxia said. "You were from a smaller village, were you not?" She nodded. "Prices and wages tend to be higher in more populated areas." She nodded again. "We're getting off subject," Benton said. "The point of that illustration was to establish agreement on the relative value of a silver tael. Maybe it would stretch a little further in your village than in the city nearest my former sect. But as far as order of magnitude goes, we're close, right?" "Yes, Senior Brother." Benton held up one of the tiny rank 1 spirit beast cores, not much larger than a pea. "If you can find a merchant who has ready access to trade with a sect, you'll easily get 50 to 100 taels for this, depending on the chi density, the chi aspect, and a few other more esoteric factors." He pulled another core from his ring. "This is my lone rank 2 core. It would go for something in the 750 to 1,000 range. For rank 3 and above cores, you can't even buy them for taels. You must use spirit coins, the currency that cultivators use." Both kids gawked. Even Yang Ru looked thoroughly surprised. The cores the two had collected combined so far was worth more than their parents likely saw in a year. "So, yeah, see why I won't just take them from you? You earned them, so they're yours." "Thank you, Senior Brother Chow," they chorused. "If you'd like, you can choose for me to hand yours over to you right now," You can keep them for personal use or to sell when we reach a town, or, I don't know, to play marbles with them. Whatever floats your boat." They looked at him strange, likely because marbles weren't a thing in his new reality. He soldiered on. "Your other option is to give them to me in exchange for sect contribution points. I'll pay 10 for a rank 1, and 100 for a rank 2. And since it's a lot easier for me to hold the cores now than it is for you, I'll give you the option to buy them back from me at that same rate once we arrive at somewhere stable." He'd found time to query the system about contribution points. A full management menu would open once he founded his sect, but the system would thankfully start keeping track of whatever he assigned to his disciples whenever he wanted. "What are contribution points, senior brother?" Sometimes he forgot that the two kids were so green that their knowledge of the cultivation world came almost solely from what he taught them. "Everything that cultivators use is expensive compared to what mortals use. Your family might have bought a chicken to kill and eat for a single tael or less. A cultivator only eats chickens that are close to their rank, so a minimum of 100 taels for the core, and anywhere from a tenth to a half of that for the meat. Want to use some herbs to flavor your stew? Grow them in your garden over the course of days or weeks, or buy a bunch for a small fraction of a tael. Herbs that interest a cultivator might take centuries or even millennia to grow, and cost anywhere from tens of taels to riches the likes of which you wouldn't believe." Instead of dealing with the huge numbers involved, cultivators came up with their own currency, a coin that is infused with qi. These can be used to pay for things, but they are also useful as a resource. When your qi available runs dry, you can simply drain a spirit coin to replenish it. "Does that mean we can create these coins, senior brother?" If young Shu were in a cartoon, she'd have dollar signs for pupils. Right now, you have 46 qi available. The absolute lowest denomination of spirit coin starts at 1,000 qi. So the answer to your question is not yet. "Oh. You'll get there sooner than you think," he said. "But the point is that spirit coins are worth so much and are so useful that it sometimes is impractical to use them. Say you need to buy one of those rank 1 cores from the sect. It's worth a tiny fraction of a spirit coin, and keeping enough silver on hand to make change would bankrupt the entire continent. Sect members needed a convenient way to pay for things." "Contribution points," young Shu said. "I understand, senior brother. The sects create their own money." "Exactly. As long as the sect stands, it's a secure and guaranteed currency that is simple and convenient. And if the sect falls, believe me that you have much bigger problems to worry about than losing a bit of cash." With the siblings having gained a full understanding of how the point system worked, they made the sensible decision to sell all their cores to him. "The next thing you need to decide is if you're ready to move on to the next phase of spirit beast hunting," Benton said. "Right now, I am personally guaranteeing that no spirit beast will lay the tiniest of claws on you. Well, assuming they didn't get ambushed by one even he couldn't handle anyway, but that exclusion was probably best left unspoken. The next stage is for me to go hands off. If you get attacked," he shrugged, "you get attacked." As much as Benton hated to see either of the kids hurt, he knew that protecting them too much would harm them in the long run. Of course, the weak rank 1 spirit beasts they'd been fighting weren't nearly a match for either of the siblings. At worst, they were at risk of suffering a scratch not much worse than one of Benton's younger grandkids falling off a tricycle on the road. His disciples didn't need to know that, though. According to Sue's memories, believing they were facing death would help them advance with their weapon techniques. "Young Shu, you defeated the last 4 of your opponents. Young Ru, you defeated 2 of your last 3. That is good enough for me to take off the training wheels, should you so choose." The siblings looked at each other, but Benton couldn't tell if they were both agreeing to face the beasts alone, or challenging each other, or asking each other what the heck training wheels were. "Senior Brother Chow, Xianxia said. I wish to face the spirit beasts alone. Young Ru glared at her, his protective instinct coming to the fore, but his sister was not dissuaded. He eventually gave up and grumbled, Me too, Senior Brother Chow. Very well, Benton said. Your safety is now your own responsibility.
Chapter 22.
Core Harvesting Lessons. Xiangshu's hands trembled as the rustling drew closer. She tried to tell herself that she'd killed the last 4 consecutive spirit beasts she'd faced with her bow, but her self-pep talk did nothing to quell her nerves. Before, she'd been 100% confident that her master wouldn't let one of the creatures so much as make contact with her clothes. That assurance had been removed. It was her versus the beast. Solo. A small figure emerged from the bushes. Another of the squirrels that were so plentiful in the forest. Xianxia grimaced. Not her best matchup. Bigger, slower opponents were easier to hit. She knocked her arrow, raised the bow, and set her eyes on her target. When she tried to still, though, she realized her hands were shaking. Her technique required much more experience than she possessed to change a motion midstream. All she could do was follow through. She charged her muscles, pulled back the string, and loosed. Twang! There was no point in watching the arrow fly. Any hit would have been the result of pure blind luck, considering how much her arms were shaking. Xianxia didn't have much time remaining until the beast would be upon her. 2 choices stood before her. She could shoot 2 more shots, or she could take a moment to steady herself, leaving her time for only 1 more arrow. The latter was the only real alternative. Otherwise, she stood no chance of hitting it. As she took a deep breath, she expelled all negative thoughts. She was a cultivator, a warrior. She would be calm. Arrow knocked, bow raised, eyes set. Stillness achieved. Her charged muscles pulled the string back once more. Twang! The tip of the arrow struck the creature right between its beady little eyes, killing it instantly. Yes! With her first round of core harvesting, as her master called it, over, she went back to cultivating until lunch. After eating, it was time for the second round.
Her master flushed a rat toward her, and she easily killed it on the first shot. That task was followed by finishing up her 5 hours of cultivation and the third and final beast round of the day. Another squirrel. That one took 2 arrows as it dodged her first one. Her final task of the day was to meditate on what she'd learned. Stillness led to accuracy, which increased her chances to hit. Discarding her emotions led to stillness. The challenge was to still her mind. It was a simple thought, but it seemed profound to her. It resonated through the technique. A figure of her formed in her mind's eye. It focused as a storm of enemies swirled around it. The figure shot arrow after arrow, calmly, perfectly. Each shot was a hit. Each hit was a kill. Her chi vibrated. She'd advanced. Not to large success, not yet, but she'd taken a step. The first round of the next day, she showed her master how much she'd improved. It only took 1 shot to kill a snake, and it was the most perfect form she'd ever achieved. That was amazing, Xianxia. Keep up the good work. Her heart nearly burst with excitement, and her confidence was sky high as she entered the second round after lunch. Another squirrel. First shot, a miss. Her form had been perfect. The rodent had unexpectedly jumped slightly to the side to avoid a dip in the ground. The very edge of the arrow tip had pierced the creature's skin. So close. Second shot. Another miss. She'd tried to sacrifice power for speed,
and an errant gust of wind had shifted the arrow just far enough off course to leave a bloody streak on the squirrel's body, but it didn't cause nearly enough damage even to slow it down. Time for one more shot. She kept her mind clear, nocked her arrow, and smoothly followed all the steps of her technique. Twang! The squirrel jumped to the side again. The arrow missed. She tensed. Bad luck. It was just simple bad luck. But there was no time to do anything about it. Before she barely had a chance to lower her bow, the beast was upon her, attacking her leg. It scratched her, and it wasn't that bad. To be sure, it hurt. A thin line of blood marred her skin, but its claws simply weren't all that strong. There wasn't much it could do to hurt her, much less have a chance at killing her. She grabbed one of her arrows and stabbed the beast. The slim shaft penetrated all the way through its body, impaling it and pinning it to the ground. Did she actually have anything to fear from rank 1 spirit beasts?
Benton sighed. The squirrel reaching Xianxia was the end of his disciples' rapid advancement. He pushed them to keep fighting solo for the next 2 days, but the jumps of enlightenment that each had experienced didn't reoccur. It was good while it had lasted. Besides, he wouldn't have been able to keep up with that program for long anyway. They were nearing a territory where rank 2 beasts started to outnumber rank 1s. Another few days at the most, and he'd have to advance them to much stronger opponents. And they had a lot to learn before then. The next morning after breakfast, he talked to them again. "It's time for the 3rd stage of your hunting development. I will team with each of you to stalk a spirit beast in the woods, and we'll kill it together as a team." "Are we hunting rank 2 beasts, senior brother?" Xianxia said. "No." She and her brother shared a glance. "Rank 3, senior brother?" "No. We're sticking with rank 1. They both looked confused. Even after taking a moment to think about it, she couldn't seem to come up with an explanation. "But, senior brother," she finally said, "I don't understand. Stages should rightfully increase in difficulty, correct?" "Absolutely." "But, senior brother, we went from killing rank 1 beasts with your help at stage 1 to killing them solo at stage 2. How is killing them with your help again, even if we must stalk them first, an increase in difficulty?" "I didn't team with you to kill the spirit beasts before. I moved in to finish them off in the event you failed. Otherwise, I stayed out of your way," Benton said. "This time, I'll be fighting with you the whole time, mainly keeping the beast's attention while you deal the killing blow. The challenge is to strike that blow on the beast, not on me."
"Oh."
Xianxia followed her master. They moved incredibly, excruciatingly slowly. Well, she did, anyway. He could sprint through the forest and never have his foot land on a dry branch or leaf. She, on the other hand, had to place each foot carefully, searching for patches of bare dirt, rocks, or mossy ground. It was so tedious as to be painful. Her master held up his hand and made a fist. He'd instructed both her and her brother on a few of those types of hand signals. That one meant stop. So she did. He pointed 2 fingers at his eyes and then at some trees to the right, indicating for her to look at that spot. Next, he held up 3 fingers. The beast was 3 yards away, approaching them, and would emerge from the spot he'd pointed at. She had no idea how he knew that. She couldn't see or hear any sign of anything else in the woods besides them. But she had absolute faith in her master. Xianxia quietly removed 3 arrows from her quiver and pressed 2 of them into the dirt. Experience and her master had taught her she'd rarely need more than that, and she didn't know how long she had before the beast appeared. The final arrow she knocked. A rabbit hopped into view. It was headed right at her. She raised her bow and prepared to loose. Just before her fingers were about to release the string, her master cut in front of her, pointing his spear at the creature. She'd almost shot her master in the back. What was he doing? Didn't he see her about to take the shot? But that was the point of the training. That was why she was using crappy arrows her master had made from branches that barely approximated straightness, instead of the meticulously crafted ones she had on loan. The homemade arrows with shaved points wouldn't do much at all to hurt her master. The other ones would. He'd told her he would mimic the actions of a teammate who would not be paying attention, who would rush in front of her to defend her, just like her brother surely would, the person she'd ultimately be teamed with. Better to shoot me than him, her master had said. Of course, Xianxia had to reserve some criticism for herself. She'd not been paying attention to her master either. Once the rabbit had come into sight, her focus had 100% been on it. She began to understand the difficulty that legitimized teaming up to hunt as Stage 3. With a sigh, she settled in to wait for a clear shot.
Chapter 23. Attack.
A hand on Benton's shoulder woke him, and it took him a moment to grasp the situation. It was dark out, with only the flickering light of their fire providing light. He was in his tent, on his bedroll. Yang Ru had shaken him. Benton mentally asked the system how long until his alarm was supposed to go off, a function he'd recently discovered. Host was set to be awakened in 1 hour and 28 minutes. As the small group had ventured deeper in the spirit beast territory, it had become impossible to find areas completely devoid of the creatures. He'd had to set a watch. "What's the situation?" he said.
Something large is moving nearby, Senior Brother Chow.
Got it. Benton had instructed whichever kid was on guard duty to wake him if they saw or heard anything larger than the small rodents and snakes they'd gotten used to dealing with. Yang Ru had done the right thing. As Benton rose from his bedroll, he extended his spiritual senses. A rank 2 beast was nearing their campsite. It occurred to him that such a check was the first thing he should have done as soon as his sleep had been disturbed. Next time, he needed to do better. Next time, he would do better. Though he had the benefit of Sue's memories, actions were not yet ingrained into the core of his being. He was learning, just like his disciples. The important thing at the moment, though, was the danger was approaching. He pulled one of the mortal-made spears from his ring and pondered whether to trade with Yang Ru for the higher quality one to use in the upcoming fight. After all, Benton had managed to avoid having either of the kids face a rank 2 so far. Taking the better spear was the safer move. With it, he felt confident he could kill the beast without anyone getting hurt. On the other hand, the kids had been working hard. They were probably ready. Maybe. And he'd be there to help, albeit with only what was little more than a stick with dull metal tip as a weapon. "You want to be the one to kill whatever is making that sound?" Benton said. "Yes, Senior Brother Chow. This lowly one wishes that greatly." Benton hadn't expected such enthusiasm. Good deal. He judged the beast's trajectory and pointed to a spot near the tents. "It should emerge there. Get ready. We'll handle it the same way we've been fighting the rank 1s. I'll keep its attention. You kill it." A figure much larger than any beast they'd seen, about 4 feet in length with yellow-brown fur and weighing at least 60 pounds, waddled into view. 2 large incisors hung prominently in its mouth, and a long, paddle-like tail trailed it. A beaver. Benton stepped forward and drew its attention. The creature was obviously built for power, not speed, as its approach was downright glacial. It would have been an ideal matchup for Xianxia, but she was presumably asleep in her tent. It was a more problematic opponent for Yang Ru. He preferred to kill with a single, powerful strike. Looking at the massive beaver,
Benton doubted it would go down that easily. When it got within range, it lunged at Benton. He easily dodged out of the way in the direction opposite where young Rue stood. Benton used the butt of his spear to whack it upside the head. That hit made it angry and, more importantly, kept its focus entirely on him. Meanwhile, he'd positioned the beast perfectly for young Rue to take a shot. The boy charged, clearly committing to a powerful strike. His superior spear sank deeply into the beaver's side. And young Rue just stood there, expecting for it to keel over and die. Spoiler alert, it didn't. There was a qualitative difference between rank 1s and rank 2s. Besides obviously being bigger, they were stronger and tougher. If you want to one-shot one of them, you needed to penetrate the brain, not the side. While the beaver was slow for a spirit beast, that didn't mean that it was slow on an absolute scale, just a relative one. It was much quicker than a wholly unprepared young Rue. The beaver snapped with those huge teeth, aiming at his arm. Young Rue didn't even know what was happening. Its teeth were sharp enough to chew through trees like they were cotton candy. Young Rue's flesh and bones wouldn't stand a chance. Luckily, the beaver wasn't faster than Benton.
As the beast thrust out its neck toward Yang Rue and opened its mouth, Benton stabbed it in the eye. If he had been using the system-wrought spear, the fight would have ended right there, but the mortal-smithed metal tip simply wasn't strong enough to penetrate all the way to the beast's brain. Neither was the wood shaft strong enough to withstand the hit. It shattered. Benton stepped back and drew another spear from his ring. The beaver's attention was fully back on him, and he spent the next few seconds dodging claws and teeth. Yang Rue used the opportunity to stab it again, and, proving he'd learned something the first time around, he quickly pulled the spear free and stepped back out of the beast's immediate range. Having taken 3 major wounds, the beaver slowed. Its thrusts became lethargic and weak. Yang Rue had no trouble stabbing it 2 more times before it finally collapsed. Benton sliced into the beaver's skin and extracted its core. "Good fight. Well done." The boy grunted, sounding not entirely pleased with his performance. "I'll say it again. You are learning. There should be no expectation of perfection." Benton sighed. He was wide awake and wouldn't be getting back to sleep. That was fine, though. Being smack in the middle of Qi gathering realm, he only needed about 6 hours a night. He was getting 4 and then dozing while the kids cultivated during the day. They seemed to be fine as well, alternating so that each could sleep a full 8 hours one night and 4 when they did watch. Long term, that might not be tenable, but it was fine for the immediate future. He'd keep an eye on them and adjust if needed. "I'll clean this core in the stream and then finish up your guard shift," Benton said. "Go ahead and meditate on the fight, and then go to bed." Yang Rue grunted again. After washing up, Benton warmed himself by the fire. They'd been steadily gaining in elevation as they'd hiked, and the temperatures were dropping accordingly. As he held his hands facing the flames, he watched Yang Rue meditate. 10 or 15 minutes into the trance, his spirit surged, indicating a minor breakthrough in his weapon technique. Both the disciples had mostly stagnated lately in that regard. To get to large success, they'd either need a year of sparring or to participate in life-and-death battles, something the rank ones just weren't giving them. They'd spent the 3 days after advancing to Stage 3 of their hunting training, continuing to hike 4 hours a day. At that point, the number of rank 1s in the area was starting to be eclipsed by the rank 2s, and Benton hadn't felt like the kids were ready to move up again. They'd spent the last 2 days camped in the same spot, working on their teamwork against rank 1s. On one hand, young Rue had performed well. There was no hesitation, good power as always, and after that initial flub, he'd recovered well. On the other, he had nearly gotten seriously injured. Was he ready to move to the next stage? Was that Benton's call to make? In the corporate world back on Earth, the worst consequence of a mistake was that you got fired. In a cultivation world, a tiny screw-up could lead to death. The decisions he made weren't nearly as easy as in his old life. Benton sighed. If the decision was so hard that he honestly couldn't tell which direction was correct, he might as well put it to the kids. After breakfast, he said, "Your teamwork has improved. It's been days since either of you has stabbed me or shot me with an arrow." Both his disciples had the decency to look embarrassed. "Honestly," he continued, "it's still not where I want it to be. That being said, I feel like I might be a little conservative when it comes to managing risk. I would not want either of you to face a rank 2 spirit beast solo, but the danger is much mitigated with me fighting beside you, especially if I stop trying to emulate a clumsy or thoughtless partner and actually act to assist you." Both his disciples looked excited at the prospect of moving to stage 4, which was the exact reaction he'd expected and feared. Understand that rank 2 spirit beasts are at a minimum 4 times stronger than any rank 1. Yang-Ru, if that beaver had connected with your arm earlier, it would have snapped right through skin and bone. Its cultivation is at the same level as yours. Your enhanced cultivator's body wouldn't have protected you like it does with a rank 1. The most probable outcome would have been for you to have lost your hand. Well, maybe not if he'd taken a major healing pill, but Benton needed them to feel that the fights were as dangerous as possible, both to maximize gains and to make them take the fights seriously. With experience comes contempt, and neither of the kids treated rank 1s as a risk any longer. "The decision is yours," Benton said. "Move on and advance to stage 4 of your core harvesting training, or stay here for a while and perfect your teamwork." "Move on, senior brother," Yang-Shu said. Yang-Ru grunted his agreement. "You're not even going to pretend to consider it?" Benton said. She tilted her head to the side and poked her chin with her index finger a few times, humming to herself. "I thought about it, senior brother. We should move on." Benton hid a grin. "Very well." He pulled 2 minor healing pills from his spatial ring and handed one to each of his disciples. "Keep these on you at all times. If you suffer any major injury, take one immediately. If I or your sibling suffers a major injury and is unable to take a pill, force feed the pill to that person. This is quite literally a lifesaver. Understand?" "Yes, senior brother Chow," the siblings chorused. "All right, let's pack up camp and get moving."
Chapter 24.
Wishes and Fishes.
Benton kept a watchful eye on his disciples, worried both about them getting injured in a fight and about them growing fatigued from how hard he was pushing them. A week passed, and the siblings were making progress in many ways. First, distance-wise, as they were covering a lot of ground. Each day, the siblings got better at targeting their leg and foot muscles with smaller and smaller bursts of qi, allowing them to travel faster and farther. Second, cultivation-wise, as they fastidiously cultivated for 5 hours every day. They'd been traveling for a little over 2 weeks since reaching the 4th minor realm, and between the twins' talent and the extra qi from the pill, Yang-Shu and Yang-Ru were each more than halfway to the next breakthrough. And finally, third, combat-wise, as they now each could solo a rank 2 spirit beast. Benton still stayed close by in case anything went wrong, but he hadn't had to act in days. Further proof of their advancement came in the evening of the 17th day since they'd first broken camp. Yang-Ru achieved large success with the spear technique. Yang-Shu was again green with envy, and his accomplishment spurred her to work even harder. He was nothing but supportive in his taciturn way until she broke through the next day. After that, it was all subtle jibes and glances proclaiming that he was the superior martial artist. That night, Benton sat them down after dinner. "Great job, you two. I seriously mean it when I say you both should be proud of yourselves. The average sect member of even a larger sect would have taken 3 or 4 times longer to reach large success with a technique. Of course, the average sect member didn't fight life-or-death battles multiple times a day. The siblings' talent surely helped, but all the fighting followed by meditating turbocharged their advancement. "Now that both of you have achieved large success," Benton said, "I have a task for you."
Young Rue grunted. If Benton's interpretation was correct, and he was getting better at understanding grunt, that one meant something like, "Senior brother means now that you have finally achieved large success, lil sis." Young Shu shot her brother a glare. "That task is to reach small success with your sibling's weapon," Benton said. The two looked at each other. Young Shu actually moved her bow so it rested farther away from her brother. Benton had a reason for the request other than just the 2 relatively cheap sect points he'd earn, so he stood firm. "This is important. Each member of my sect must have the ability to strike opponents up close and at range, and right now, we only have access to the 2 weapons. I rarely put my foot down, but this time I insist. Young Shu, what happens if you're alone and get surprised by an ambush with your opponent starting out right in your face? The bow requires space. You need a secondary weapon, and the spear should actually suit you well. Young Rue, what happens if we're defending a walled position? An army is massed outside and everyone else is contributing. You, however, will be about as useful as a knot on a log." Benton grimaced. "Learning archery is probably not going to be easy for you as it goes against your nature. I expect you to persevere. Young Shu, realize that you might be in a similar situation at some point where I ask you to learn a technique that goes against your nature. If I ever hear you teasing him about how long he takes to learn it, I will not be pleased. Do both of you understand?" "Yes, Senior Brother Chow," they chorused. "Obviously, you will continue to use your primary weapons during fights and will only use the secondary weapons for practice at our campsite. Long-term, how you proceed is up to you. Personally, I think reaching mastery with your primary weapon is the more important pursuit, but that will take a long time, much longer than reaching small and large success combined."
Benton practically salivated at the thought of his 2 disciples' future. As siblings who obviously cared for and liked each other, they'd probably remain a team. Picturing them as golden core cultivators, one fire and one ice, one focused on the bow and the other a spear. They'd be deadly duo indeed. "If you wish to take a break and try to get your secondary weapon to large success," Benton said, "it wouldn't be a wasted effort, especially for you, Young Shu. Likewise, I do not require that you continue with that particular secondary weapon after reaching small success with it. Later, we may be able to find something that suits you better. Perhaps, Young Shu, a short sword may be preferable. It would be easier to carry along with the bow than a spear would. And Young Rue, maybe something like javelins would suit your nature better for range. Once we reach a place where we can purchase proper weapons, we'll go shopping." Young Shu's eyes lit up at that, but he wasn't sure her excitement was in regard to buying new weapons. 10 days later, both had achieved the required small success. As expected, she had accomplished it in less than half the time it took her brother. But it was that 10th day when she achieved her biggest accomplishment yet. She broke through to the 5th minor realm, and for the next 3 days, she was super supportive to her brother, who had yet to achieve the same milestone. The day after that, he joined the same less than lofty heights as the rest of the group, and she began her teasing. Benton checked their statuses. Name, Young Shu. Affiliation, Host's Disciple. Age, 15. Cultivation, Chi Gathering, Minor Realm 5. Chi Available, 71. Techniques, Foundational Archery Essentials, Large Success.
Foundational Spear Essentials, Small Success.
Spiritual roots. A chi aspect. Perfectly smooth ice, balanced on the razor edge of freezing and thawing. Name: Yang Ru. Affiliation: host's disciple. Age: 15. Cultivation: chi gathering, minor realm. 5 chi available, 71. Techniques: foundational spear essentials, large success. Foundational archery essentials, small success. Spiritual roots. A. Chi aspect. Low viscosity lava flowing down Mount Burning Thunder. Their advancements had netted him another 6 sect points, bringing his total to 65. That wasn't bad, but it wasn't nearly enough. Once the siblings reached Foundation establishment, he would start bleeding points. Their cultivation methods would run 20 points each, and, ideally, he'd provide each of them with 3 techniques: weapon, defense, and movement. And, since they'd be able to manipulate external chi by that point, each would have to be specially attuned to their respective chi. At 6 points per combined with the cultivation methods, he was looking at a total cost of 76 points to supply just his 2 core disciples. He desperately needed to find some outer sect members. With that thought in mind, he was devastated the next day as he peered out over a cliff. His face must have reflected his dismay because Xianxia said, "Senior brother, what's wrong? See that mountain in the distance on the other side of this valley below us?" She nodded. "Where we're going is on the other side of it." "I don't understand, senior brother. We're on a mountain now. That one doesn't look much harder to climb." "It's not the physical features that I'm worried about. My spiritual senses are ringing alarm bells. As soon as we start descending into that valley, we'll start encountering rank 3 spirit beasts. Working together, we might be able to handle ourselves through that region, even with them having a higher cultivation than us. On the other side of the valley, rank 4 and 5 beasts roam, and the mountain itself is radiating chi. I can't be sure because the chi level is overwhelming my senses in that area, but I can almost guarantee there will be rank 7 or higher beasts there. That's golden core level. None of us would survive. Heck, if you told me that there was a rank 10 beast there, the equivalent to a nascent soul-level cultivator, I'd believe you. It's hard to even imagine how much more powerful than us such a creature would be." Her face showed that she understood the severity of the situation. "What do we do, senior brother?" "The only thing we can do. We go around." Facing tremendous pressure to recruit new members and found his sect, the last thing he wanted was to add months of travel. If wishes were fishes.
Chapter 25.
Out of the woods. Benton intently studied the walled village before him. Neither he nor Sue had any experience determining population just from looking at one from the outside, but his best guess was something in the low thousands. It definitely wasn't a tiny fly speck, but he wouldn't classify it as big enough to be a town either. He didn't want to draw any conclusions until he'd gathered more information, but the state of the surroundings was beginning to paint a picture. For one thing, there was the proximity to the chi-filled mountain, about a week's hike to reach the valley that circled it if he ran flat out. If Sue's memories were in any way accurate, that resource stood out enough that it should have attracted the attention of a sect, yet rank 1 and 2 spirit beasts roamed with impunity. An active sect should have kept them culled. The condition wasn't new either. On the outskirts of the village, farms lay abandoned, many showing rotting decay from years of neglect. Others that exhibited less deterioration but more damage had walls around them, walls with gaping holes bearing signs of beast attacks. To the west of the village, his senses picked up a source of chi, or possibly a grouping of many sources close together that all emitted chi. Logically, it made sense for such settlements to spring up around the location of a resource, especially if there was a sect nearby that acted as the customer base for whatever the town produced. Another thing that struck him as strange was the presence of cultivators inside the village, a half-dozen of them. That number was way too few to constitute a sect, but was relatively large to be wandering cultivators. And if they lived here, why weren't they doing anything about the high numbers of spirit beasts plaguing the area? The tug from the system had guided him to the village, though, and every fiber of his being told him that it was the fulfillment of his advantageous starting location perk. It had taken more than 2 months skirting the mountain to get to the village, and they'd only been able to move that quickly because they'd stopped hunting, increasing their movement time to 7 hours per day, and only fighting spirit beasts when it either couldn't be avoided or would have resulted in too great a detour. Having chosen to concentrate on getting their primary weapon techniques to mastery, neither of the kids had advanced much on that front, but both were close to breaking through to the next cultivation realm. He turned to his disciples. "I have high hopes for this place." "It looks run down, senior brother," Xianxia said. "Don't look at what it is. Look at what it can be," Benton said. "We need people for our sect, and think about how life must be for those villagers. A rank 1 spirit beast can kill a mortal, and there are plenty of those, and some rank 2s nearby. I bet they're mostly afraid to leave the walls. For proof, look at all the abandoned farms. If we can cull the beasts, they'll surely be exceedingly grateful." "What about that mountain, senior brother?" she said. "You told us it was dangerous. Is it safe to build our sect so close to it?" Benton encouraged such questions. He wasn't so confident in his abilities to think he'd never make a mistake. It was good to have any potential flaws in his reasoning pointed out. "There is some danger, yes," he said. "As cultivators in the chi-gathering realm, the beasts there are way too strong for us. And with the sheer quantity of the lower-ranked ones we've been encountering, we can't discount the possibility of a beast tide forming. We won't always be chi-gathering cultivators, though, and that place is the kind of potential treasure trove of resources that sects are founded to take advantage of. Once we form our golden cores, we'll be glad we have it nearby." Before he started counting his unhatched chickens, Benton took a mental step back. When he'd had his auspicious encounter with his disciples, there had been a real chance of failure. If he had tarried, they might have died before he reached them, or he might have flubbed his recruitment pitch and had them refuse. He'd been given an opportunity, not a guarantee. "There is definitely reason for concern beyond just the dangers presented by the mountain," he said. "We need to find out if there are any competing sects nearby that could cause us issues, and there are cultivators in the town. I won't know their exact level until I see them, but they don't seem very strong. Still, we'll need to understand their purpose here and if they'll be an obstacle. We'll take things slow. Our goal at first is just to gather information." Another thought struck him. His disciples didn't seem like the type to act like arrogant young masters, but it was best to make sure. "As future core disciples of my sect, I expect you to behave with dignity and decorum, but don't let your status go to your head. If we do decide to found our sect here, we'll be working with these villagers for a long time. There are many ways they can either ease our path or cause us endless trouble. We need them to be on our side. Bow down to no one unless I tell you otherwise, but treat everyone with respect. Understood?" "Yes, Senior Brother Chao," they chorused. He and his disciples stood in the shade of a tree several hundred feet from what looked like the village's main gate, and there'd been no sign of anyone having spotted them. Something else had detected their presence, though. A peak rank 2 spirit beast was headed toward them. It was time to make their presence known. They stepped into the sunlight and onto a wide area that was much clearer than the forest. Weeds and saplings covered the approach to the village,
but there was gravel underneath all the vegetation. It had probably once been a nice path that facilitated commerce.
"Get ready," he said, and told his disciples about the approaching beast. "We're going to get nearer to the gate so they can see us fight." Revealing that they were cultivators right from the start felt like a risky move, but Benton thought his logic was sound. With the area so teeming with danger, no mortal was likely to make it to the village, so they'd assume they were cultivators regardless. Trying to hide it gained them nothing. Showing off what they could do, on the other hand, had the possibility of earning them respect from the outset. It should be a better introduction than just walking to the gate and demanding to be let inside. Hopefully. The three sprinted toward the gate, covering the distance in mere seconds, and halted about 10 yards from the front. Their arrival finally drew attention from inside. A guy in a tower beside the gate called out something, but Benton's attention was focused on the beast that was emerging from the woods. A tiger. The creature was, in a word, pretty. Or maybe majestic would be a better descriptor. It had white fur with striking gold stripes. Benton almost didn't want to kill it. Almost. And it didn't appear that young Shu or her brother had any such qualms. No sooner had it appeared than an arrow landed in its eye. An instant later, a spear tip penetrated its other eye. Either hit would have been fatal. The kids had gotten quite adept at harvesting cores. Even though they hadn't gone out of their way to hunt spirit beasts over the last couple of months, avoiding them completely had been impossible. The disciples had still faced fights almost daily. Benton stowed the tiger in his spatial ring and turned to the gate. If things went well, the village would figure prominently in his future. Given that he'd spent one of his precious points for the perk, he had to ensure things did go well. Chapter 26. Let's make a deal. With Benton's proximity to the village's wooden walls, he noticed that they showed no signs of the scarring he'd have expected from repeated beast attacks. A discordant fact when compared to everything else he'd observed. Of course, the wall's material resonated with his spiritual sense to an absurd degree, which obviously had something to do with the lack of damage. Sue's memories boggled at the expense to construct a wall around a village in the middle of nowhere, out of wood possessing such spiritual properties. That impression gave Benton pause. Only a powerful sect could afford to expend so many resources. Made from the same material, the gate was about 15 feet tall, roughly the same height as the walls on either side of it, and if it weren't in place, Benton judged that the gap would let in 2 wagons side by side. It slowly slid open, stopping at the width of a single person. A guard appeared. "Esteemed Master Cultivators, welcome to the prosperous Grey Forest Village." Having the gate open even that little bit obviously made the guard anxious, so Benton led his disciples inside so it could be shut. The man cupped his hands and bowed thankfully. Inside, the village looked run down. Not that it was overgrown with weeds or anything, just that it had a somewhat neglected look. A wagon missing a wheel sat outside a house. One window had a pane of glass broken, and it had been covered with rice paper. Additionally, not a single structure appeared to have been painted in the last decade. In fact, many of the residences had a look of abandonment to them. Prosperous would not be an adjective Benton would use to describe the place. Another thing that stood out was that every house, even the ones that looked empty, had a garden. Crops grew everywhere there was space. Other than the guard, there were a few people milling about, some tending the gardens. All of them, even the guard, looked gaunt. They weren't to the point that Benton would call them emaciated, but they definitely did not look like they were getting enough food. Everything Benton saw tracked with the story he was building in his head of a village that had been isolated for a long time, unable to leave the walls or even receive traveling merchants due to the spirit beast situation. "The esteemed Honorable Mayor has been notified, esteemed Master Cultivators, and will be here shortly." Even with Sue's memories, it still amazed Benton's earth sensibilities how convoluted conversation got when trying to avoid personal pronouns. That cultural norm was one he was determined to circumvent whenever possible, even if it made him appear a little rude. "No problem, we can wait." That response might have been a mistake. Though the guard tried to cover his reaction, he looked surprised. Even though Sue's memories were flooding Benton's mind with memories of treating guards like complete gutter trash, Benton wondered if he should have been more polite. He observed his surroundings for the next few minutes until a mortal who looked to be in his lower 50s showed up. An expression of irritation and disdain flickered across the man's face as soon as he saw the group of 3 cultivators. Benton knew the reason. The man wore a gold tunic with black accents and black pants that honestly looked quite expensive, and his attire was immaculate. Clean, no tears, no bloodstains. Benton and the twins had been keeping as clean as possible using streams and other sources of water, but they had no supply of clean clothes to change into. Thus, in stark contrast to the man's outfit, Benton's robe was stained and torn and just plain dirty. The kids' tunics and pants were in a similar state to his and were clearly constructed of much inferior fabrics than the mayor's. The 3 of them looked like peasants. Beggars.
Not exactly the best image to present to the mayor of the village where they wanted to set up shop. Thankfully, the guard bailed Benton out. "Esteemed Honorable Mayor, the esteemed Master Cultivators slew the tiger that had been menacing us for weeks." "The white tiger? The peak rank 2? The guard nodded vigorously. The mayor's attitude shifted visibly. "Welcome to the prosperous Grey Forest Village, esteemed Master Cultivators. This humble mayor is called Mo Jian and is extremely appreciative for the slaying of that troublesome beast." Sue's memories conjured up a vision of another mayor who Sue's elder beheaded for the slight of looking down on their sect members. Benson rejected that advice, settling for dropping a few of the honorifics instead. "Greetings, Mayor Mo. I am Chao Su. These are my disciples, Yang Shu and Yang Ru." Benson had determined to keep a low profile in towns and cities by being senior brother, and announcing the siblings as his disciples was a departure from that strategy. Because he was planning on dealing with the people of the village over the long haul, it was more important to deal from a position of strength from the outset. The mayor took the minor amount of rudeness in stride. "Has the esteemed master cultivator Chao Su travelled to the prosperous Grey Forest Village in search of orange vigor spirit wood?" Channeling his inner Yang Ru, Benton responded with a non-committal grunt. "This lowly mayor apologizes to the esteemed master cultivator Chao Su. With the plague of spirit beasts inflicting our village, this lowly mayor's men have been unable to gather any new wood these last 5 years, and our stocks were emptied by another cultivator 3 years ago." Interesting. All the information provided by the mayor tracked with the conclusions Benton had made about the area, and it was nice to both know the name of the resource to the west of the village and that it was valuable enough for cultivators to travel all the way to the village to get it. The wall construction also made more sense, as the village was the source of the material, making it a lot less expensive. "Have other cultivators appeared since the one who emptied your stores?" "No. Esteemed Master Cultivator Chao Su and his 2 disciples are the first." Even better. Benton and his soon-to-be sect both had access to a valuable resource and were unlikely to encounter rivals for it in the near future. Advantageous starting location indeed. The cultivators in the village still bothered him, though. "What of the 6 cultivators I sensed in your village? Are they not customers for the wood? And if not, why haven't they done anything about the beasts?" The mayor's eyes went wide, and he dropped to the ground and kowtowed. "You may rise." With his most imperious expression painting his face, Benton waited for the man to rise. The mayor was trembling by the time he stood, his head bowed. "My question?" Benton said.
This lowly mayor apologizes, esteemed Master Cultivator. The cultivators who live here only possess a technique used to cut the orange vigor spirit wood. Those lowly ones are only at the low chi gathering realm and possess no abilities with weapons. I see. Doubt must have rung in Benton's response because the mayor hastily continued. This lowly one swears it is true, esteemed Master Cultivator. The village used to be home to 10 such cultivators, but 4 tried to kill one of the beasts that had attacked a farm owned by a relative. They did not return. Honestly, the explanation sounded reasonable, but there was only one way to know for sure how dangerous these men were. I would like to meet one of these cultivators.
The mayor dispatched a guard quickly to retrieve Guang Yin, and the rest of the gathering settled in for a quiet, awkward wait. Soon enough, a man appeared. The first thing Benton sensed was how completely screwed up the man's dantian and channels were. Whatever cultivation method he'd been given must have been truly atrocious. Benton scanned the villager. Name: Guang Yin. Affiliation: Prosperous Grey Forest Village, formerly associate member of the Righteous Rain sect. Age: 61. Cultivation: Chi gathering, minor realm. 4 Chi available. Techniques: Orange Vigor Spirit Wood harvesting. Mastery. Orange Vigor Spirit. Wood farmin'. Mastery. Spiritual roots. D. Chi. Aspect. Oak roots bursting through the remains of a decaying elm. Interesting. The mayor had clearly told the truth about the man's realm, and being listed as a former associate member of a sect tracked. The man's status also revealed that he didn't know any weapon techniques. Benton vaguely recalled that the system allowed him to see anyone's techniques and chi aspect as long as they were of a lower realm than him, but he wondered about the available chi. Benton mentally queried the system. Why can't I see his available chi? To avoid the host gaining even more of an unfair advantage than host already has, some information is hidden from the host when scanning cultivators who are not members of host's sect. Asking the cultivator's permission will allow this information to be revealed by a scan. Honorable Guang Yin, may I scan you with my spiritual senses? The man was clearly taken aback by the request, but he quickly recovered. Yes, esteemed Master Cultivator. Of course, esteemed Master Cultivator. Benton scanned him again. Name: Guang Yin. Affiliation: Prosperous Grey Forest Village, formerly associate member of the Righteous Rain sect. Age: 61. Cultivation: Chi gathering, minor realm. 4 Chi available. 11. Techniques: Orange Vigor. Spirit Wood harvesting. Mastery. Orange Vigor Spirit. Wood farmin'. Mastery. Spiritual roots. D. Chi. Aspect. Oak roots bursting through the remains of a decaying elm. That information all checked with the mayor's explanation as well. Of course, it was possible one of the other cultivators had some kind of weapon technique, but given the example of Guang Yin and the overall weakness he sensed, Benton was willing to accept that risk until he could scan each of the other 5 cultivators. Mayor, to be frank, your town doesn't look like it's doing too well. I may have a deal for you that would help. Mo Jian didn't say anything, but his expression made it seem like he was at least interested in hearing the details. Your part of the deal would be to provide 3 large wagons and have your 6 harvesters fill them with Orange Vigor Spirit Wood. I presume you can also provide me with a map to an appropriate market for the wood and names of people I can talk to who might be willing to buy it. Guang Yin started to speak, but the mayor shushed him. My part of the deal would be to provide protection for the harvesters and to transport the wagons to the market, Benton said.
I'd then use the proceeds of the sale to fill 2 of those wagons with whatever goods you'd like me to purchase. The rest of the proceeds would be used to fill the 3rd wagon with whatever I wish to purchase. Any remaining funds will be mine to keep. Guang Yin wouldn't be shushed again. Mayor, can this esteemed master cultivator do what is claimed? The esteemed master cultivator's disciples killed the white rank 2 spirit tiger right outside the gates, the mayor said through tight lips. May these 2 lowly village servants retire for a moment to discuss the offer, esteemed master cultivator. You may.
Mo Jian rubbed his temples. He was getting a headache. Along with Guang Yin and Xianxia, the gate guard, Mo Jian walked away from the group whom he assumed were wandering cultivators. Haven't we gone far enough? Guang Yin said. No. The old harvester asked 3 more times before Mo Jian finally stopped. Even then, he wasn't sure he was out of earshot of that scary cultivator. I don't like it, Guang Yin said. Did you see how they are dressed? Even if all 3 of them have reached Foundation establishment, they'd be hard-pressed to protect all of us while harvesting, and I've never seen a Foundation establishment cultivator looking that shabby. You didn't see those 2 kids kill that tiger, Xianxia said. It was over in an instant. Both of them landed a hit in one of the beast's eyes. I've never seen anything like it. You're too young to have seen the cultivators from my Righteous Rain sect move. They were all amazing. None of that is important right now, Mo Jian said. If we don't agree, that man might destroy our entire village. I doubt he could, Guang Yin said. The name of the Righteous Rain sect still carries weight. That sect was destroyed 20 years ago, Mo Jian said. We've seen no evidence that anyone survived. Exactly how is the name of a dead sect going to protect anyone? Guang Yin huffed. Well, I still don't think that kid has even reached Foundation establishment. I bet he and those other kids are just Qi gathering realms who have a lot of experience fighting. Yin, he sensed that there were 6 cultivators in town. That's impossible. He'd have to be… Yeah, golden core at least. Maybe nascent soul. I don't know why he's dressing like that or hiding his strength, but I don't see how we have a choice. You know he'll probably just disappear with the wood, Guang Yin said. So, as long as nobody dies, never seeing him again would suit me just fine. With an agreement having been reached, the mayor and his small group returned to the wandering cultivators. Esteemed Master Cultivator, these lowly village servants accept the proposal. Excellent, the man said. Meet at the gate at sunrise to begin harvesting? Yes, esteemed Master Cultivator. Great. Thanks. Mo Jian was quite surprised at the thanks, as it was quite out of character for a cultivator to thank anyone who was beneath him by even so much as a minor realm, much less a mortal. He breathed a sigh of relief, though, that the encounter was over and he'd, somehow, survived. Hang on, the cultivator called. Do you have an orphanage or something like it in the village? An orphanage? What did the cultivator want with an orphanage?
Chapter 27. Food for the Soul.
Benton felt bad about eavesdropping on the mayor's conversation, but the situation was simply too important for him to leave things to chance. The information he'd overheard was crucial for informing his actions in the immediate future. First, though, it was time to see about acquiring new disciples. His thinking was that an orphanage in a village where food was scarce would be a good source of potential recruits. He just needed to make a good first impression, and the perfect start to that goal would be to supply dinner. Once he and his disciples were out of the sight of the mayor, Benton started looking for someone he might be able to buy supplies from. He had a decent amount of meat, but even with rationing, his fruit and rice had been used up weeks ago. An older lady, well, older than Sue's body at any rate, was picking vegetables in a rather large garden. "Excuse me, honored miss, Could I purchase a basket of produce and maybe some rice from you? The woman looked him up and down. I assure you that I can pay, honored miss. Tails aren't much good to anyone around here anymore, and I don't see you carrying anything for barter. Her tone was cool, but not outright disrespectful, though the lack of honorifics pushed the remark closer to the realm of an insult. Sue's memories went to him literally killing a mortal who had failed to use honorifics. Of course, there were extenuating circumstances in play regarding sect internal politics, but still, disrespect equaled instant death. Benton was much more understanding. He was a complete stranger to this lady, and he and the kids looked like vagrants. If someone looking like he did approached him on a street back on Earth, he would have been skeptical too. If I did have trade good available for barter, honored miss, what in particular would you take in return for vegetables and rice? The woman frowned, having obviously expected her initial salvo to send the group away.
The same thing anyone else in this village wants, and that I doubt you'd be able to supply. Meat. That information was useful, and, upon reflection, something he should have figured out on his own. The villagers were obviously making use of every available space to grow crops, not to keep livestock. Without the ability to leave the town to hunt, meat would be much harder to acquire, especially since mortals couldn't handle eating the chi-infused flesh of spirit beasts. Not to mention the fact that the beasts had driven away all the mundane animals. Does the honored miss have a clean table I might make use of for a moment? The request obviously confused the woman, and it forced her to make a decision. Politeness dictated assent to such a reasonable request, if possible, so the question became whether she would descend into outright rudeness. If she did, Benton would have to find another trade partner, and the woman would miss out on a valuable resource. "Follow me," she said reluctantly, and led them to a corner of the garden with a table that held a bucket of water and the leavings from various cut vegetables. "Thank you, honorable miss." Benton withdrew the boar he'd roasted the first day he'd met the siblings. Since they'd soon switched to consuming spirit beasts, they hadn't used all that much of the meat, and the animal had yielded well over 100 pounds, all of which were perfectly preserved in his spatial ring. The woman's jaw dropped. "Esteemed master cultivator, excuse this lowly one. This lowly one didn't realize." "It's fine." With the siblings becoming more informal as time passed, Benton still hadn't wrapped his mind around being, literally, bowed down to. He much preferred simply talking to people. "So, how much meat for the vegetables and rice?" "Esteemed master cultivator, this lowly one could not possibly accept your valuable possessions for this lowly one's meager offerings." It would be this lowly one's pleasure to gift anything the esteemed master cultivator requires. The translation of her panicked speech was, "Take whatever you want, just don't kill me." It took all Benton's patience to politely convince the woman that no, he wanted to barter with her, not steal from her. Eventually, she accepted a pound of meat in exchange for whatever he took. He cut her off about 2.5 pounds and left before she figured out he overpaid. As a bonus, he also got directions from her to a tailor. Cloth was a scarce resource in the village, but for 5 pounds of boar meat, he and the siblings left the shop wearing clothes that were worn, but in not nearly as bad shape as what they'd changed out of. The tailor directed him to an inn, where a very surprised innkeeper provided them 2 rooms for the night, no meals included, in exchange for only a 1/2 pound of boar meat. Feeling that there weren't likely any threats in the village capable of any real danger, Benton left the siblings behind to cultivate. He'd periodically check things with his spiritual sense. If any of the cultivators neared the siblings, he'd rush back and head off any trouble. Next stop, the orphanage. As Benton had been walking around, he'd scanned most of the people he'd encountered with his spiritual senses to surprising results.
Only about 20% of the people living in the village appeared to have F-ranked spiritual roots in lieu of the 80% he'd expected. Instead, most people were in the E range. In a relatively small sample size, he'd also encountered 3 D-ranked people in addition to Guangyin, at least 2 more than he would have expected. Another oddity was that almost everyone had a qi aspect that was associated with nature.
Su's memory told him that even in areas that were steeped in a particular type of qi, such as water qi near the ocean, the people living in those environments still possessed a random assortment of elemental qi aspects. Su's instincts didn't know what to make of the situation. Though cultivators were long-lived and certainly not stupid, they didn't have the scientific method to fall back on. So running tests to prove theories was not common. And even if it had been a normal practice, sects and even factions of cultivators within sects did not share secrets with each other. There might be experts out there who would be able to easily explain what Benton was finding, but such knowledge was not widely spread enough to have filtered down to Su. There wasn't much immediate impact for him, though, so he mostly just accepted it as something odd that was mostly inconsequential. Soon he arrived at the location that had been described to him. The village was mostly arranged with groups of 4 single-story houses facing each other around a central, shared courtyard. The orphanage occupied one of those 4 house sets. A small child, maybe 6 or 7 years old, answered his knock and, upon seeing a stranger, called, "Mistress Zhong, a visitor!" A woman, looking to be in her mid-30s, with a round face and a kind smile, soon appeared at the door. "Greetings, honored guest. I am Zhong Wen. How may this one help you?" "It is a pleasure to meet you, Mistress Zhong." Benton introduced himself as Chao Su. "It is my understanding that you operate an orphanage here?" "Yes." "May I inquire as to the number of children and the relative ages?" Benton said. 20, honored guest. From about 6 to 13. At 14, this one places them as apprentices to various businesses in the village." "It sounds like you do amazing work, Mistress Zhong. I was wondering if I might cook dinner for you and the children." "The honored guest wants to cook for us?" "Please, if you don't mind." Zhongwen tilted her head to the side. "This one doesn't understand. Why would the honored guest wish to cook for us?" Benton could understand her confusion. He bet she had a hard time getting people of the village to contribute to the orphanage. A stranger showing up at her door to help must have been unprecedented, and she probably couldn't help but wonder if he had ulterior motives. And she was right. He did have an agenda he wanted to keep hidden from her. No sense getting her hopes up until he viewed the kids' statuses. With that thought in mind, he scanned her. With a qi aspect revolving around nurturing plants. Not great, but about what he'd expected. There are some who believe that the weak exist only to serve the strong. Others believe that it is the responsibility of the strong to protect the weak. I'm not sure that I stand firmly in either camp, but I do think that to those whom much is given, much should be expected, Benton said. "I have been given much, but I cannot assist everyone. Who, though, is more deserving of my help than a group of innocent children who have lost their parents?" Though he was pretty sure the offer of free food would have eventually won her over on its own, his speech definitely sped things up. "If you wish to give the children a good meal, Master Chao, who is this one to stop you? When would you like to conduct this dinner?" "Tonight is good." "Very well, Master Chao. Will you require the use of my kitchen?" "I will." She sighed. "Please gather your supplies, Master Chao. When you return, you will be granted access to whatever this one has that you need." "I've got everything that I need. I can go ahead and get started." Zhongwen looked him over,
peeking behind him, probably to see if he had a cart behind him or something.
Forgive me. I had assumed that you meant you would be providing dinner for the children, not just cooking it.
While I appreciate your interest, perhaps... Benton withdrew the basket of vegetables he'd recently acquired from his spatial ring and held it out to her. Apologies for any confusion, Mistress Zhong. I do, in fact, intend to provide everything necessary for the dinner. He only wished he had something sweet. There wasn't a kid on any planet who didn't like dessert. Her eyes went wide. From her perspective, the basket must have appeared like magic, and unlike the lady earlier, Zhong Wen didn't immediately come to the obvious conclusion. It was very possible she'd never had any experience with cultivators.
How did you... What?
Don't worry about it, Mistress Zhong. As I said, I have been given much. The least I can do is provide some food for a bunch of deserving children. Just show me to the kitchen, and you don't have to worry about anything else. After so many nights of cooking over a campfire with a single pot, it was nice to have access to an actual stove and a selection of cookware, even if the technology was rather primitive compared to a modern American kitchen. And Benton went all out, creating a stir-fry with vegetables and the boar meat. Smells must have wafted through the house, because children kept appearing at the door of the kitchen, their little mouths salivating. Benton grinned at one little girl who had the cutest pout when he told her she'd have to wait until it was served. She reminded him so much of his youngest at that age. With the meal preparation finished and the children gathered, all of them, including Mistress Zhong, were surprised when he filled their bowls. They were even more shocked when he told them that they could have seconds. Honestly, the thought of these little ones going to bed with empty stomachs broke his heart. His eyes actually welled when he realized just how much the simple meal he'd provided meant to them. They were all so lively and happy and energetic. Well, most of them.
A few of them seemed mad at the world, which was to be expected for kids who had lost everything. As much as the meal meant to them, it turned out to mean even more to him. Their laughter and smiles fed his soul. Overall, they reminded him way too much of the kids' table at his family's Thanksgiving. A desire to protect them rose in him. These children didn't have a grandfather, and he no longer had grandkids. It felt like a perfect match. Benton had come to the orphanage with only somewhat honorable intentions, planning to trade access to food and the promise of the chance of a better life for sect points. He hadn't really thought of them as people to be supported and valued, only as tools to be used. He had to do better. He would do better. These kids would be protected and nurtured. All he had to do was to convince Mistress Zhong to go along with his plan. He just hoped that the meal would soften her up enough to listen to his pitch with an open mind.
Chapter 28. Supreme Growth of Heaven.
As Benton watched the children eat dinner, he scanned each of them. Most of them returned messages such as, "System is unable to analyze target's cultivation because the target's spiritual roots are not finished growing. Repeat scan in 1.3 years."
The timeline varied from a month to, in the case of a little girl who Zhong Wen informed him was 6,
over 7 years. That information tracked with Sue's memories. It was well known that spiritual roots did not stop growing until sometime between the ages of 10 and 13, and since cultivating prior to that point was immensely harmful to the individual, no sect recruited anyone under 14. Of the 8 children with mature spiritual roots, none were special. All had some form of nature-aspected qi, some combined with one other aspect and others not. He found 1 F, 4 E-, 2 E, and 1 E+. Not a single one of them would be a candidate for a typical sect because, using the poor quality cultivation methods available to most of them, achieving even foundation establishment with such a low talent was unlikely. Qi-gathering disciples were considered next to worthless, definitely not worth the expense of feeding, housing, and clothing, much less providing cultivation aids to.
Foundation establishment wasn't that much more valued. All the resources of a sect were dedicated to one purpose: finding recruits with the potential to reach at least golden core and, though much more unlikely, nascent soul. The strength of a sect was measured by the number of members in those two realms. Benton's circumstances caused him to value the children differently. For one thing, the cultivation methods he could create were better, making it more likely that even these kids with low talent might make Foundation establishment. That concern wasn't really that important, though. No, what really drew his consideration was that each one of those kids was a potential sect point generator. Every kid who even learned a method and drew in a single mote of chi, reaching Minor Realm 1, was worth a point. If the child was even halfway diligent about cultivating, the kid would produce at least 3 points over the next month or so, and that total didn't even take into account techniques.
Compared to the generation of a truly scarce and valuable resource like sect points, the expense of raising the children was nothing. If possible, he would find 100, 1,000 such kids. Benton felt a little bad about essentially using them for his own gains, but he firmly believed the kids would benefit as well. It was a true win-win scenario. When dinner was over and the children dispatched to do chores, Benton pulled Zhongwen aside. "I'm impressed. You have the house running like a well-oiled machine." "A well-oiled machine, honored benefactor?" "Just a turn of a phrase. Don't worry about it. The point is that I think you're doing a good thing here. And I might be able to help." "More food, honored benefactor?" "Yes, and more." "Like what, honored benefactor?" She certainly still seemed skeptical of him despite his actions thus far. Well, he could certainly understand her concern. He'd be skeptical of him too. Benton cleared his throat. "Well, you see, I'm a cultivator." She started to get down on her knees, but Benton grabbed her to stop her. "None of that, please. Just keep treating me the way you were." "Yes, esteemed Master Cultivator." He sighed. "Anyway, I want to form a sect, and I want these children to join." "Aren't they too young, esteemed Master Cultivator? None have yet reached the age of 14. "Let me worry about that. I just want your permission to ask, for now, 8 of them to become my disciples." Cheng-Wen clearly doubted the wisdom of accepting his offer. "There are a lot of advantages to this arrangement. It might take a few weeks or months, but I'll provide for everything you and they need: food, clothes." He paused as a thought occurred to him. "Have you ever lost one of your charges to sickness?" Her expression saddened. "Yes." Cultivators don't get sick, and if something does inflict them, they have access to healing pills. All these children will be likely to live past 100 years old. Make that 200 if they cultivate diligently. Unless they die at the hands of another cultivator. True. The life of a cultivator isn't always peaceful, Benton said. But neither is a mortal's. How did all these kids' parents die? Mostly beasts, I imagine. As a cultivator, they'd be able to fight back at least. But, no, he said. Stop a moment and really think about this. Right now, you're worried if you'll be able to find enough food to feed all these kids through the winter. You hope none of them come down with a fever and don't recover. You fear a beast coming over the wall and attacking them. She sighed. That's all true, esteemed Master Cultivator. I am not going to promise that nothing bad will ever happen to these kids. But I will promise that it is not my intent to have them fighting battles for me. If the sect is attacked, then they'll be defending their own lives as they defend the sect. But very few members of my sect will have to go out and fight other cultivators. Only the ones talented enough and who agree to do it will be called upon to do that.
If I have my way, each of these kids will die peacefully in bed after a long, long life." She didn't say anything for a while, before finally sighing again. "You can truly do all these things you say, esteemed Master Cultivator?" "I can. I guess there's not much I can do to stop you anyway," she said under her breath. Raising her voice, she continued, "You said you're making 8 of the children cultivators. What will become of them? Will you take them away? What about the other 12? If you don't mind, I would have you continue looking after all the kids, and for now, I'd prefer they remain here. Eventually, we'll set up a proper sect, but that's going to take a number of months." "So I'll be paid?" "Well, I'll take care of your food and various other stuff, of course, but I was hoping you'd join my sect as well." "Me? I'm too old." "You're only 32, he said.
She stared at him open-mouthed, and he decided to ignore her shock at him being able to determine her age with such accuracy. As her presumable future sect leader, the more power he displayed, the better. "You're hardly old," he said. "Sects prefer to take 14 to 16-year-olds for a lot of reasons, but none of those really apply to this situation. The fact is that I am not prepared to take care of a lot of children right now. I need you." "What do you require of your sect members?" "The main responsibility, especially at first, is to cultivate, ideally 10 hours a day. We may have to adjust that for the younger kids down to about half, of course, but that's the goal. Also, in a perfect world, you'd spend several hours a day practicing techniques." "There's no way I can do any of that," she said. "I barely have chance to breathe during the day." Benton thought about it for a moment. "I imagine the thought of joining a sect and being fed would be pretty attractive for a lot of villagers. Are there any that you trust and could recruit to help you take care of the children?" "Really, esteemed Master Cultivator? I could bring in help?" Benton hadn't failed to notice that she'd dropped honorifics for much of the conversation when she'd obviously been displeased with him. "You have someone in mind?" "I've been forced to find employment for the children as they get older, since I just don't have the space and resources, esteemed Master Cultivator. There are a few who were taken in out of obligation more so than need. 2 of them that I can think of are in such a situation, who are hard workers and would be great with the younger children." "Sure, that sounds like a plan." Benton led Zhongwen through the house and pointed out the 8 kids who were ready to be inducted, asking her to gather them in the dining room. While he waited, he pulled up the Cultivation Method Creation menu. He obviously selected Qi Gathering for the realm, but paused at the Qi aspect. All the kids had nature, and the closer to their actual aspect the method was, the better. On the other hand, not every E-ranked and below person he recruited to the sect was likely to have the same, meaning he'd have to create more methods instead of having one he could use for literally everyone. A quick test of the system revealed that selecting nature as the Qi aspect cost only 20 points compared to 25 for any. A savings of 5 points wasn't insignificant, not to mention that 8 kids plus Mistress Zhang just getting to Minor Realm 3 would pay for the entire method and give him an additional 7 points. Besides, a part of him was thinking of these children as grandkids. How could he resist giving them a bit of a boost? It was so going to hurt when he had to sink even more points into another method, though. With the first 2 selections made, he needed to determine whether to emphasize ease, foundation, or power. Of the 3, the last was arguably the least important. Benton had no desire for these children to fight or labor for the sect, especially when in the Qi Gathering realm. If they could help with farming and the like, great, but their main jobs would simply be to cultivate, contributing by earning him points. Ease, of course, was much more important. The kids were fundamentally untalented. Their cultivation was going to be slow.
Obviously, though, foundation was even more important still. Considering their spirit roots, there was no guarantee that any of the kids would reach even the second major realm. And the fact was that a foundation establishment cultivator was orders of magnitude more beneficial to a sect than one stuck at chi gathering. He set foundation to 75 and power to a mere 5. That left 20 for ease. After waffling back and forth for a minute or so, he went ahead and confirmed it.
The setting seemed much more like an art than a science. Next came the worst part, the name. "I'll call it the Supreme Growth of Heaven method," he said. Man, that sounded so totally and utterly lame. He hoped no one laughed when they read it. With a wince, he pulled the trigger, committing a whopping 20 points for the creation of the method, leaving him with only 45 sect points remaining. He needed to start earning them back fast. As soon as the 8 children had gathered, he said, "Kids, want to see a magic trick?" They, of course, clamored for him to show them. He promptly made his tea set appear on the table out of thin air. The kids oohed and awed. "Does anyone know how I did that?" he said. "Magic," a little boy said with absolute confidence. "Not exactly, but kind of. You see, I have a spatial ring. I'm a cultivator." The children's eyes grew wide. "And," Benton said, "I want to make you cultivators too." Chapter 29. Unexpected Discovery. Benton instructed his new recruits on the Bai-Si tea ceremony. "We'll start with Mistress Zhong," he said after the explanation was over. The orphanage had a teapot, and being able to boil twice the water at once sped things up. Still, the process involved a lot of slow actions, and he had to give each inductee their moment. With 9 people at 10 to 15 minutes per person, it was about 2 hours before each had officially, per the system, become one of his disciples. Completing the recruit additional disciple quest 9 times gave him that many shop points, not that he could spend them yet. He was looking forward to actually founding the sect and triggering the opening of the shop. Baby steps, though. Baby steps. His future sect had just taken a major leap forward, going from 3 members counting him to 12. He was happy with the progress. Even better, he saw a path forward. Complete some reputation quests for the village, and then ask for the land he needed. The sun hadn't entirely set yet, but it was getting late, approaching time when the children should be getting to bed. His many years of experience as a father of young children told him that if he gave them the jade slips and let them start cultivating, they'd be up all night. Better to wait until he was free tomorrow evening for that. Benton had Zhongwen send them off to bed. As his new recruits filed out, another child, a girl, appeared in the doorway. "Hi," he said. The girl scowled at him. "You are making them cultivators." "Jin Li Huan," Zhongwen yelled. "Show respect to Master Chao." The girl ignored the mistress. "Why them and not me?" Benton had scanned her earlier in the evening, but didn't remember the exact results. He scanned her again. System is unable to analyze target's cultivation because the target's spiritual roots are not finished growing. Repeat scan in 0.9 months. "This cultivator apologizes, Jin Li Wan," Benton said kindly. "You are not quite yet ready. If you are willing, I will induct you in about a month." "A month? Fine. I can wait that long, but I will hold you to it." The girl turned and stalked from the room. "This lowly one is so sorry for that outburst, Master Chao," Zhongwen said. "She has taken the loss of her family even worse than most of the others." "Don't worry about it. I understand completely." He removed the cultivation method jade slip and a rank 1 beast core from his ring. Are you ready to become a cultivator? She looked nervous.
Yes, Master Chow.
He gave her the slip and the core, and instructed her on how to read it. She took a while to fall into a meditative trance, and at least another 3/4 of an hour passed before a blue box popped up. Host's disciple, Zhongwen, has reached Qi Gathering, Minor Realm 1. Host is awarded 1 sect point. Host has 46 sect points available.
Well, he'd at least gained back one of the points he'd spent on the venture. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than he berated himself for it. That way of looking at things was horrid. Investing his points was the only way forward, and the ROI for just these 9 disciples was pretty darn good. Man, he'd been so lucky with the siblings. It had taken them less than 5 days to reach the 2nd minor realm. They both possessed such amazing talent. Not so for Zhongwen. The process of just sensing qi had taken much longer for her than it had for either Yang Shu or Yang Ru. Of course, that delay wasn't necessarily due to Zhongwen's lesser talent. It could have been because of her relatively advanced age. Or maybe it was simply a variance between people. Since Su hadn't been an integral part of his sect's induction process, his memories weren't much help. I must protect some men tomorrow morning as they harvest spirit wood, but I'll return tomorrow evening as soon as I can to go through this process with the children. I'll also bring my other 2 disciples so that you can meet them. They're good kids. Well, 15, but still kids to me. What about my 2 assistants, Master Chow? Truthfully, Benton had basically forgotten about them, having been focused on the induction and everything else. Whenever you want. If the Honorable Master Chow can wait, I can get them now? He wondered if Zhongwen was in desperate need of help, or if the prospective assistants were in worse situations than she had made out. Probably the latter. In a village where food was scarce, it couldn't be easy to take in an extra mouth to feed. Sure, if you don't think it's too late. This lowly one will return immediately. A few minutes. Please wait, Master Chow. Zhongwen practically sprinted from the room. Her estimate of a few minutes was a little optimistic, but less than 15 had passed before she returned, 2 young girls in tow. She introduced them as Xiaorong and Wan Ai. Benton's scan didn't turn up anything impressive for the first girl, an E with a pretty standard nature-oriented qi aspect. The second girl, though. Name, Wan Ai. Affiliation, Prosperous Gray Forest Village. Age, 14. Cultivation, none. Techniques, none. Spiritual roots, D. Qi aspect, dry leaves ignited by a wildfire. The D-ranked spiritual roots were impressive only in comparison to the other recruits he'd seen recently, but nothing when compared with the siblings. What really excited Benton was the girl's qi aspect. He'd come to the orphanage with the goal of establishing a way to farm sect points, as the lack of those was his most pressing, immediate problem. To truly establish a sect, though, one needed more than 2 outstanding recruits and a bunch of walking potential points. A sect was divided into various pavilions, and each of those pavilions required a suitable elder to lead it. The martial pavilion was easy. One of the siblings would head it, or Benton might decide to establish one for the spear and one for the bow. Other necessary pavilions included, at the very least, smithing, formations, treasures, and alchemy. Anyone with either fire roots or nature roots could become an alchemist. Some other minor elements also did well in the profession. The absolute best trait for a potential alchemist, however, was a combination of fire and nature elements, exactly what Wan Ai possessed.
Benton hadn't even considered he might find a potential pavilion elder at the orphanage. He was over the moon at what he saw. His gaze must have indicated just how struck he was because when he finished reading the box, he noticed the expressions on the faces of the girl and Zhongwen. They shared a glance. Prior to learning to interpret the glances that Yang Shu and Yang Ru exchanged, Benton probably wouldn't have been able to figure out the meaning of that silent communication. With that experience, he clearly saw that it communicated a resigned acceptance on the part of both women that he had a prurient interest in Wan Ai. It sickened him that they would think that of him. It sickened him more that they would accept it as a matter of course.
That reluctant tolerance and the commonality of sheer brutality were two things he most hated about the might-makes-right world he'd found himself in. No, that is not what is going on. Just no. He pointed at Wan Ai. That young lady possesses spiritual roots an order of magnitude better than any of the children inducted tonight. More so, her nature makes it likely that she would take well to the practice of alchemy, a crucial profession for any sect. I apologize if my expression made you think my interest was indicative of anything other than how much benefit she can potentially be to the sect. They both cupped their hands and bowed low. Benton couldn't tell if they were embarrassed at the topic or chagrined at being called out, or if they even believed him at all. "Are you interested in being an alchemist, Wan Ai?" he said. She looked at Zhongwen. "This lowly one promised to assist Mistress Zhong with the children, Master Chao." "I'm sure that Mistress Zhong can find someone else to help her." "If it benefits the sect, Master Chao." That acceptance wasn't exactly as enthusiastic as he would have liked, but he supposed she didn't really know anything about what she was agreeing to. According to Sue's memories, though, a cultivator's inclinations were heavily influenced by their qi aspect. Considering that hers were so well suited for alchemy, she'd probably end up enjoying it. Benton saw no harm in pushing her into an area that she had a good chance of liking and that she would be good at, not to mention something that was good for him and the sect as a whole. The real question was whether or not she was worth the creation of a unique cultivation method. Alchemy required external qi manipulation, and thus couldn't be practiced until she reached the Foundation establishment realm, so a method attuned to her qi aspect would not help her directly with the profession. It would give her a larger qi pool, though, and would both speed her cultivation and increase her chances of breaking through. The downside was that he was starting to run low on points. Spending 10 on her now would leave him at 36, and that calculation didn't even take into consideration that she would need custom techniques to prepare to become an alchemist. He could delay things a bit, wait until he recouped more points from his recent inductees. That approach would give the additional advantage of perhaps having the shop open before he started her cultivating. Maybe he could buy a spiritual root refinement pill for her. Doing so would improve her cultivation speed and enhance her power, both good things for someone so likely to become an important member of the sect. On the other hand, even if the pill somehow boosted her all the way to the C rank, she'd still be just an average talent. That expenditure probably wouldn't be worth it. In the end, his decision came down to the fact that he had so few outstanding talents to choose from. Normal sects had many villages, towns, and cities feeding them all the most talented young people. He had none of those resources. His finding anyone above an E would purely be the result of serendipity. The absolute least he could do when he did find one of them would be to make it as smooth and easy as possible for them to advance in realms. He needed to be prepared to invest in those disciples when he discovered them. Period. Thus, he decided that creating a unique method for her was the way to go, and that it was best to get her cultivating as soon as possible. He created the fiery forest method for her
which was relatively balanced between Foundation, 30 points, Ease, 25 points, and Power, 45 points. After inducting both her and Xiaorong, he started them both on their cultivation journeys, gaining him 2 sect points back and leaving him with 38.
Chapter 30. Boasts and Beliefs.
Benton waited outside the gate with the siblings for the 6 harvesters to show up. He sensed a handful of spiritual beasts in the area, but none higher ranked than 2, and none nearby enough to worry about.
Senior brother, young Shu said, I thought about a question a lot last night, and I still don't understand. Why are we so interested in this wood?
Feeling very wise, Benton said, What conclusions did you draw?
Well, senior brother, obviously this wood is valuable, and you've stated that the sect needs money. You also said that cores are valuable, though, and we've got a lot of those. Is the wood worth that much more?
Honestly, I'm not sure how many, say, rank 2 cores it would take to equal the value of, say, a 10-foot log of the spirit wood. The absolute value of the 2 resources isn't as important as things like diversification. She obviously didn't understand that last word. Having one income source is risky, Benton said. If we overhunt the spirit beasts and they all die out, we'll no longer have money coming in. Diversification means that we find other sources of income to hedge against that eventuality. Young Shu nodded. You should also think of it this way, he said. Who gets richer, a hunter or a guy who owns a cattle ranch? Without my spiritual sense, you'd find your hunts to be a lot less productive. Creating an industry, though, allows you to optimize your process to make it efficient. It seemed to Benton that she wasn't just asking out of curiosity, and that something about it was bothering her. Why are you struggling with it so much? It seems so uncultivator-like, senior brother. The heroes of the stories I read never acted like merchants. I mean, aren't we basically being used as pack mules to take a load of goods to market? Where I'm from, we have an expression about killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Do you understand what that means? Solving 2 problems with 1 solution, senior brother? Excellent response, my disciple. And this trip to market actually solves 3 problems. 1, it helps build trust between us and the villagers. They expect us to take the wood and run off with it. Returning, just as we said we would, is the first step toward creating a partnership. 2, if we are to build an industry around the spirit wood, this trip, along with guarding the harvesters today, will teach us a lot that we need to know about the wood from where it grows, to how it is cut, to who and where the markets are, to the demand, to the price we can get for it. And 3, we need to go to a city anyway to get some shopping done. He grinned at her, and she smiled back. Besides that, believe me, young Shu, every sect and all but the most spoiled of cultivators worry about resources. Wars are fought over veins of spirit metal or a grove of wood like the one here, or even a good source of spirit beasts. Sure, the elders tell their disciples that they're fighting over honor, but when it gets down to it, you typically find something extremely practical at the bottom of the conflict. The harvesters are almost in earshot, though, so we should probably table this discussion for another time. Soon Guangyin arrived with 5 other men, all of a similar age and cultivation level to him. The thing that stood out the most about them to Benton was that each of them carried a weapon. After introductions were made all around, he said, "Seems like you guys might be more combat capable than the mayor led me to believe." Guangyin had the decency to look chagrined. "We have no techniques for fighting or any formal combat training," he shrugged. "But over the years, one picks things up, Master Chow." Benton had lived a long life back on Earth and understood what the man meant. While he felt like these 6 men wouldn't be a pushover by any means, he also didn't think Guangyin was lying. Still,
He'd make sure to avoid putting himself or the twins in a vulnerable situation. Trust, but verify. The wood is located about 5 miles from the village, Guang Yin said. Should take us about an hour to walk there, assuming beast attacks don't slow us too much. An hour? Benton and siblings could make a 5-mile trek in a quarter of that time, and that pace would have been one he considered leisurely. Best get started then, he said. It didn't take long for the first spirit beast to near their path. With a gesture, he sent Yang Ru to take care of it. The boy returned a few minutes later with the carcass of a deer draped over his shoulder, which Benton stored in his spatial ring. Yang Shu got the call for the next one, and they continued taking turns after that. At a distance, the location that Benton assumed was the source of the spirit wood was one big, massive blob of qi. It was kind of like looking at a whole bunch of LEDs that were grouped together to make a giant flashlight, blending into one big beam. By the time he neared their destination, his senses were able to separate out individual sources of qi. He called the party to a halt. There were a lot of spirit beasts ahead, dozens, mostly rank 1s and 2s, but there are a couple of 3s. Guang Yin nodded. I was afraid of that, Master Chow. The wood always did attract the critters, and they haven't been culled in way too long. I guess we'll have to turn back. You're probably right, Benton sighed. I feel good about our team being able to clear the area, but I promised the mayor I would keep you safe. Yeah, I'm sure you could kill all those beasts in no time if it weren't for these weak old men holding you back, Master Chow. Guang Yin scoffed. If you want to make a go of it, don't let us stop you. We'll handle what comes at us.
Benton couldn't believe his ability was being doubted so openly. The mayor had flat out said he suspected Benton of being a golden core or nascent soul-level cultivator. Guang Yin must not have been convinced. Either that, or his pride was writing checks his body couldn't cash. I committed to protecting you, and I do not like going back on my word, Benton said. If the 3 of us go full out against that mass of spirit beasts, some will leak out and may head this way. It shouldn't be many, 1 or 2 of each rank, and I will make sure that we either kill the rank 3s or they flee the opposite direction from the village. Tell me true. Do you believe you can really handle that level of danger? Guang Yin just scowled. Begging your pardon, esteemed master cultivator, one of the other harvesters, Gao Xiaojian said. I reckon all of us have more experience than we'd like fighting beasts these past 10 years. We're too old to make much of a difference trying to cull them or for a long, drawn-out fight. But I reckon we can stand up to what you're talking about for a while. Okay, Benton said. If that's your final answer, I'm game if you are.
Chapter 31. Facing the Tide.
With the siblings trailing right behind Benton, he raced at full speed toward the large source of qi. The journey took less than a minute, and he quickly stopped before entering the range of the mass of spirit beasts. Most of the vegetation he'd encountered on his new planet so far looked strikingly similar to what grew on Earth. Not so for what lay before him. The woods surrounding the overgrown path he traveled suddenly stopped, leaving a gap of 20 yards or so where nothing grew, literally down to brown dirt. On the other side, the trees were different. What struck him most were the colors. He'd been to New England in the fall. That display of nature had nothing on the one he was witnessing. Bright reds, brilliant yellows, beautiful blues. Yes, blues. He'd never seen leaves that color, and all the hues existed on each of the trees in sight. Another weird feature was that everything glowed with a weird vibrancy. The sight was so interesting and pretty and weird and almost overwhelming that it caused him to forget his mission for a moment.
As soon as he regathered his wits, he used his spirit sense to check on the harvesters. They hadn't moved. Ahead of him, the beasts were peppered throughout the area, with little room between them, severely overlapping the distance he understood to mark the territory of a single one. That was a lot of spirit beasts. Still, with him and the two siblings fighting at once, they should be able to handle the amount in any given area. The real danger was if the fighting attracted more beasts from further away, and the new ones arrived before they were properly finished with the originals. "We'll fight in a wedge formation," Benton said. "I'll take center forward. Young Shu, stay about 10 feet to my left and 20 feet back. Young Ru, you're 10 feet to my right, but even with me. Understand?" "Yes, Senior Brother Chow," they chorused instantly.
"I have confidence that each of you can solo rank 2s. But we'll be facing so many beasts that the fights might not stay isolated. Be on guard against getting swarmed. If you're getting overwhelmed, call out. I mean it. Call out. Do not worry about some crap like you'll be disappointing me if you can't handle it. I may get overwhelmed too. If so, I'll call out. Understand?" Again, the two siblings chorused their assent. Once someone calls out, we all group up and retreat together. The goal will be to gain distance from the threat. Most of the beasts will probably follow us, but not all will be as fast as others. Once we've thinned them out, we'll reform and advance. Benton paused. This is going to be a tough fight, but you two have turned from mortal teenagers into spirit beast-killing experts in the last few months. You can do this. We can do this. He pulled one of the mortal spears from his ring. A lot of them had broken in previous fights, and other than the one in his hand, he only had 2 left. Given the number of beasts ahead of him, that might not be enough, especially against 2 rank 3s. Benton considered taking Yang Ru's spear, as the better weapon would be more effective in more experienced hands, but that move would leave the boy almost useless for the fight. Better to have 3 competent fighters than to lose one of them from the start. All in all, he was much more nervous about what they were about to do than he'd let on to the siblings. The twins really were lean, mean fighting machines after all their recent experience, but the situation ahead was a difficult one. Shortly after Sue had advanced to Foundation establishment, he'd been asked to go on a mission for his sect to assist with the beast tide. At such a low level, he fortunately wasn't asked to play a major role in the battle, being assigned mainly cleanup duty, mopping up leakers and finishing off beasts wounded by higher-leveled cultivators. The whole situation had been chaotic. Cultivators had gotten isolated and surrounded. A pack of wolves working together had pulled down a golden core elder. Only the presence of healers and the availability of lots of pills had prevented fatalities. While he didn't expect a tide, the quantity his senses detected represented a true danger. Just because Benton and the siblings were experienced fighters did not mean they couldn't be hurt. One wrong move could spell disaster even against rank 2 beasts. And they'd never faced a rank 3, let alone 2. Not to mention the fact he was running low on spears. Benton could just see it. He was going to end up facing off against some ginormous rhino or something equally absurd with only a mortal knife. Retreat. That was the answer. Frequent use of strategic withdrawal. Yang Shu's entire body trembled with excitement. Her first big battle approached. Being able to move almost as fast as her master and easily slay anything they came across made her feel like a real cultivator. She hadn't quite reached mastery with her bow, but she rarely missed a shot anymore. And she was so close to her next cultivation breakthrough that she could sense her dantian wanting to expand. Her life had improved 1,000% since meeting her master. She'd gained power and stability. He was generous and kind, but maybe too kind. Obviously, he didn't want to risk her and her brother even getting injured.
Training had not been easy. They'd each spent hours and hours daily working for their advances. But it had been safe. Even fighting had been managed, with her master increasing the difficulty in stages, and he'd always stayed nearby. Sure, he'd said that he would let the beasts kill her and her brother if they messed up, but it had quickly become apparent that he would barely let them even be scratched. Cultivators in the stories were forged in the fire of combat. Real combat, with death stakes, not training with their master standing watch over them. "Look alive!" her master shouted. "Contact incoming!" He had the strangest way of putting things, but she understood his meaning. Still running full out, she nocked an arrow. She had grown so much. The ground sped by. 2 months ago, she wouldn't have been able to run that fast for more than a few steps. 1 month ago, she would have stumbled over a bush or collided with a tree. None of that worried her any longer. Her master held up a closed fist and came to an abrupt stop. Well used to such a maneuver, and ready for it, she halted, maintaining formation. 5 beasts burst from the foliage before them. In less than the time it would take to draw a breath, she'd loosed her first arrow at the one furthest to the left.
She was already knocking the second arrow as the first one found a new home in the eye of a small bear, probably a rank 2. Her master had already killed the one in the middle, and Ru-Er was about to stab the one farthest to the right. She loosed her second arrow. Another kill. Ru-Er finished his off, and her master sliced the neck of the remaining one. "More are incoming. 7 this time. Keep working the edges to the middle. Do not let them wrap us." The next few minutes passed in a frenzy. Another 5 waves of 3 to 10 beasts attacked, including a swarm of agile squirrels. Xianxia had no idea where her master had obtained the bow and arrows she used, but the equipment was incredibly accurate and durable. Over the last 3 months, Xianxia had killed literally hundreds of spirit beasts, all using the same arrows. The bow had a small scratch where she'd had to use it as a club to kill a horned goat, and a few barbs on some of the feathers had torn. 2 shafts were slightly notched. The tips were all still sharp as razors, though. She'd never needed more than the 25 that were in her quiver. Until that moment. With a wave finishing, she realized she only had 3 left. "Senior brother, I'm almost out of arrows." His response was to calmly summon a bundle of 25 more from his marvelous ring and toss it to her. Her master truly was amazing. He never lost his calm and always knew exactly what to do. Benton was freaking out. The siblings were doing great. Young Ru didn't flag once, his spear cutting through each spirit beast in his path. Every one of Xianxia's arrows seemed to find an eye. The problem was that the beasts were coming in organized waves. That behavior was not normal. Instead, it was indicative of a beast tide. Those occurred when one spirit beast established dominance over their lower-ranked brethren in an area, and, for whatever reason, decided to compel its subordinates to attack. Clearly, one or both rank 3s had established their superiority, and were directing the others to attack in an organized manner in response to the incursion of Benton and the siblings. Tides were orders of magnitude more dangerous than simply wandering into the forest and hunting. During such an event, the beasts teamed up, fighting in organized waves, and had the potential to even employ actual combat tactics. Fortunately, the one facing Benton seemed to be limited. There were less than 50 beasts remaining in the area, and from how some were scattered away from the others, it appeared that only 40 or so were being dominated. It also helped greatly that the top beast was only rank 3. Intelligence increased drastically with rank. While a rank 7 might be close to as smart as a relatively dumb human, Benton was only facing a creature with rudimentary cleverness, and even if it were able to come up with sound tactics, its rank 1 and 2 subordinates wouldn't be smart enough to execute them. No, about the worst thing that Benton realistically had to worry about was the beasts grouping up to attack, which was exactly what they were doing. After a brief lull, the largest pack yet was heading toward him and the siblings. "Get ready," he called. 30 incoming. That's too many to keep in front of us. We'll execute a fighting retreat. Yang Shu, team up with Yang Ru.
Take out 4 or 5 immediately, and then move back a couple of 100 yards at your best speed. I'll follow. Keep doing that until I tell you to hold. At that point, resume the original formation. A horrible thought struck him. If the harvesters were going to ambush them, they wouldn't find a better time. He reached back with his spirit sense. The men hadn't moved. One less worry, at least, but he still had 1 or 2 rank 3 beasts to worry about, along with the cannon fodder. He checked his spear. It had a long crack running down the shaft. He discarded it and pulled another one from his ring, leaving only 1 remaining.
Chapter 32. The Best. Yang Shu stood about 10 yards behind Ru'er. Her master was off to her left about 20 feet. Sounds of many beasts approaching came from the weirdly colored woods in front of her. "Get ready," her master yelled. "Just a few seconds." She nocked an arrow. Her main emotion was excitement. So far, they'd handled everything that came at them with ease. There was no reason to think they wouldn't do so again. A raccoon burst through the underbrush. She pulled and loosed. 1 hit, 1 kill. Her master advanced. A second later, so did her brother. She knocked another one. A squirrel jumped onto a tree branch above Ru'er. For an instant, she considered killing it, but decided against it. There were more dangerous beasts coming, better uses for her arrow. The rodent could barely scratch any of them. A small bobcat jumped out of a bush toward her brother. He was between her and it, so she left it to him. A monkey swung from a tree. She loosed, hitting it in the eye. More pests appeared, another squirrel, a few rats. She disregarded them. A bear followed them, charging at Ru'er. She didn't have a shot on its eye, so she searched for another target. A snake. A boa constrictor. It was a good 15 feet long and wider around than she could fit her hands. Size didn't matter. An arrow to the eye killed it just as well. Yang Shu eyed her master to make sure he wasn't being overwhelmed. He was surrounded on 3 sides by all manner of beasts, but none were laying a claw or teeth on him. The way he moved was incredible. Each strike with his spear drew blood. Many killed the target outright. She'd thought she'd seen everything he could do as they'd hunted the last few months. She thought she'd closed the gap considerably. He'd been holding back. His speed, his precision. He was on a whole other level. Her eyes swiveled back to Ru'er. He wasn't doing well. The bear had struck his side with its claw, and it was still fighting him. She loosed an arrow, taking it down. There were too many other beasts nearby, though. She couldn't kill all of them before her brother got injured even more. "Retreat!" she yelled. "Retreat!" Her master glanced at her and at Ru'er and nodded, stepping back but keeping up the fight. Yang Ru, on the other hand, acted like he hadn't even heard her. He lunged forward to stab a coyote, not seeing or caring that a hedgehog was about to bite his leg. She loosed, but it was too late. The beast had sunk its teeth into him. He grunted. "Retreat, you big idiot!" she yelled. "Yang Ru," her master yelled. "Retreat, now! That's an order!" She'd never heard her master sound that angry. Actually, she couldn't ever remember him being mad at all. His words, or maybe his tone, finally got through to Ru'er. He turned and ran, clutching his hand to one side and limping. Yang Shu shot the closest pursuit and was able to get one more arrow off before turning to follow.